Forbidden Doctor, an Age Gap Romance by Michelle Love. Google Play Auto-Narrated Audiobook. Chapter 1. Michael.
He knew he should not have been thinking about her this way. Morgan's laughter, her smile, the way her eyes softened whenever she looked at him, those memories had stayed with him far longer than they should have. For years he had buried those feelings beneath responsibility, distance, and time. Yet tonight, in the quiet stillness of memory, they resurfaced with startling clarity. "Michael," she whispered softly, her voice warm and familiar. He remembered the way they had talked for hours that night, sharing secrets neither of them had ever spoken aloud before. The world outside her bedroom window had seemed impossibly far away, as though time itself had paused just for them. No one could ever know about that night. Not because anything scandalous had happened, but because of what it had meant to them both. Lines had blurred. Emotions long hidden had finally been acknowledged. Moonlight caught the dark strands of her hair as she sat across from him, looking almost unreal in the dim glow of the room. "You've always seen the best in me," she had told him quietly. "And you've always been extraordinary," he had replied. At 19, Morgan had her entire future ahead of her. Michael, already deep into his career, and well into his 40s, knew the difference in their ages and experiences made everything far more complicated than either of them wanted to admit. Still, in that moment, it had been difficult to ignore how deeply connected they felt. He remembered standing from the edge of the bed, trying to steady his thoughts while she watched him with quiet affection. "Are you sure about this?" he had asked. She smiled faintly. "I'm sure I want this moment with you." Before he could answer, a sharp burst from the hospital's public address system snapped him back to reality. Michael blinked, suddenly aware once again of the cramped on-call room in the emergency department. He straightened his scrubs and splashed cold water on his face, forcing the memory away. It had been 6 years since that night with Morgan. 6 years, and somehow the memory still found its way back to him when he least expected it. Another announcement echoed through the speaker overhead. Fantasy time was over. Patients were waiting. Ambulance en route. Estimated time, 15 minutes. 2 fatalities, 1 male and 1 female, both in their early 50s, pronounced dead on the scene from massive injuries due to a major hit-and-run collision. Incoming patient, mid-20s female, unconscious with multiple injuries. Emergency room team, radiology, on-call physician, nurse, and counselor needed. It is possible that the patient's parents perished in the accident. I ran wet hands through my hair. Having to tell a patient that things are so much worse than they had originally thought was never an easy thing to do. Hurrying down the hallway, I heard the sound of a heart monitor begin to make a noise that meant big trouble. A long, solid beep meant someone was in cardiac arrest. Another squeal came overhead. "Code Blue, Room 3. Code Blue, Room 3. Already on my way, I found a small framed nurse sitting atop a geriatric male, trying her best to compress the rotund man's heart. "Get the paddles," I directed. "You are not going to be able to resuscitate manually." Roman, the head nurse, came in just behind me. After confirming there was no "do not resuscitate" order, we worked together, shaving the chest when needed, delivering shocks, and administering medication, until the monitor finally showed a steady rhythm. "Yes." Nurse Janelle cheered. "We did it. High fives, guys." We shared high fives, and I gave instructions for the patient's transfer to intensive care while Roman spoke with the grandson. Going back to the lavatory to wash up again, I ran my wet hands over my face. It is going to be a long night, I told myself as I looked into the mirror. Some nights were just like that. Action-packed with no rest between patients. The full moon was often to blame. As I had driven to work that night, I had seen it hanging heavily in the sky, shedding its silver rays over the Potomac River. Another page came overhead, announcing a gunshot victim. I evaluated the young man quickly, then prepared for the next ambulance, the one carrying the young woman who might have lost her parents. I hoped she would remain unconscious a little longer, so someone else could deliver the terrible news. But when the paramedics brought her in, a chill ran through me the moment I saw her face. I checked her purse for identification. My hands shook as I read the driver's license aloud. Morgan Suzanne Lee. The nurse looked at me with worry-filled eyes. Do you know her? I nodded, feeling like I would pass out. She is my best friend's daughter. Gosh, what has happened?
Chapter 2. Morgan.
The full moon shone down on me through the moonroof of my father's SUV, bathing me in its silver light while I smiled like crazy. I still can't believe that I'm being honored tonight at the Smithsonian National Zoo. It's just so unbelievable. Dad looked at me through his rearview mirror, a smile in his eyes. What's hard to believe, honey? You've been devoted to the animals at the Virginia Zoo ever since you started there 5 years ago. I say it's about time someone recognized everything you do for zoo animals. You're my dad. You have to think I'm great, I said as I laughed. I know I've worked hard at the zoo, but what I didn't know was that anyone was really noticing me, and all that I do. I mean, we all work hard. No one is slacking. So why me? You get what I'm saying? I am just a vet tech. Mom turned to look at me, her brown eyes shimmering with pride. Morgan, you're exemplary. You stand out above the rest. It's your nurturing and giving nature that makes you the rock star that you are. I'm so proud of you, sweetie. You deserve this award, you truly do. You guys are so good to me. I knew my parents were behind my success. They were always supportive and helped me strive to always do my best. Without them, I didn't know what I would do. They were the solid foundation I needed to be able to succeed in work and life. By the way, thanks Dad for booking us rooms at the Waldorf. It's going to be so cool to get to stay there. All my friends and co-workers were envious of me when I told them you'd gone all out for our little trip to the nation's capital. I just thought that as long as we were in DC together, we should splurge a bit. Your mom and I have been pretty busy here lately, and a mini vacation is just what the doctor ordered. His mention of a doctor gave me the chance to talk about his old best friend, Dr. Michael Dawes, who had moved from our hometown of Newport News, Virginia, to Washington, D.C. to take a job at George Washington University Hospital. It had been 6 years since I had last seen him, but he and my father had kept in touch and saw each other whenever my father had business in D.C. I'd had a major crush on the hunky doctor for as long as I could remember. I was 11 when Dad first brought Michael around our home. Even though I was just a kid, I had thought my dad's best friend was totally hot. And he was so nice to me too. He would always say things like, "You're the cutest kid ever, and there's no one prettier than you, little princess." He'd made my heart melt every single time he said things like that to me. I hoped we were going to get to see him, since we were all finally in the same place at the same time. Have you told Michael that we're going to be in town, Dad? I thought I might surprise him. You know, when you and your mom go to the spa tomorrow, I can hang out with my old army buddy. But I want to hang out with him too. No one ever needed to tell me that my father and mother wouldn't be okay with me and Michael seeing each other. After all, the man was the same age as my parent. But the last time I saw the magnificent man, things that had only been dreams and fantasies before had happened. Maybe we can all eat dinner together tomorrow night, I said. It would be nice to see him again. It's been a very long time, you know. He used to be at our house almost every weekend, barbecuing and stuff like that. He works nights at the hospital. I doubt he'll be up for dinner. I'll be lucky if he has a few minutes to visit with me, Pumpkin. But I will ask. Even though the hope was barely a glimmer, I sat upright, smiling away. Great. Mom looked over her shoulder at me with curious eyes. Why do you sound so excited about that? Shrugging, I shoved down the excitement, not wanting either of them to get any ideas about what had happened between us that one night so long ago. I don't know. It's just been a long time since we've seen him, Mom. He was your favorite out of all of Dad's army buddies, wasn't he? Actually, I favored the colonel over all your father's friends, she said with a wink. Dad glanced at her as he moved through traffic. The colonel? I had no idea. I know. I lusted after the man in silence, she said with a smile. That old man? Dad asked as he shook his head. Mom just kept smiling as she said, it was that thick silver hair of his that made my knees weak. And he was so muscular too. When I looked at him, I didn't see a nearly 60-year-old man. I just saw a good-looking man who still had the ability to turn a woman's head. Glad I didn't know that when I was inviting my friends over, Dad said. Who knew my wife was lusting after the oldest of us all? You are such a freak, Laura. And I'm just finding that out now? After 27 years of marriage? I wasn't going to tell you a thing about it when the man was still alive, John. I would have died from embarrassment if you had told him anything about my secret attraction toward him. And if his wife had ever found out, I wouldn't have ever been able to face her again. I did a lot of charity work with her, if you will recall. So I'm not the only one who lusted after one of Dad's army buddies. I get it, Mom. There's something about a mature man that is super cute. Dad's eyes caught mine in the rearview mirror. Don't play into her weirdness, honey. Stick with guys your own age. Leave the old men to the old women. Dad just didn't get it. But now I knew that me and Mom did. It was nice to finally know where my attraction to older men had come from. This traffic is getting nuts, Mom commented. I sat back, knowing Dad needed to concentrate on driving, and we needed to stop talking so that he could do that. Closing my eyes, I went back to that night, the one night when I got to feel his touch. So, you ready to do this? Michael asked in a husky whisper as he stood naked in front of me. Lying naked on the bed, I opened my arms for him. Come to me. Show me what I've been dreaming of for such a long time. What followed was pure bliss. We gave ourselves completely to each other in a night of passionate connection that we both knew could only happen once. Every touch, every kiss, every moment felt right even though we knew it was forbidden. His warmth, his strength, and the way he made me feel cherished stayed with me long after that single night. At that moment, I never wanted it to end. I wanted to be with him forever. But that wasn't going to happen, not ever. What the heck? My father shouted, drawing me out of my memory. I looked out of the window to find headlights coming right at us. But the angle wasn't right. The vehicle moved through traffic in the wrong direction. The sounds of tires squealing to a stop were so loud that I had to put my hands over my ears. What's happening? I shouted. Mom's eyes were on the headlights coming straight at us too. Give it the gas, John. We have to get out of the way. I looked forward, finding a car that had stopped in front of us. Looking to the other side, I saw another unmoving car. We were pinned in, and there was no way out. I clung to the seatbelt, preparing for the impact, even though my mind could make no sense out of what was happening. I heard the squeal of tires, and turned my head to find the car beside us taking off, leaving us an opening to get out of the way. Dad, look. I looked ahead of us, and saw the other car take off too. Go, Dad. Go. Hang on, Dad screamed. Mom screamed in terror, no. The light became so bright that my eyes shut tight, and then there was nothing. Nothing at all. Pulse is normal, I heard a woman say, but it sounded like she was very far away. Something moved back and forth on top of my hand. Something soft and comforting. I couldn't make out the words, but a deep voice, that of a man, spoke. Dad. Internal bruising, I heard someone say, and they sounded closer than the woman had sounded before. No internal bleeding. Who are they talking about? Thank God, a man said quietly. The movement on my hand stopped, and pressure was put on it for a moment, before it felt as if a thumb moved back and forth on the back of my hand while someone held it. I'm going to order an MRI to check for any brain injury, a man said, sounding very close to me. More sounds began to come, people walking, beeping sounds, movement of material like sheets or something, someone pouring something into a cup. Where the heck am I? My head ached a little. I didn't really feel anything anywhere else, so I tried to move my big toe, and no pain came. I lifted my pinky finger on the hand not being held, and found some pain radiating up my arm. What happened to me? I searched my mind for a memory, and found myself sitting in my dad's SUV. He, my mom, and I were going somewhere together. Something for me. But we got stopped. A bright light filled my vision, even though my eyes were closed. The light got brighter and brighter, until I saw nothing but the bright light. Something hit me hard, and I tried to sit up but couldn't move. I screamed no. Hands came down on my shoulders. Stay calm, Morgan. It's okay. I'm with you. The voice was so familiar, and I opened my eyes, not being able to focus at first. Someone stood over me, hands on my shoulders. The hands moved down my arms slowly. I kept blinking until things came into focus. Shocked by who I saw standing over me, I whispered, "Michael?" Gosh, what happened?
Chapter 3. Michael.
Riddled with confusion, Morgan's expression told me she was completely shaken up. Yes, it's me, Michael. You're here, in the emergency room at the hospital where I work. Can you remember what happened? Tears welled up in her doe-like eyes. There was a very bright light, and then nothing. One tear ran down her cheek. Am I okay? Her lower lip quivered as she looked at me with fear in her eyes. Are Mom and Dad okay? Are they here, Michael? Clenching my jaw, I had to figure out how to tell her something that could very well destroy her. You're going to have an MRI done to make sure there's no brain trauma. We didn't find any broken bones, no internal issues, so that's good. Other than a few cuts and bruises, unless the MRI shows something, you're doing pretty good, Morgan. Slowly, she nodded. Can I see my parents? I looked at the radiologist, who walked in at just the right time. This is Roger. He's here to take you to get the MRI done. Let's get that out of the way, Morgan. Looking more than a little wary, she nodded. Are you coming with me, Michael? I'm not leaving you, Morgan. I'm going to be with you, every step of the way. I knew, without a doubt, that she was going to need me, or she would have a very hard time dealing with what was about to be thrown at her. Morgan and her parents had been extremely close. She was their only child, so they had revolved around her, and she around them. With them gone, her world would be turned upside down, and she wouldn't know what to do. I've never had an MRI before, she said, sounding like she was on the verge of being terrified. It's nothing, Roger said. You lay still, and the machine does all the work. All you have to do is relax, and it will be done in no time at all. Her eyes cut to me. And you're going to be there with me? I'll have to stand behind the glass, but I'll be right there. I'm really not going to leave you, Morgan. I promise you that. You will not be alone, at all. I'll be right here with you. That's nice of you. I'm sure Mom or Dad will take over as soon as they can. Did you see them? No, I didn't see them. I wanted to see to you, Morgan. Smiling weakly, she said, Thank you, Michael. It's really nice to see you again. I wish I didn't look like the wreck that I must be, though. I had envisioned looking quite a bit better than this when I saw you again. You look as pretty as ever. Taking her hand, I pulled it to my lips. I'm glad to see you again, too. The circumstances aren't the best, but it's still good to see you. Roger opened the door, and I helped him move the bed into the room. Why aren't you letting me walk? Morgan asked. Hospital rules. We're a no-fall hospital. That means we move our patients wherever they need to go, while they're here, until they're not a fall risk any longer. If you do have anything going on inside that pretty little head of yours, then we don't want you moved around too much. If you finished with that vet tech program you were taking when I left Newport News, then you must be aware of how important it is to be still until you've been thoroughly examined. I did finish the program and was certified 5 years ago. I work in Norfolk now, at the Virginia Zoo. I know the risks you're talking about. You're worried I might have a blood clot. A little bit, I said with a nod. While waiting for the MRI to do its thing, I tried to think about how I was going to tell her that her parents were gone. It wasn't going to be easy, and I wasn't exactly clear-headed myself. It was a shock to find out that I would never see my old friend again. We had remained friends through the years, and John would stop by to see me every time he had business in the capital, which was once or twice a year, sometimes more often than that. Those visits would never come again, and it wasn't easy to wrap my head around that fact. But I wasn't going to let Morgan hear that news from anyone but me. As hard as it was going to be to tell her this, I knew it had to be me who did it. God knew it wasn't going to be easy, though. All done, Roger said. I sent the file to you, Doc. Okay. We went back into the room, where I found Morgan in tears. I couldn't help myself, she looked so afraid. I took her into my arms, whispering, "Oh baby, it's going to be all right." She clung to me so tightly. I'm sorry. It's stupid, I know. But being in there, wondering if there's anything wrong, just got to me. Kissing the top of her head, my heart ached for her. It's okay. No need to apologize. I'm going to get you back to your room. Then go check the images on the computer. It won't take me long at all. Nodding, she let go of me and let me help her get back on the bed. I'll be all right. I'm just kind of wrecked right now. It's understandable. I looked at Roger and said, "Open the door. I'll take her back to her room." He nodded, then went to get the door for me. "You're getting the star treatment, miss." Smiling as she wiped away her tears, she said, "I know I am. I feel so lucky that I ended up here." Pushing the bed out of the room, I headed back down the hall. I'm feeling that way too. I'm glad it was me they brought you to. When we got back in her room, we found a nurse there waiting. Good, she's back. I've got the sewing kit to stitch up the deep lacerations. Craning her neck to look back at me, Morgan whimpered, "I need stitches?" "A few." I locked the brakes on the bed, then moved the tattered sleeve of her dress up her arm, exposing the bandage that had been hidden underneath. "Here." The paramedics bandaged it, but it needs to be stitched up. Pulling the bottom of her dress up a little, I showed her the other bandage on her upper thigh. "And there's a pretty good laceration here, too. And one on your back. But that's all of them that need to be stitched. Or would you prefer staples?" "Stitches," she said quickly. "I'm not a fan of the staples. But what about using adhesive instead of stitches?" Shaking my head, I said, "They're too deep." Dang. So, I'm going to have scars from this thing. She was going to have more scars than she even knew. The physical ones wouldn't be near as bad as the mental ones, which would most likely last throughout the rest of her life. I'm afraid so. I'll go check the MRI images while Janice fixes you up. I'll be right back. I was almost out of the room when she called out, "Michael." Stopping, I turned to her. "Yeah, Morgan. Thank you. I really mean it. Thank you for being so nice to me." "You're welcome. I wouldn't have it any other way, Morgan. I'm happy to be here for you." I turned to leave, the heat of unshed tears burning the backs of my eyes. Once I was down the hall where she couldn't see me, I rubbed my eyes with my fists, wishing like anything that this wasn't real. Wishing that I would wake up and find that this was all just a terrible nightmare, I went into the lavatory to freshen up and gather myself. Cold water felt good as I splashed it all over my face. Running my hands down my cheeks, I saw my reflection in the mirror and wondered if Morgan still thought me to be the most handsome man on the planet. I wasn't in my 40s, like I'd been when we'd had our one night together. Now I was 50, and she was only 25. She was in her prime, and I was past mine. Smacking my cheeks, I said to myself, "Stop it. You can't even be thinking this way right now. She has just lost her parents. Keep intimacy out of this. Don't even think about it, man. Be her friend. Be there for her, emotionally." Nodding, I knew it was the right thing to do. I had to put that one night out of my mind, so I could be what she needed right now, and that was a friend, not a romantic partner. After seeing the MRI images and finding nothing wrong with her brain, I knew she would feel much better knowing that there was nothing more to worry about with her health. But then the bad news would have to come. I couldn't keep it from her much longer. "Good news, Morgan," I said as I came into the room, finding the nurse stitching up the place on her back. "The MRI results are all positive. No clots, contusions, concussions, nothing at all. You are very lucky to have only some bruising and a few lacerations. So, I can move around now. You're no longer a fall risk, and I'll take you home with me in a couple of hours." "Home with you?" she asked with a cocked head. The nurse finished what she was doing. "All done." "Thank you," Morgan said. "I barely felt a thing." "Good. I hope the next guy thinks the same way. He's got several places I've got to close up. Seems he got into a fight with a broken beer bottle. What a night this one is." "Yeah," I said as I took a seat on the bed facing Morgan. "Close the door on your way out, please." "Sure thing." Now that we were alone, and I was certain that Morgan's health wasn't at risk, I knew the time had come to tell her the terrible news. "I want you to come home with me, Morgan." "I don't understand. And when can I see my parents? You said I can move around on my own now. I want to go see them." Brushing her hair back off her face, I felt a lump forming in my throat. "You can't see them." She took me by the wrist. "Why not? Are they in surgery or something?" "They aren't here, Morgan." I inhaled deeply, preparing myself for what had to come next. This was the hardest thing I had ever done, and the words weren't coming easy to me. "Where are they? Can you take me to them? I really want to see them, Michael." Taking her hand, I eased the IV the paramedics had inserted into the vein in the back of her hand. I took a cotton pad from the pocket of my scrubs, then held it over the spot, applying pressure on it to stop the bleeding. "You won't be needing this anymore." I looked into her eyes. "You're going to be okay, Morgan." "I believe you," she said, then moved her other hand to run her fingers along my cheek, leaving smoldering trails on my skin. Trying to ignore the feelings she inspired in me, I gave all my attention to her as she said, "You look sad, though." "Why would you look sad if I'm going to be okay?" Moving my hands up both her arms, I rested them on her shoulders. "Morgan, you and your parents were in an automobile accident. From what I was told, you were unconscious when the paramedics arrived on the scene. I don't know how much you remember about it, but the firemen had to bring the jaws of life to get you all out of the car." "It was that bad?" she asked with a frown. "I didn't see any pictures. I only know what the guys who brought you in said." "You said they got all of us out of the car," she said. "Where did they take Mom and Dad?" I couldn't make myself say the words. I didn't even want to hear the words myself. But I had to tell her. Closing my eyes, I swallowed hard before opening them, and then I let the words flow from my lips. "They didn't make it, honey." For a moment she didn't blink, didn't take a breath, didn't say a word. Slowly she put one hand over her mouth, and then a single tear dropped. "No," she whispered. "It can't be true." "I'm sorry," I said, trying to hold back the sobs building inside me. "I really am sorry. I'm here for you." Shaking her head, she sucked in her breath loudly. "No. It's not true. It can't be true. We were talking. We were happy. I was supposed to get an award at the Smithsonian Zoo. It's not true, Michael. It's not." "I wish it wasn't true," I said quietly. "I really do. The thing you need to know without a doubt is that you're going to be okay, and that I'll be here for you as long as you need me." "No, Michael. No. No." The tears broke free and flooded her pretty face, making it red and blotchy as she finally began to let it sink in that her parents were no longer alive. Taking her in my arms, I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. "I'm here, honey. I am here for you. Anything you need, I'm here. I'll help you through this. You can stay with me for as long as you want." Her body shook as she held on to me for dear life. "I can't be without them. You don't understand. They're my life. They're my everything. This can't be real. It can't be. They were just alive a little while ago. How could this happen? Life is fragile. I had to stop talking as a sob lodged in my throat. I didn't know how I could make things right for Morgan. But I had to try. I had to help her get through this. I had to help her deal with the aftermath. There was so much to deal with, and she couldn't possibly do it alone. Holding her, hugging her, letting her hug me was all I could do at the moment. I felt the loss too. But I knew she felt it so much deeper than I did. If I could have reached inside her to take away the pain, I would have gladly done it. Holding her was all I could do. Crying with her. Hurting with her. Letting her know that I was going to be there for her. There was nothing else I could do. And it felt terrible. It felt like it just wasn't going to be enough. She needed so much more. But no one could give her what she really needed. Her parents to be alive, not dead, lying in a morgue. They are gone, and there isn't a thing anyone can do to change that fact.
Chapter 4. Morgan.
The room was dark. I woke with a start, sitting up in bed. Where am I? Scanning the unfamiliar room, I saw a lump on a chair near the bed. It all came rushing back to me then. I'm at Michael's home. It had all been a blur, him taking me home from the hospital, helping me get into his car, then buckling my seatbelt for me, trying his best to smile and make me feel safe. I'm going to go very slow, Morgan. I don't want you to be afraid. My house isn't far from here. We'll only be on the road for about 10 minutes. You can lie on the seat back and close your eyes if the drive begins to overwhelm you. And just tell me if I should stop. I'll pull over if I need to. I just want to get you home where I can take care of you. Are you sure I won't be in your way? I didn't want to be a problem for him. I knew he must have made a life for himself during the 6 years since I'd last seen him. Your girlfriend won't mind me being there? I don't have a girlfriend. And I don't want you to worry about a thing. I want to be here for you. For as long as you need me, I will be right here for you. I know this won't be easy for you, but you need to know that you can count on me for anything and everything you need. I'd settled in as he went around to get into the car. With a sigh, I asked, "What am I supposed to do about my job at the zoo in Norfolk?" "You'll take time off is what you'll do about that. Again, don't worry. I'm going to take care of all that for you. All I want you to do is rest and try not to think or worry about anything. I've got a guest room where you'll be comfortable." And that is right where I woke up, Michael's guest room. And he was sleeping in a chair next to the bed. I knew he could have gotten into the bed with me. He was being such a gentleman though, worrying about me so much, taking such good care of me. Without Michael, I had no idea how I would be dealing with the things I had to deal with. Just knowing that I had someone I could count on to help me get through this meant more to me than he knew. It was still there, the attraction. But now it was even bigger, and different in ways too. He was more than just this handsome man who I had lusted after for so many years that I had lost count. He was kind. He was considerate. He was there for me during the hardest time of my life. And that made what I had always felt for him grow by leaps and bounds. Yet even though I knew my feelings were growing for him, there was this unending numbness that wouldn't let any happiness shine through. It felt as if this emptiness would never refill. I had no one anymore. Mom and Dad were gone. I was alone. Completely alone. Michael could not fill that hole that had opened inside of me, and I was sure it would never close up again. My heart was no longer whole. I would never be the same. I wasn't even sure I could do my job anymore. Tears began to pour from my eyes, as I knew that I should have died with my parents in that accident. Why was I the only one left alive? Why was I the only lucky one? It wasn't fair. Not even a little. It was the most unfair thing that had ever occurred in my life. and I didn't understand it at all. Wiping away my tears, I tried to slow my racing heart. Nothing made sense to me. One moment, I felt numb. It was like nothing was ever going to make me feel anything again. But then, all of a sudden, emotions would run high, spiraling me into such sadness, then I would get yanked back to feeling nothing at all. It was exhausting, and I closed my eyes and went back to sleep. At least, when I slept, nothing happened. That's all I wanted, nothing to happen. I had no idea how long I'd been sleeping, when I heard something that woke me up. Unsure of what the sound was, I turned on my side and saw the sun had risen since I had last woken, and I saw Michael balled up on the chair next to the bed. He'd moved, and by the empty water bottle that was on the floor, I guessed he'd knocked it off the nightstand that separated us. The blanket that had covered him was lying on the floor too, having slipped off him sometime during the night. I had to use the bathroom, so I got off the bed, feeling stiff and achy all over my body. After draping the blanket over him, I went to the attached bathroom and saw my reflection in the long mirror that hung over the vanity.
Gosh, I look terrible.
Shoving my hand through my hair, I pushed it away from my face before going to sit on the toilet. I had never felt like this. Everything on my body, inside my body, all my emotions and feelings, every darn thing hurt. Putting my face in my hands, I tried hard not to cry but failed miserably. It took me what seemed like an eternity to stop crying. My eyes burned as I looked at the shower. I needed a shower. I didn't know much about what I needed, but I did know that much. Michael had lent me one of his t-shirts to sleep in. I slipped it off and stepped into the shower, turning the water on. Cold water hit my skin at first, making goosebumps spring up all over me. I endured it without complaint. My head hung low as the water warmed and began to feel soothing. My limbs were weak, but I managed to wash my hair and cleanse my body, going through the motions without thinking at all. My brain hurt. I didn't want to think. When I became too tired to stand any longer, I turned the water off, wrapped myself in a huge white towel, and brushed my wet hair a few times before going back to the bed. Michael, still covered in the blanket, snored quietly. I couldn't help but look at him as I climbed into the bed, pulling the damp towel off before covering myself with the sheets and blanket. My father and Michael had been good friends. Dad had visited him on the occasions he was in Washington, D.C. Michael would never see his old friend alive again. And I knew that had to hurt the man. He and Dad had been old Army buddies. They'd both lost friends during their time in the service. I knew it was one thing to lose a friend in battle, and quite another to lose them in a senseless car accident. Michael was hurting too. I knew that without a doubt. But he was shoving that pain to the side so that he could be there for me. He was my hero. There was no doubt about that. The man was absolutely my hero. I felt a smile move my lips as I gazed at Michael. And then it faded away, as I thought about why I was in his home with him. If it weren't for the death of my parents, I would not have been there. There was absolutely nothing to be happy about. Happiness wasn't a thing I should even feel, maybe ever again. I had to close my eyes. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't feel the way I had felt for him. It wasn't right. Not that it had ever been right. He was my father's friend. Nothing else mattered. If we were together, then that would only be because my father was dead. And that just didn't sit well with me. How could it? If it hadn't been clear to me before, it was crystal clear now. Michael and I could never be together. Not romantically, anyway. I could lean on him as my father's friend, but nothing more than that. To do anything more would be a dishonor to my father's memory. And I would never dishonor my father like that. I was sure Michael never would either. It was bad enough what we'd done 6 years earlier, the one night we allowed ourselves to have. That could never happen again. It was wrong then, and it was even more wrong now that my father was dead. I had no one else to help me through this, though. Michael was the only one who had offered his help. I knew there was no one in my mother's or father's family who would be equipped to help me deal with all the things I had to deal with. Funerals, life insurance policies, settling their financial obligations. So many things had to be taken care of, and I had very little knowledge about the vastness of it all. But Michael would know. He was a mature adult, and he'd taken care of himself for a very long time. He would know things that I had no inkling about. I truly needed him right now. It was hard not to look at him. My eyes kept opening, scanning his body, then I would close them again, chastising myself silently for checking him out. I was reminded of that night we had spent together. After we'd fallen asleep that night, I had woken and moved the blanket to uncover him, really looking at him in a way I hadn't done while we were together. His muscles were solid, even while his body was in a state of rest. It was amazing to me. There wasn't an ounce of shame in me back then for what we'd done. But now, I did feel ashamed of myself for looking at him while he slept. I also felt shame for what had happened between us back then. I should not have done that. It was the most disrespectful thing I had ever done to my father. And I knew that it was me who had led the way for that night to happen. Michael had been lured in by me. I recalled it well. The doorbell rang, and I found Michael waiting at the door. "Hey, cutie. Your dad around?" He'd held up a 6-pack of beer. I thought he might want to split a 6-pack with me tonight. I had sort of a rough day. Dad and Mom went to New York for the weekend. Mom wanted to shop for something to wear to her cousin's wedding next month, so they made a weekend trip out of it. I had opened the door wide, gesturing for him to come inside the house. "But I'll share that 6-pack with you." "You're not old enough, Morgan." He stayed where he was, not coming inside while eyeing me warily. "Thanks for reminding me. I could use your help though. The light in the ceiling fan in my bedroom went out, and I can't reach it to change the bulb. I'm too short. But you might be tall enough for the job." And that was all it took to get the man inside my home, where we were all alone for the first time ever. We gave ourselves to each other that night, in a passionate connection we both knew could only happen once. I had never thought about what had happened that night as bad at all. But with my father gone, I couldn't think anything other than how wrong it had been. And I also knew that it had been all my fault too. Poor Michael was just a victim of my youthful desire. I had taken advantage of the man who had just come to our home, looking to spend some time with his friend. Who knew I could be so reckless? I hope you can forgive me, Dad.
Chapter 5. Michael.
Yawning and stretching, I opened my eyes, finding Morgan looking at me. She smiled, even if slightly. "Morning." "Good morning," I said, noticing my body's natural morning reaction hidden under the blanket. I moved around carefully to make sure she didn't see anything, cautious not to let the blanket fall off me. "How'd you sleep?" "I didn't dream," she said. Her eyes were puffy and red-rimmed, and I knew she'd been crying a lot during the night. "I think that's normal." Nodding, she pulled the blanket up, and I noticed that her shoulder was bare. I'd given her a t-shirt to sleep in, but it looked like she didn't have it on anymore. I took a shower earlier. I had hoped that it would make me feel better. "But it didn't," I said, knowing that nothing was going to make her feel better for quite some time. She nodded. "No, it didn't. You shouldn't worry, or even think about feeling better, or even feeling normal for a while, Morgan. It's not going to happen. And that is perfectly normal for a person in your situation." "I suppose you're right," she mumbled sadly. Sitting up, I kept the blanket covering me. "I'm going to my bedroom to get cleaned up, and put some clean clothes on." I knew she had nothing to put on, as her dress was pretty much ruined with all the rips and stains. "I can run to the store to buy you some clothes so that you can get dressed. It won't take me long to do that." She sat up, tucking the blanket under her arms to make sure she stayed covered up. "If you can hand me my clutch purse that's on the dresser behind you, I can use my cell phone to order some clothes from a nearby store that delivers." "I don't want you to go to any trouble, Michael." There are some things I can do for myself. You're going to be helping me so much. I don't want to take advantage of you. Take advantage of me? I asked as I kept the blanket covering me, going to get her purse, then tossed it to her so that I didn't have to waddle back across the room. Here you go. She let the purse fall on the bed without trying to catch it. Otherwise, the blanket would have fallen. Yeah, Michael. I don't want to take advantage of you. Well, I want you to take advantage of me. You've been through a very hard time, and I don't want you taking anything on yourself. I am here for you. Use me. Let me do everything I can for you. So order yourself some things if you want, but I will go to the store and bring you back some clothes too. There's really no need for you to do that. I order stuff from the local stores in Norfolk often. The things are usually delivered within an hour's time. She opened her purse and took out her phone, then looked at me. The battery's dead. Do you happen to have an iPhone charger? I do have one. I'll bring it to you right after I shower and get dressed. She laid back down. No rush. I'm still sore and not feeling super great. I think I'll sleep a bit more. Nothing hurts when I'm sleeping. I won't take long. You rest. I'll bring something for you to eat and drink when I come back. Thank you. She closed her eyes and I went to get cleaned up. My body was still reacting in ways I didn't want it to as I showered. I didn't want to be that guy. The guy who couldn't keep his mind on what was important. I quickly finished my shower, got dressed, then went to make Morgan something to eat and drink. I'd left her bedroom door open and peeked inside, finding her sitting up, the blanket still tucked neatly under each arm. I couldn't sleep. I see. I'd put everything on a tray and taken it to her. There's a block and the charging cord. I just made scrambled eggs and toast for now. I'm going to order in for lunch. So think about what you'd like to eat. This is very nice of you. She looked at the food as I put the tray on her lap. I wish I had an appetite. Brushing her hair back, I knew grief made it hard to eat. Honey, I know you don't feel hungry at all, but you have to eat. You know your mom and dad would want you to keep taking care of yourself. You don't want to disappoint them. Picking up the fork, she sighed. No, I don't want that. Your dress was a size 5. And I did notice that your bra was a 28C, but the panties, you still had them on, so what size should I get them? Her brown eyes shimmered as she looked at me. Really, Michael, I will order the things. Don't go to the store. I don't want you spending money on me. Well, I am going to spend money on you, so you should just get used to that. Shaking her head, she said, I will buy my own clothes. And maybe we can make a trip to my apartment later today, or even tomorrow, to let me pack up some of my things to bring over here. I wanted to make things easy on her, and asked, do you have a roommate who might be able to pack some stuff for you? And then I could get a delivery person to pick it up and bring it here. I'm worried about traveling triggering you. I live alone, she said. There is no one to do that for me. So I will have to travel. I'm going to have to do it anyway. I can't not drive or be driven around. I know that. But you don't have to do it so soon after such a tragic event. Morgan was going to have to get used to the fact that I was going to take care of her. Look, we're going to have to make a trip to your parents' house sometime this week anyway. Your dad told me that you live about an hour away from each other. We can do all that at the same time. I pulled my wallet out of my pocket and held out one of my credit cards. Use this to order your clothes. Get a week's worth. I have my own money, she said, not taking the card from me. I know that. But you won't be able to go back to work for who knows how long. I don't want you to spend what money you have. Plus, I've got plenty. I am a doctor, you know. The pay is pretty good. Her eyes drooped and she stared at the floor. When will I ever feel happy again? Taking her into my arms, I hugged her, rocking back and forth. You will be happy again, honey. It's just going to take a little while. But the grief does fade. It never really completely leaves you, but some normalcy does come back. Placing her hands on my chest, she pushed me back gently, then looked at me with shimmering eyes. I feel like this will never fade away. Of course, you feel that way now. This only happened last night, sweetheart. Just know that this is completely natural, and it would be unhealthy not to feel this way right now. I felt similar to her, having lost a great friend. You know, we can help each other, Morgan. Having you here taking care of you is helping me deal with my loss. You are helping me just by letting me help you. So, let me help you, honey. It's all I really want to do. One tear ran down her cheek. Michael, are you really sure you want me here? I'm sure I can go stay with an aunt or uncle or something. I want you here with me, Morgan. I want you here with me for as long as you want to be here. I mean that. I've been thinking about what happened between us, and I know I was the one who pushed that. No, you did not. I wasn't about to let her take the blame for what we'd done. First of all, we shouldn't even think about that right now. What's done is done, and there is nothing we can do to change it. I know you're feeling guilty about what we did behind your father's back. Believe me, I have felt that same guilt throughout the years myself. And now that he's gone, it's almost overwhelming. But there is nothing that you did to make that night happen. If anyone is to blame, it's me. It was me who asked you to come inside to change my light bulb, she said sulkily. And I didn't have to go inside the house at all. I didn't have to go change out that light bulb. You and I both know that I could have said no. I was being all forward and eager, she said. I wasn't about to let her think badly of herself and put my finger to her lips to quiet her. No. You were not any of those things. You cannot think badly of yourself. I was the adult in that scene, not you. I was 19, she protested. That is a legal adult, Michael. I was in my mid-40s. I knew better than to do what I did. But I did it anyway. And I'm not sorry that we did what we did. At least in many ways I'm not. But I am sorry for betraying your father's trust. I'm sure that you are sorry for that too. Would I do it again if I could turn back time? I'm not completely sure about that. I have happy memories of that one night. So do I, she whispered. But I have a lot of guilt about it now. Now that he's not here anymore. You know what, Morgan? We shouldn't be talking about this. Not yet, anyway. We've both suffered a tragic loss. You, much more so than me. Now is not the time to think about anything we did in the past. We have a lot to think about, and a lot of decisions to make in the coming days. Let's not let the past get in our way. Nodding, she sighed heavily, her chest heaving. You're right. There is so much to do. I can't let guilt weigh me down right now. Her eyes turned to meet mine. I need to call work. Can you plug my phone in for me so it can charge? I can do that. Moving off the bed, I got her phone charging, then pulled out my phone and handed it to her. You can use my phone to make that call. Shaking her head, she said, I can't remember the phone number right now. I can't remember much at all. My brain is in this fog. It's hard to think. I get it. Let me make the call for you once your phone is charged enough to turn on. Now, you do me a favor and eat this food. It will help a bit with the brain fog. Would you like some coffee? She shook her head. Not really. I don't know why I even asked. You're going to say no to anything I ask you right now. I'll be right back with some coffee. You eat up. I want to see a clean plate when I get back. You still like chocolate, right? Her slight smile made my heart swell. I still like chocolate. All right. I'll be right back with something so yummy, you won't be able to put it down until you've drunk every last drop. I went to go make her coffee, happy to see her smiling, even if it was only a tiny smile. Thank you, Michael. You are more than welcome, honey. None of this was going to be easy. I knew that for sure now. Not only was I beating myself up over the betrayal I'd done to my friend, but Morgan was also doing the same thing to herself. Somehow, we had to put what we'd done behind us so that we could get on with life without letting guilt cripple us. When I went back to her, warm cup of coffee in hand, I found her shaking with tears flowing. Putting her hands over her face, she whimpered, "I'm so sorry. I can't seem to stop myself from breaking down." Hurrying to her, I put the cup on the nightstand, then sat on the bed, taking her into my arms. My lips pressed against the top of her head as I quietly said, "Cry all you want. There is nothing wrong with doing that. I've got you. You're safe with me." Her arms moved around me, holding me tightly. Her body sagged in my arms, and the weakness she felt poured into my body as well. It was so hard not to give in to my own grief, as I tried my best to stay strong for her. I owed her father that much and even more. "I promise you, John, my dear friend, that I will only do what is right for your daughter." "I will never see them again," she sobbed. I didn't know what to say to that. So I hugged her even tighter. "You are going to get through this. I don't even know if I want to go on without them." That I could not let her get away with even thinking, much less saying. I held her back, taking her by the chin to make her look at me. "I know you don't mean that, Morgan. You must go on. Your mother and father would want that. You can't say or think things like that. Never lose sight of what really matters here. You are the only legacy your parents are leaving behind. You are special. You serve a purpose. You are the product of their love. A love that endured the tests of time. Don't let their deaths end everything they have ever done. You were left behind to fulfill a purpose. You can't let them down. They are looking down on you, and eventually you will feel that strength they instilled in you. You are your parents' legacy, and you must go on. Plus, I would miss you." Gulping, she looked at me with wide eyes. "Would you really miss me?" "I've missed you for 6 years, so I am positive that I would miss you. Not that anything like what happened between us before can ever happen again."
Chapter 6. Morgan.
Hours later, I sat dressed in some shorts and a t-shirt that I'd ordered and gotten delivered from the nearby Walmart. They weren't the most fashionable clothes I'd ever bought, but they did the job of covering my body. My mood showed in the colors of everything I'd purchased. Black. Everything was black. It wasn't as if I had planned on buying only black clothing, but I had done just that, even buying packages of black socks, panties, and a couple of black bras. I'd also bought some shampoo and conditioner that I had never used before, but their packaging was black too. The only thing I couldn't find in the depressing color was toothpaste and a toothbrush. They were the only things that had arrived that had any color to them at all. I had moved from Michael's guest room to the living room, holding a warm cup of coffee in both hands, blowing the wisps of steam around as they emerged from the cup. Watching the white trails twist and turn until they disappeared completely, a thought about my parents came to me, and I had to put the cup down on the coffee table. Are Mom and Dad ghosts now? I had never given much thought to what happens when a person dies. But thinking of my parents as ghosts bothered me quite a bit. Shivering with the idea, I wrapped my arms around myself. Michael came walking through the living room, having worked out in his home gym. A small white towel hung around his neck. "I'm going to shower, and then I'll come back to hang out with you. Think about what you want me to order for lunch." "I'm not hungry," I said softly. He stopped, then spun around to face me. "If you don't think of something to eat, I'll order liver and onions, which I know you hate. So you had better get to thinking about what you might like to eat, so that doesn't happen to you." "So it's like that then, huh?" I asked with a little laugh. "It's exactly like that." He smiled, making my heart skip a beat as his smile made him even more handsome. "Cheeseburgers sound good. Don't you think so? And French fries with chocolate shakes?" I asked, recalling how many times he'd brought me those things when I was a kid. "Is there any other way to enjoy a juicy cheeseburger?" He turned and walked away. "Find us a movie to watch too. Something funny. I love hearing you laugh. I'll be right back." Tucking my feet underneath me, I leaned back on the cushy sofa, then picked up the television remote to see if I could find something funny for us to watch when he came back. But the sound of the doorbell ringing stopped me. Getting up, I went to answer the door and found a woman standing there, holding some kind of black file-like thing. "Hello, I'm Mrs. Stapleton, a grief counselor from George Washington Hospital. Are you Morgan Lee?" "I am." I stepped back to let the woman inside. "Won't you come in?" "Yes, thank you." She placed her hand on my shoulder. "I am so sorry about your loss, Morgan." I knew I would have to get used to hearing those words from now on. "Thank you." I walked away, leading her to come and sit in the living room with me. I'm still in shock over it. It's just hard for me to believe that I'm never going to see them again. "I'm sure it's extremely difficult," she said, taking a seat on the chair next to the sofa. I took a seat on the sofa near her. "So, are you here to tell me about things that might help me get through this?" "I'm sorry, no. I'm here to help you with the funeral arrangements. The county contacted the hospital and asked if we could help the next of kin, that's you, to make the plans for your parents." "I have to do that already?" I thought that was kind of quick. They've only been dead a short amount of time. "That's true. And they won't be moved immediately. But there has to be a plan that can go into action." "Did they leave wills that stated what they wanted to do with their remains?" "I don't know." My chest began feeling very heavy. "Did they belong to a church?" she asked, leaning her head forward a bit to get me to look at her. Pulling my eyes from the coffee table where they had become glued while I tried not to cry, I replied, "No. We didn't go to church." "Okay. Well, do you have access to where they might have kept their living wills? Or their legal wills? Did they have a lawyer?" "I really don't know. We didn't talk about things like that." I began to see black coming in from both sides of my vision. "I'm not sure what to do." "That's why I'm here," she said, "to help you figure things out." Inhaling deeply, I tried to hold back the sobs that had begun building inside me. We're not from Washington, D.C. "Yes, I am aware of that fact. Your information says that you're from Norfolk, Virginia. Is that where they're from too?" "No." It began to get hard for me to take a breath. I held up my hand. "I am Hampton." "Virginia?" she asked. "Are your parents from Hampton, Virginia?" Nodding, I felt like I was about to pass out. I could not do this. Not right now. It wasn't the right time yet. I wasn't ready yet. I barely noticed that she'd gotten up and left the living room. When I felt a touch on my shoulder, I turned to find her standing there with a glass of water in her hand. "Here, have a sip of water. I know this is hard for you." When I reached out to take the glass from her, I saw my hand trembling and knew I would drop the glass. I shook my head, withdrawing my hand, then tucking it under my arm. Placing the glass on the coffee table, she sighed. "I wouldn't be here if it weren't important. The county can't keep your parents in the morgue for long. Unfortunately, the space is needed. If I can just get your approval to move them to one of our many wonderful funeral homes, then that will be enough for now." The idea of my parents' bodies being moved about made me sick. Jumping up, I ran to the nearest bathroom and threw up in the toilet. And then I began to cry. My eyes were so irritated from all the tears I'd shed that they burned like fire as I sobbed. Lost in my agony, I only became aware that anyone else was around when strong arms wrapped around me and scooped me up like a baby. "It's all right, Morgan. I've got you," Michael whispered. "I'm taking you to the bedroom. I'll deal with this. Don't you worry." He carried me as I held onto him, my face buried in his chest. The next thing I knew, I was laid down on the guest bed and turned to hide my face as I cried into the pillow. I could not handle this. I wasn't equipped to deal with what the woman wanted me to deal with. Deciding where my parents' lifeless bodies went wasn't a thing I could even think about. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The thought of them lying inside a coffin made my stomach hurt. The idea of them being buried made my heart hurt. Nothing about their death made me feel anything but sick. I had no idea how long I'd been lying there crying, but suddenly, I felt the bed sink down and knew someone was sitting on it. Not now, I managed to choke out. A firm hand gripped my shoulder, pulling me over to face him. I saw Michael in a blur as tears clouded my vision. She shouldn't have talked to you about that stuff. I handled it. I don't want you to worry about anything. I've already put in a call to my lawyer and asked him to see if he can find out if your father or mother had a lawyer. I'll find out if they left a will of any kind. But I can make all the arrangements. You don't have to do a thing. Somewhere deep inside, I knew that I would hate myself if I did absolutely nothing for my parents. They had given me everything, and I had to give something back to them for all they had done. I couldn't let grief stop me from honoring them. Sitting up, I wiped my eyes. I want to help. You don't have to, Morgan. I can see this is tearing you apart. Let me handle things. I will do what's right for them both. You can trust me. No. I shook my head. I have to help. I can't not do anything at all. I owe it to them. I have to stop crying and start thinking about what they would have wanted. Taking a deep breath, I still felt tremendous pain in my chest, but I knew that wasn't going away anytime soon. For all I knew, it was a pain that I would have to learn to live with. But I couldn't let anything get me so down that I didn't do anything for my parents to commemorate their lives. Mom did a lot of charity work. I need to let the lady she worked with know what's happened. And both sides of the family have to be told. I know they do, honey. He ran his hand along my arm. Let's get the final arrangements made so that we have something to tell everyone. They're going to be taken to a funeral home here in D.C. Nodding, I asked, should their funerals be here? You know, I think it might be a good place for that. Your father had a lot of friends in the military. And both your mom and dad have family on the East Coast. But what do you think, Morgan? It wasn't like I could really think. But I knew that he was right about Dad having lots of military friends. Yes. Let's have the funerals here. Taking several deep breaths to clear my head, I remembered my grandmother's funeral. My grandmother on Mom's side was cremated. And I kind of remember Mom saying that's what she wanted too. But she wanted her ashes spread, not put into an urn like my grandmother's were. He ran his arm around me, and I put my head on his broad shoulder. She loved cherry trees. She really did. She planted 3 of them in the front yard when they moved from Newport News to Hampton. I smiled as I thought about what kinds of things Mom would want at her funeral. Do you think they can make an arrangement with cherry blossoms? I bet they can. His lips pressed against the side of my head. Laura would love that. Yeah, I said with a sigh. You know, I was there when your parents first met. You wouldn't believe the way your dad caught her attention. I laughed a little as I remembered what my mother had told me about that. Mom said that this weird guy came tumbling down at her feet, and somehow they ended up hanging out together, then dated, then love bloomed. It's hard to believe that my dad could be that silly as to fall on purpose at anyone's feet. That did come out of left field. I will say that. He laughed. There were 3 of us there that day. Mitch, the guy who had paid for the whole trip to Cancun, Mexico, me and your dad. Mitch and I didn't think his little fake falling trick would work. But somehow it did. I think it's because my mom and dad were always meant to be together. Pulling my head off his shoulder, I looked into his blue eyes. Do you think some people are just meant to be with each other? His smile slight, he nodded. Sure I do. I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud, but somehow we'd been brought together during the worst time in my life. I had to wonder if we were meant to be together too. But even as I had the thought, a pain of guilt penetrated my heart. There is no way that I was meant to be with one of my father's best friends. I had to stop trying to fool myself. There was already a world of pain that I was in, and replaying in my mind how Michael and I couldn't be together romantically wasn't going to do anything but hurt me even worse, adding to that pain. A double funeral is best, I said, trying to get my mind off what could never be anyway. Well, how about we do a memorial service for both of them? And then we can spread their ashes once they come back, he said. Come back? I didn't know what he was talking about. Well, they would have to be taken to a crematorium. That can be done after the memorial service. And once we have their ashes, we can spread them somewhere. Hey, maybe under the cherry trees in their front yard. What do you think about that? Smiling, I had to tell the truth about what I thought about his idea. Michael, I don't think anyone will want to buy a home with the previous owner's ashes spread around the front yard. Maybe we should spread them in a park or something. You're right, he agreed. I just hadn't thought about you selling their house. I guess I thought you might keep it and move out of wherever you are living now. I hadn't even thought about doing that. I do rent. And they owned their house. It might make more sense. But their house is an hour from where I work. So I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not. He kissed my cheek. It's nice to hear you talking about things. You're going to get through this and do just fine. I hope he's right.
Chapter 7. Michael.
My lawyer had called earlier to let me know that he couldn't find anything to do with a will, or even a lawyer who represented John or Laura. We were going to have to go look for a will. There was no way out of it. We had to go to her parents' house to see if we could find their wills. Plus, the funeral home wanted clothes to put them in for the memorial service. I hadn't told Morgan about the trip we were going to take yet. It had only been 2 days since the accident, and she was still stricken with grief. Certain things had to be done, though. If nothing else, I would go to John and Laura's home alone. But things would go so much easier if Morgan went with me. So, I went to the guest room to see if she was awake yet. Knocking softly, I asked, "Morgan, are you awake?" "You can come in," she said. Opening the door, I found her dressed in black leggings and a long black shirt. Her hair pulled into a ponytail, no makeup on. She looked a lot better than she had the day before. "You're looking fresh today." I took a shower. She got up from the chair she'd been sitting on. "I'm kind of hungry this morning." "Good." I noticed her bare feet. "If you put on some shoes, I'll take you out for breakfast." Her eyes went straight to the floor. "I can't go out yet." Moving close, I took her in my arms, holding her. "I didn't mean to rush you. It's just that every once in a while, I just start crying. Not like sobbing, but tears kind of just flow. I don't want to be in front of people, if that happens." "Of course you don't." I kissed the top of her head. "I've got to go to your parents' house today. There's just no way around it. But if you don't want to go, you can stay here." "I should go." "Are you sure?" I didn't want to push her to do something she wasn't ready to do yet. "Yeah. Let me put my shoes on, and we can leave. Maybe we can just pick up something to eat along the way." "If that's okay with you," she said. "It's fine with me. I'm glad you're coming. We can even go by your place while we're down that way. You can pick up some stuff." "That would be nice. I need some of my own things." When we got into the car, I began to worry and looked at Morgan, who just sat down in the passenger seat. "I want you to tell me if you begin to feel anxious about being in the car, Morgan. I can pull over." Strapping on the seatbelt, she nodded. "I will let you know before I lose it." "Please do." As I drove down the road, everything seemed okay. It was morning, and the sun shined brightly. Morgan looked out the window as we made our way out of my neighborhood. "I feel fine. Maybe that's because it was dark when the accident happened." "You're probably right. You should avoid riding in a car or driving at night, at least for a while." I pulled onto the highway, and we were heading south to Virginia. It's been 6 years since I've been in Virginia. A little trip back in time for me. "Have you missed it at all?" she asked, looking at me. I would be lying if I said that I didn't miss it at times. My cell rang, and I took the call over the car's speaker system. "It's the hospital," I told Morgan. "Dr. Dawes?" a woman asked. "This is me," I answered. "This is Mrs. Davenport, from the Human Resources Department. I have a note here that you called early this morning, requesting a leave of absence." "Yes, I need an extended leave. Can you make that happen for me?" Morgan wore a worried expression, but said nothing. "Can I ask you why you need this, Dr. Dawes?" Mrs. Davenport asked. "A friend of mine passed away in a tragic car accident," I said. "Oh, I am so sorry," she was quick to say. "But why do you need an extended leave of absence?" "He and his wife were killed, and their daughter was with them when it happened. I need to be there for her. I need to help her with all the arrangements, and to get through this terrible time." Looking grim, Morgan turned her head, looking out the window instead of looking at me. Mrs. Davenport still had questions, though, as she asked, "She doesn't have family who can help her?" "Mrs. Davenport, I honestly don't think you should be asking me these things. I want time off. I have worked through holidays, and haven't even taken a full vacation in the 6 years I've worked at the hospital." "But you are aware that we're short-staffed," she said. "You have been short-staffed for years. Maybe your office should be more worried about hiring more medical staff. And then you wouldn't have to give me trouble about asking for time off when I really need it." "I see," she said. "Well, I will make up the paperwork and send it to your email. Sign it and send it back to me before Friday. Am I to leave the date open for when you'll be coming back to work?" "Yes," I told her. "I won't know until the time comes." "Okay then. My condolences to you and your friend's daughter. Goodbye, Dr. Dawes." I ended the call without saying anything else. "She sounded mad," Morgan stated, still looking out the window. "Don't worry about her. It's you who matters to me." Her head pivoted slowly until she was looking at me. "You can't lose your job over me, Michael." "I'm not going to lose my job. Didn't you hear what she said? We're short-staffed. There isn't a medical facility in the whole nation that's not short-staffed. I'm not going to get fired for doing this. Have you really not taken a full vacation since you started working there?" "That's true. I've only taken a couple of days here and there. 3 days in a row at most. I've been a team player, taking shifts so that others could take time off. Now it's my turn to take some time. And it's not only for you, Morgan. I mean, you're the main reason, but this has taken a toll on me too. I wouldn't be any good to the patients in my current state of mind." "You don't seem to be doing bad, Michael." "I don't let you see my weak moments, Morgan. I don't want you to worry about me, so I don't let you see that. But this is hitting me hard. Maybe it's because of you. I don't know. But I haven't been fully functioning since I realized that it was you in my emergency room." I didn't like the way her pretty eyes looked down as she said quietly, "I'm interfering in your life." "Hey," I said to make her look back at me. "I don't think that way, and I don't want you to either." "I can't help it," she said. "You wouldn't be inundated with all this if it weren't for me. Look, I want to be here for you, Morgan. If you had to handle things on your own, I know that you could muster the strength to do it. But I want to help you. I care about you. And I'm not leaving you alone with all this." Blinking back tears, she gave me a little smile. "Thank you. I'm glad you're here for me. To be honest, I don't have the faith in myself that you have. I don't think I could pull myself together to do the things that need to be done." "You're smart, Morgan. If you had to handle this on your own, you could do it. Don't sell yourself short." I wanted to get her off the current subject, so I changed the topic. "Tell me what you do at your job at the zoo." A real smile curved her lips, telling me she loved her job. "I take care of the animals. Like all of them. As a vet tech, I work all over the zoo. One day, I might be bottle feeding some baby tigers whose mother hasn't figured out how to do that yet. The next, I might be gathering duck eggs to bring them into the hatchery. Once, I was called to help with an Australian crocodile. It had a toothache, and I had to brush his teeth. Shut up. I shouted, not believing her even a little. You're screwing with me. You'll see. I've got a picture of that in my apartment. I'm pretty proud of that. How did you do that without getting your hand bitten off? There were two strong men holding the croc's mouth open with a couple of ropes. It took a heck of a lot of trust, but I managed to do it. While brushing his teeth, I found a black spot on one of the teeth way in the back. Of course, it had to be way in the back, I said with a grin. You know it. Anyway, I sent one of the other techs to get some pliers. You are going to tell me that you pulled out that dangerous animal's tooth? No. I didn't do that. I didn't really have the strength to do that. And to be honest, I didn't have the courage to do it either. I let one of the stronger men do that job instead. I just set up the extraction, then stood back and watched. The other tech pulled it out. But that croc thrashed about, and didn't seem too happy about getting his bad tooth removed. He still growls at the poor tech every time he sees him. Come on, you're screwing with me now, aren't you? I asked. How can a stupid reptile remember who pulled out his tooth? I'm not Dr. Dolittle. I can't talk to animals, and they can't talk to me to tell me how that croc can remember that. But it is totally true. She ran her finger across her chest. Cross my heart. It sounds like you're kind of a badass, Morgan. I have to admit that I saw that aspect in you way back then. It has always been there, simmering inside of you. You keep it hidden pretty well most of the time, though. Her cheeks turned red. She ducked her head and smiled. I bet I know when you saw that aspect of me. I hadn't even meant to bring our one night up. But that was indeed when I'd seen it. Anyway, I can't wait to meet the people you work with at the zoo and hear their stories about you. I bet they have some real good ones. I can't go there yet. I don't want anyone to see me like this. I didn't mean today, sweetheart. I mean just sometime. You know, whenever you're ready to go back. No rush. You hear me? I mean it. No rush. I've got your back. Bills and all. I don't want you to go back to work until you're sure that you're ready. From what you just told me, your job is on the dangerous side, and you will need to be fully focused before you get back to dealing with wild animals. Zoo animals aren't anywhere near wild animals. I mean, they can certainly still hurt and even kill people. But they're used to people messing with them, unlike wild animals. But you're right. I will need to be able to focus, or I could get hurt or even worse. I'm sure my boss would let me do other things that don't involve contact with the more ferocious beasts, though. I won't need to take off that long. Maybe a week or so. Oh, honey, you're going to need to take off longer than that. I'm thinking a month. A month? She gasped. I can't take off an entire month. I'm not about to let you pay all my bills, Michael. I have to go back to work before a month's time. First of all, I would have no problem whatsoever paying all your bills. Second, you should get paid bereavement pay. So you should have some money coming in. Oh, you mean like when I take vacation leave and still get my salary? Yes. I guess that's how that works. Are you going to still get paid, even though you're taking off? I sure am. Oh. I didn't think about that. Well, that does make a difference. But I will miss the animals. You'll miss brushing the teeth of a monster? I had to laugh. Wow. Well, that not so much. But it can be fun. Especially the babies. The monkeys are so cute. I bet they are. I looked at her, wondering if she would bounce back from this a lot sooner than I had thought she would. Whatever you want to do, I'm in your corner. Thank you. Having you with me makes me feel better. I hadn't even realized I would still get paid. I have no idea what else I haven't thought about. Don't worry about that. No one expects you to be sharp and on point right now. When we get to your parents' home, I'll need you to try to think, though. We need to find their wills, if they have any. So you're going to need to start thinking about things either of them might have ever said about anything like that. If there's anything like that, Dad's home office is where you'll find it. Have you told Dad's boss yet? I have. The military does a lot for its deceased members. For instance, at the memorial service, there will be a 21-gun salute, and you'll be given a United States flag. I had to let John's boss know about the accident so he could get things in order. The smile left her eyes, her mind back on the deaths of her parents. I'll be in the middle of it all, won't I? Well, you are their only child. But I'll be right there with you. You won't be alone. Not ever. For as long as you need me. She looked at me, ending my sentence. You will be right here. That's right. I promise not to hang on to you for too long. You do have your life to get back to. Hang on to me for as long as you want. The truth is, I don't know if I ever want you to let go.
Chapter 8. Morgan.
Pulling into my parents' driveway, the wave of sadness hit me again. I am not ready for this. My hands flew to cover my eyes, but one of them was taken before it could make it to its destination. Michael held it, his eyes on me. Hey. You can do this. This is important. Take a deep breath. I did as he said, and felt like I might be able to handle this. Okay. So, the first thing I need to know is if you have a key. I do have a key. Taking it out of my purse, I took another deep breath, then got out of the car. Michael met me in front of the car, then took my hand and we walked to the door together. Do not focus on things when you go inside. Keep your eyes moving. The more you keep moving, your mind moving, the less it will bog down in sadness, and try to bring up memories of everything that is in there. I think I can do that. He was being very helpful. I had to give him that. Just keep on throwing these ideas to me, please. Will do, baby. Reaching out to unlock the door, I found my hand shaking so badly that I could not even put the key in the lock. Darn it. He took the key from me. Here we go. The lock clicked and then the door opened. The smell of my parents poured out, filling my nostrils with scents that did two things to me. They made me happy and sad at the same time. How long will this place continue to smell like them? Come on, Michael said, hurrying me inside. Remember not to focus on things, even smells. I have never been here. Where is John's office? Trying to ignore everything that was trying to grab my attention and take me down memory lane. A place I could not go to at that time because we had things that needed to be done. Over here. It is the room right off the living room. Mom hated that he had taken that room to make an office in. The two of them would shout at each other whenever she was in the living room watching television, and he was busy trying to concentrate in his office. I cannot tell you how many times I told Dad to just move his office to the guest room down the hallway. But he said he was not going to move, just because Mom could not turn the television down to a reasonable level. I loved how those two argued. It was too cute, he said, reaching out to open the door to Dad's office. You did not have to live with them. I held my breath as the door opened, not wanting to inhale the scent of my father and go down that path again. It could not have been that bad, Morgan. He still held my hand and pulled me into the office with him. Okay, let us start nosing through everything. We are looking for any sort of legal papers at all. While we are looking for their wills, we might as well look for insurance papers too. Do not you think? I asked as I went to the closet to start there. See, I knew you would know what to do. His smile never failed to make my heart skip a beat. He tried the top desk drawer only to find that it would not open. Have any idea where the key to this might be? Hand on my hip, I tried to think about where Dad had put the key to his desk when I lived at home. It was not this same home though. It was our home back in Newport News. But he might have still kept it in the same place as he had then. Try the very bottom left drawer. All the way at the back. It might be under a box or something. I opened the door to the meticulously cleaned and organized closet, taking down the things from the top of the closet first. "Hey, you were right," he said, holding up the key. Unlocking the drawer, he pulled it open, then pulled out Dad's laptop. "Do you think he has this thing locked up too?" "I honestly have no idea. I cannot ever remember him messing with that when I was around. It is pretty much always locked in that drawer." Taking the first box to the table nearby, I opened it and saw a bunch of papers. "Well, I have got loads of papers in here. See what they are about," he said. "I am going to search this whole desk from top to bottom." One paper after another had nothing to do with personal things, but old business he had done way back in the 90s. Nothing here. I put the lid back on the box, then got out another one. Box after box, and all I found was that my father had never thrown away a single piece of paper in his entire life. This is going to take forever. Dad never threw anything away. Well, that is a good thing. We are sure to find the wills and the insurance papers, if that is the case. We just have to keep looking. I am thirsty. I am going to go to the kitchen to get something to drink. Want something? Sure. Anything is fine, he said, going to search the next drawer. I went to the kitchen, trying very hard not to look around and see my mother everywhere. Opening the fridge, I noticed the food that Mom had bought for Thanksgiving. I had forgotten all about the upcoming holiday that I only then recalled was less than a week away. She already had the turkey thawing in the fridge. I tried to look away from it. But then my eyes hit the can of cranberry sauce she had also put in the fridge, and I felt a knot forming in my throat. Quickly, I closed the door to the fridge and went to the sink, letting the water run, hoping that would somehow stop me from breaking down. But it was not working, and the first tear fell. Suddenly, I felt arms pull me back, then I was turned around, and Michael held me tight. "I thought this might happen and rushed to get to you." His lips pressed against the top of my head, and I ran my arms around him. The tears stopped, and the knot in my throat went away. Warmth ran through me. For a moment, we simply held each other. Our faces drew close, and for one heartbeat it felt as though the rest of the world had disappeared. Then, crash. The sound, so loud, jerked our attention to the back door that led out of the kitchen and onto the patio in the backyard. A yard that had a 7-foot-tall privacy fencing around it. "What was that?" he shouted as he went for the door, flinging it open. Right behind him, I looked around and saw one leg, clad in black pants, going over the fence. There. Michael took off. Hey. Whoever it was long gone by the time he got to the place where the person had gone over. Heaving himself up, he went over the fence, and I could not see him anymore. Michael. Closing the door and locking it, I ran to the front door and went out. Running up the driveway, I finally got far enough out to see Michael running down the street. In front of him was a black car, but it sped away. He slowed down and then stopped completely. Hands on his knees, he seemed to be trying to catch his breath. I had no idea what had just happened. I was not sure if someone had been trying to break into the house, or if they were just being nosy. But something had happened. I went back inside, then to the kitchen, where I unlocked and opened the back door again. This time, I looked to see what had fallen, and found a patio chair broken on the cement where it had fallen. Someone had to have been standing on that chair. But why? "He was looking for a key," came Michael's voice from right behind me. Not having any idea he had even made it back into the house yet, I screamed and pounded his chest with my fists. "Darn it. You scared me." Taking me by the wrists, he stopped me from hitting him again. "Sorry." Now I am all shaky. He looked past me, out at the yard. "I am going to have to find someone to put in a security system before we can leave here." What? That sounded like it could take a while. Maybe even days. "Michael, I do not want to stay here that long. We have got to keep searching for the wills and insurance papers anyway. While we are doing that, someone can be installing a security system. We cannot leave it like this." anyone could get inside. You are right. I searched his eyes for only a moment, trying to find the right words to ask about what had just happened between us. But he turned and walked back inside. I am going to make some calls right now. Yeah. I will get us those drinks I was supposed to be getting. I followed him inside, closing and locking the door behind me. He turned around quickly, nearly bumping into me. Hey. Can you grab a chair and climb up to see if there is a spare key up there? Oh yeah, sure. Thanks. I will have the locks changed too. I did not find an extra key, hidden at the top of the back door. I checked all over outside to see if there were any hidden keys and found none. It had never been a thing my parents had done before, so I did not really think I would find anything. But obviously, someone else had thought they should look to see if there was a way they could get into my parents' home. And that bothered me. It had only been 2 nights since they had been home. I had no idea whether the news had reported the accident and their deaths or not. The neighborhood was nice though. I could not imagine anyone nosing around and trying to get inside. But maybe it was not someone from the neighborhood. I went to find Michael to ask him what he had seen when he got over the fence. He was just ending a call when I walked into Dad's office. They will be here soon. Good. I checked around the house and found no hidden keys. Mom and Dad never did anything like hiding keys anyway. But I wanted to ask you about what you saw when you got over the fence. A man wearing all black got into a black car. Someone else was driving it though, because he jumped into the passenger seat before it sped away. So it was not just a nosy neighbor then, I said to myself. But who would want to get into their home? And why? I am not sure. What bothers me the most is that I happen to know that their deaths have not been reported yet. The commander at the base where John works told me he was not going to allow the release of any information about their deaths or the accident. And why is that? I asked as that seemed odd to me. Why keep it a secret? Shrugging, he said, your father might have been doing something for the military that you guys did not know about. What does that mean? He looked around, pointing at the ceiling, then mouthed, not now. Nodding, I knew what he meant. He was afraid the house might have been bugged. Anyway, so there is someone coming to install a security system. And surveillance cameras. We can use our cell phones to see if anything sets off the motion detectors. If that happens, the cameras will begin recording, and we will be able to see what is going on. Yeah, but we are going to be over 3 hours away, I pointed out. So, how is that going to help? The police will be alerted, and they will come to deal with whoever it is. I will make sure they know to take anyone into custody, and keep them there until we arrive to question them. For now though, we keep looking for what we came here to find. Nodding, I turned to go back to the kitchen to get us something to drink. A lot had just happened in the matter of a few minutes. We may have come to find important documents, but could we have found a whole lot more than that?
Chapter 9. Michael.
So much had happened, and my mind still spun trying to take it all in. I almost kissed Morgan. I had not meant for that to happen. Not at all. The attraction I had for her, and the attraction that flowed between us proved too much to control. But I had to learn how to control it. It was not lost on me that the only reason she and I were even together was that her parents had died. I could not take advantage of her while she was in such a delicate state. And even though my friend was no longer around to feel the betrayal, I just could not do it. It was wrong. Plain and simple. Nothing to even think about. It was just very, very, very wrong. The search for life insurance papers and wills kept me busy. And staying busy was the only way I could keep my mind off Morgan. So I really dug in, taking the time to read some of each document I found in John's desk. "Are we going to have to stay the night here?" she asked as she came in, carrying a couple bottles of water. Looking up at her, I held my breath for a moment before answering, "Morgan, do you want to stay here?" Shaking her head, she said, "No. There is so much that is triggering me here. I wish to leave right now. I know we cannot do that, though. I just want to know if we are going to have to stay, so I can get myself prepared for that." "No need to get prepared. The guy from the security company said he would be by here within the hour to get it all done. After that, we can go to your place to get some of your things." Placing one of the bottles of water on the desk, she swayed back and forth, taking a drink of hers. Her eyes never left mine as she pulled the bottle away from her rosy pink lips. "So I will just say it." I knew what she was going to say, but pretended that I did not. "Say what?" I went back to grubbing in the desk drawer, keeping my eyes off her. "The moment we almost had. I am sorry I let that happen." I could not look at her, not wanting to witness the disappointed expression she was sure to be wearing. "I am not." Easing my eyes up to hers, I saw only a soft smile in them. "Morgan, I feel like that was not the right thing to do. You are in such a bad state right now, and you will be for some time. We should not be thinking about anything like that. At least not yet." "Why not?" "You know why not. Do not act like you do not understand." Lifting a large brown envelope from the drawer, I found the words on the outside to be a good sign. "Ha! I think I have found life insurance papers." "Thank goodness." She came to look over my shoulder at my find. "Open it. Let us see if it is both of theirs." Sliding the papers out of the envelope, I saw both of their names on the front page, and then there was Morgan's name as their beneficiary. "We have found gold, baby." Overjoyed that we had found at least one of the things we had come here for, I jumped up, and the next thing I knew, I had her in my arms and was spinning her around and around in her father's office. Why do I just keep doing this to myself? Putting her feet on the floor, I apologized. "I am sorry, Morgan." I tried to walk away, but her hand on my arm stopped me. "Would you just stop, Michael?" "I cannot," I let her know. "He was my friend, and what we did was wrong. He was my father, and I know we both have a lot of guilt about what we did. But there is something here, Michael. We do not have to act on it." I went back to the desk. "We still need to find their will." Taking a seat on the other side of the desk, she looked through the life insurance papers. "Wow." Placing the documents on the desk, I could see her eyes had gone wide. "Is it a lot of money?" I asked, pulling the pack of documents to me. But what I saw was not lots of money at all. 20,000. Nodding, she gulped. "Are not funerals expensive?" "From what I have heard, yes, they are." I did not want her to worry, though. "Hey, I can cover what this does not." "I do not want you to worry." "So, you think that amount will not even cover both funerals?" "It might. I do not know that for a fact. I can go see the people at the funeral home they were taken to and see what they say. You did decide that both are to be cremated, and then we are going to spread their ashes together under some cherry trees. So that should not cost much. But this is not going to be your problem to deal with. I have got this. I mean it. I want you to use the insurance money, and if there is anything else owed after that, then I guess you can pay it. But I want to pay you back. If payments will be all right." "No way. You are not paying me back. If you want to use the life insurance money, then I will agree to that. But you will not pay me back even 1 cent. No more discussion about it, either." "Well, thank you." "You are welcome. I am here to help you, Morgan. So just let me do that." The doorbell rang, and she sprang to her feet. "I will get it." Quickly, I hopped up too. "I am coming with you. I am sure it is the security guy." Just as I had guessed, it was him, and he had brought along a whole team to get things set up quickly. So I got back to work, looking for the wills I was sure had to be in John's office. Morgan kept digging in the closet, where John had box after box of files and papers. Suddenly she shouted, "Hey!" Thinking she had found what we were looking for, I went to see what she had found. What did you find? Oh, nothing in here. But I just remembered that there is a safe in their bedroom. That is probably going to have a combination, I said, following her out of the office across the living room, and then down the hallway to the bedroom. I bet it is my birthday, she said with a smile. Do you remember when my birthday is, Michael? Let me think about that for a second, I teased her. Of course, I remember your birthday. I only went to your party for like 8 years in a row. May the 10th, and I do believe that you were born in the year 1997, making you now 25. You do remember, she said, glowing as she smiled at me. I remember your birthday too, Michael. June the 26th, 1972. The same year Mom and Dad were born. You are 50 now. I was not super happy about how dramatic our age difference was. Anyway, we can try using your birthday as the combination. Back when I was a teenager, I looked up our astrological signs and found that they are compatible. I am a Taurus and you are a Cancer, she said. Even though I knew we should not be discussing anything about us and how compatible we were, I asked, and how is that? She opened the door to her parents' bedroom and froze in place. I watched her eyes scan the room. Mom's perfume. Taking a deep breath, she took one step into the room. Dad's shampoo. I knew she had to get her mind off this. Yes, it smells great in here. So, what did you find out about our signs? Shaking her head as if trying to shake off the sadness that I knew had to have been creeping in, she said, you and I are both sun signs. And that alone makes us a great match. But then the article also said that our signs make the best match within the sun signs. There was some stuff about having to be honest with each other, or we could really hurt one another. Something about us being easily hurt. Well, that is not me, baby. I was an army soldier, if you will recall. Not much can hurt me. Mentally, silly. She walked to the closet and opened the door. Oh man, she whispered. I thought the sight of her parents' things was overwhelming her, and stepped in beside her to give her some support. The massive closet was filled with shoes, clothes, and her mother's purses. I know this is hard. No. I mean, it is. But I was saying that because I had no idea my mother had accumulated so many designer shoes and purses. She was holding out on me. Well, you are their only heir, so these are all yours now. Nodding, she went to take one of the purses down off the top shelf, which was full of them. This is a Christian Louboutin, she said quietly, as if she were holding some masterpiece of art or something. This costs like $1,000. Opening the purse, she pulled out a matching wallet. This thing costs hundreds. She peered into the purse. There's something inside. Pulling it out, she held up a note. Mom's handwriting. She handed it to me. I am starting to shake. Can you read it? Smiling, I read the words, Christmas surprise, and then she put your first initial. She was going to give me this for Christmas? She held the purse to her chest. This is so Mom. Hiding my presents in plain sight so that I have no clue what I am really getting. She was the queen of present giving, I said, remembering the great gifts I always got from them. Suddenly, the thought reminded me of the upcoming holidays. You know, we should start thinking about what we are going to do for Thanksgiving. It is coming up very soon. The fridge is full of stuff Mom planned on making, she said, sounding glum. I do not think I am up to it, though. Maybe I can donate all the food to some church or something. That is a good idea. I had to wonder what her parents would think about her not celebrating the holidays. It was one of their biggest traditions. Do you know if any of your relatives were planning on coming here for Thanksgiving or Christmas? With a shrug, she said, it does not matter. Once we have the funeral arrangements made, and I begin making the calls to the family, they will know that if my mom or dad did invite them over, it is canceled. Throwing a huge party was not going to happen. She was not anywhere near ready for that. But she had to do a little something. Hey, let us make a very small Thanksgiving dinner together at my place. Or your place. Whatever and wherever you want. I do not think so. She put the wallet back inside the purse, then placed it back where she had found it. You should just take some time and think about it. I mean, we have to eat that day anyway. It might as well be some turkey and stuffing, right? I do not know. She looked at me with a frown. I was starting to feel like myself again for just a little bit, but now that is fading fast. It is perfectly natural. I knew I had to give her space and time, so I asked, "Hey, are you sure that you want to stay with me?" I mean, I want to be with you. But is that what you want? I realize that I have been telling you what I want, but not asking you what you want. I do not want to be alone right now, she said with glistening eyes. I am so not me right now that it makes me nervous to be alone. I have got friends who would probably keep me company, but no one as good as you, Michael. But if you want to get back to your life, then I can go home and ask friends to come and stay with me for a while. I am sure they can take turns staying with me. But you want me to be with you? Nodding, her lower lip quivered. Only if you are sure you want that too. I do not want to make you feel like you have to be with me. So be honest. Is this all too much for you? Not at all. Draping my arm around her slumping shoulders, I pulled her close to me. I just do not want you to think you have to stay with me or at my home. We can stay anywhere you like too. If you want me with you, that does not mean we have to stay at my place. I like your place. Then we can stay there. I just want you to know that you have all the choices in the world right now. I will do anything you want. Michael? She asked, looking at me with sparkling eyes. Yes. Moving closer to me, she wrapped her arms around my neck. Can you just kiss me? My entire body tensed. Morgan, I'm not sure. Please, she whispered, cutting me off. Can you just tell me that everything is going to be all right, and then kiss me? Her lower lip quivered. I could see the edge of a breakdown in her eyes, and I knew she just needed to feel safe, to feel something other than fear. And the truth was, I had wanted this for longer than I could admit. My heart pounded, a heavy rhythm that seemed to echo in the quiet room. I knew the timing was wrong. I knew the risks we were taking. But as I looked at her, the logic faded away. Baby, I murmured, my voice barely audible. Everything is going to be all right. I leaned in, and when our lips finally met, the world outside simply vanished. It wasn't just a kiss, it was a release of all the tension we'd been carrying. She leaned into me, seeking anchor in the storm, and I held her tighter, my heart aching with a depth of feeling I'd suppressed for years. Even as the kiss deepened, a flicker of reality remained. I had to be the one to keep us grounded. This was her parents' home, a place of grief and memory, and as much as I wanted to lose myself in her, I had to protect her from making a choice she might regret later. It felt right and completely complicated all at once, but in that moment she was the only thing that mattered.
Chapter 10. Morgan.
The moment had not gone any further. Our combined guilt put a barrier between us for the rest of that day. But the next day, we had the funeral to plan, people to call, and there was no longer room for any barriers. We had to get over the guilt and deal with what lay ahead. I have made the last call, Michael. Aunt Julie and Uncle Tom will not be able to make it to the funeral because they are stuck at home with their kids who have got COVID. We had made it back to his place late the night before, after going to get some of my things from my apartment. The day before had been long, and this one was looking to be the same. I was already exhausted. The toll of having to tell the story of my parents' deaths over and over proved to be more than I could bear. I needed some rest, and I needed it more than I needed air to breathe. With a slump, I walked past Michael, who sat at the dining room table, tapping a pencil on a pad of paper. I have got one more call to make, and then I will be done too. He reached out, taking my hand to stop me from just walking by. Hey, only one more day, then we will have the funeral and things can start to get back to normal after that. I do not believe you. He smiled, tugging my hand to pull me closer. Believe me. I looked at our clasped hands. I am going to take a nap. Looking at him, I pulled my hand free. Please do not wake me. Go rest, Morgan. I can see that you need it. I know this is hard on you. But it is almost over. I could not even say a thing. I just nodded, then went to the guest room where I promptly passed out. I did not even wake up until the next morning, still wearing the jeans and t-shirt I had fallen asleep in. Holy cow, I moaned as I stretched. Picking up my cell phone, which I had put on silent so I could sleep without being disturbed, I looked at the time and found it was 9 in the morning. Sleeping late was not a thing I did. Neither was sleeping for 15 hours. This was a definite sign of depression. Not that I really cared at the time. That is the thing about being depressed, you just cannot find it in you to care about anything. So I lay there until my bladder made me get up to go to the bathroom. There, I looked at my face in the mirror, sighed, then went back into the bedroom where I found Michael sitting on the bed. Finally, he said, I was wondering if you were ever going to wake up, or if you had become the new Sleeping Beauty. Nothing beautiful about me now. Slumping into the chair near the bed, I could not muster any energy. One more day, until the funeral. Just one more day. Not that I really thought anything would be different after that. Michael wore a smile as he said, I have got one for you, Morgan. He wiggled his dark brows. A joke? I asked as he began every silly joke he had ever told me with the same line, I have got one for you, Morgan. Nodding, he said, 2 muffins are baking in an oven. One of them looks to the other and says, Phew, it is getting hot in here. The other looks back and says, Ack. A talking muffin. I could not help myself and laughed just a little. Silly as ever. But the muffins in the oven are true. I am baking an assortment of them. Apple, blueberry, banana nut, and chocolate chip. I was not even hungry. But if he had baked them himself, I had to try them. Do I have time to shower before they are ready? You do. I will meet you in the kitchen in, say, 30 minutes, he said as he stood. Sounds good to me. Can you make coffee too? I already have a pot brewing. I have got some pretty good news for you too. What is it? I will tell you over breakfast. Feeling a bit optimistic about his good news, I hurried to take a shower, then dressed in a comfy dress and some flats. I pulled my wet hair into a ponytail, then went to the kitchen to find him carrying a basket filled with the most delicious-smelling muffins in the world. Now, I am hungry. They smell amazing, Michael. I must agree with you. He put the basket on the table, just as I took a seat. There were already plates and coffee cups laid out, so I picked up the carafe of coffee and filled both cups, leaving room for cream and sugar. Which kind should I try first? With one cocked brow, he said, chocolate chip. So I plucked one of the chocolate chip muffins from the pile and took a bite. So good. I knew you would like them. He put cream and sugar in his coffee, then slid them to me before picking out a couple of muffins and putting them on his plate. So, the good news I have got for you is that you are going to get to keep the life insurance money your parents left you. Stirring my coffee to blend everything in, I shook my head. No, I am paying that toward their funeral. You do not need to. The last call I made yesterday was to an old friend of mine, and your father's from the military academy we went to. Mitch Hanover is a very wealthy man and extremely generous too. He is paying for everything. So I took the liberty to upgrade the funerals. I butted in, funerals? I thought we were just going to have the one they both share. Not anymore. It is going to be gorgeous. The caskets have been upgraded too. I mean, everything is going to be top of the line. Remember the cherry blossoms you talked about when we first had the discussion about what your parents might have wanted? Yes. But the price of those was astronomical. I know. But we have got a complete spray of them that will lie on top of her casket. And there will be a spray of red, white, and blue carnations in the shape of the United States flag on your father's. Mitch said to spare no expense and to make these the best funerals ever. So I did just that. We are going to send them out in style. Why would he do this? I had to ask. I have never even met the man. I mean, Dad did talk about him. But he never came over or anything. Why would he do this for a man he did not even stay friends with? He became sort of reclusive in his older years. And he cannot come to the funeral either. He is laid up in the hospital right now. He did not fill me in on much, but something happened at his home and he was hurt. He said he had been in a medically induced coma. He also said to tell you that he sends his condolences. He and your father did talk on the phone, so they were still friends. Oh. Well, that is more than nice of him. So there is nothing more that needs to be done for their funerals tomorrow then? Not a thing. Thanks to all that money Mitch is putting into it, I was able to hire funeral planners who will take care of every last detail. There is even a reception luncheon at the Waldorf. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. Since money was no object, the funeral home was able to get both of them cremated yesterday, and their ashes will be in urns that the planners picked out. There will be caskets, and pictures of them will be placed inside. But they are just for show, like on borrow from the funeral home. Wow. There were no words to describe how I felt. This man sounds like a real angel. He is no angel. But he is a great guy. Maybe send him a letter to thank him. I will most definitely do that. I spent the rest of the day trying my best not to think about what would happen the following day, and went to sleep early, feeling very tired. Waking on the day of my parents' funerals, I felt lost, alone, and afraid. Going through the motions, I got ready to go to the funeral home. It felt like I was not really there at all as I walked inside with Michael, much earlier than the other guests would arrive. I had wanted it that way. I wanted some time with my parents before everyone else showed up. What I saw defied imagination, as the funeral planners had outdone themselves. I looked around the church. Michael, this is beyond anything I could have ever dreamt of. All this is courtesy of Mitchell Hanover, one of your dad's oldest friends. It is gorgeous, Michael. I walked slowly to the front of the church, where the 2 crystal urns containing my parents' ashes sat on a table made of granite. Moving my hand lovingly over each urn, I could not help but smile. Mom would have loved this. Dad probably would not care, but Mom would. I wanted you to make the decision about where you want these kept. Should I get a mausoleum? Or a columbarium? Or would you rather keep them at your home? Michael and I had discussed what to do with their ashes, since the urns were so expensive. Tossing their ashes somewhere now seemed like the wrong thing to do when they had something so beautiful holding them. But I had no idea what to do. I do not know. What do you think they would want? He ran his hands up and down my arms as he said, they would want you to do with their ashes anything you want to do with them. They are no longer attached to these things. But whatever brings you comfort is what they would want. I ran my arms around him, laying my head against his chest. The urns are so beautiful. It would be a shame to hide them away. I want them. Is that weird? I pulled my head off his chest to look at him, gauging his reaction to what I had asked. Not at all. If you want to take them home after the services, then we will most certainly do that. Can they sit on your mantle until I feel ready to go back to my place? Of course they can. A smile came naturally, and my heart warmed, loving that I had him with me during such a difficult time. You are the very best, Michael. His lips pressed against the top of my head as he rocked me in his strong arms. I will be happy to do anything that makes this easier for you, Princess. Suddenly, I felt like I was going to cry, and tears welled up behind my eyes. Do not call me that, please. I did not want him to call me something he had called me when I was a child. And why not? He kissed the tip of my nose. You have been my princess for years now. I hated that he was trying to put me in that light. Seeing me as a little girl, and not the woman I had become. Pulling myself from him, I glared at him, letting him see my anger. Do not do that, Michael. Stop trying to pretend that nothing ever happened between us. Excuse me, a man said, taking our attention. Are you the daughter of the deceased? He asked me. I am. I am the minister here. I had a visitor today who brought me something to give to you. You are Morgan Lee, right? I am. I looked at Michael to see if he had an explanation, but his expression was blank, so I looked back at the minister. What is it? And who sent it? His name is Mitchell Hanover. His messenger said that he was a friend of both your father and your mother. He wants you to be taken care of in their absence. The man took a long white envelope out of his jacket pocket. Oh my gosh, Michael whispered. The minister gave him a dirty look for using the Lord's name in vain in front of him. Really, dude? Sorry. I mean, oh my gosh, Michael apologized to the minister, then looked at me. Brace yourself, Morgan. I had no idea what he meant by that, but I took the envelope the minister held out to me. Mitchell Hanover is the man who paid for all this. He has done so much already. What more could he want to do? If you knew the generosity of the man, Michael said, you might be more prepared for what you are going to find in that envelope. I slid my finger along the seam of the envelope, then took a peek inside, not understanding what I was looking at. Michael, what is this? How should I know? He said with a shrug. Carefully, I pulled out a small card wrapped in white paper. Michael, what is this? It is the same shape as a credit card. My hands began to shake, and I looked at him for help. Take it. Please, take it before I drop it. It is okay, he said, taking it from me. Let me see what the note says. He unwrapped the card, then read the note that was written on the paper. Morgan, please take this with my deepest sympathies. Your parents were an inspiration to me, even though I had never thought their young love would last the way it has. Have no doubt, their love for each other and you will go on for eternity. As their love is eternal, so are the funds that will continue to be added monthly to this bank account that is in your name, dear. My wish for you is to remember your parents every single time you use this card, so use it often, and make your dreams come true the way I know they would want for you. I felt clueless. What does this mean, Michael? Knowing Mitch, this means you are pretty much set for life, Morgan, came his simple reply. Set for life? I began to feel weak in the knees. Michael took notice and quickly helped me sit down. This is a lot to take in. He looked at the minister. Are the services going to start soon? In a half hour. The guests will be let inside in about 10 minutes, so that everyone can be seated by that time. He reached out and touched my shoulder. I just want to say to you, Morgan, that your parents are in a much better place than this cruel world. He looked at Michael, then winked. Take good care of her. I will, he said, then put his arm around me. The minister walked away to give us privacy, and I laid my head on Michael's shoulder. I am in shock. I bet you are. But this will all sink in eventually, and you will be just fine. Even better than fine. You will see. We will get through this, and take the urns with your parents' ashes home, and begin to get on with life. In a daze, the funeral went on as I barely paid attention to what was said about my parents. I did not want to hear anything. I did not want to be broken down by their words. So I only watched the people who had come to say their final goodbyes to my parents. With the services over, the guests walked by the caskets to look at the picture of my mother in one and the picture of my father in the other, and then they walked past the beautiful urns where their ashes were kept in grand fashion. Michael whispered to me, there is this small group of people who are heading for the side door instead of coming to the front like everyone else. I looked in that direction, and saw the people he talked about walking out the door. I do not know any of those people. Do you? No. He got up. Stay right here. I will be right back. With a nod, I stayed where I was, sitting in the family room at the side of the main room, where the guests were still saying their goodbyes to my parents. I would be the last to leave, taking what was left of them with me when I went. Looking worried, Michael came back to me. Those people got into a black car and drove away. I cannot be positive about this, but it looked a heck of a lot like the car I saw the man who had been in your parents' backyard get into when I chased him down. What if what happened was no accident at all?
Chapter 11. Michael.
I woke the day after John's and Laura's funeral, the morning sun streaming into my bedroom, and the urge to find out what was going on insistent in my brain. Hopping out of bed, I walked to the guest room where Morgan had slept. Knocking, I said, "Get up and get dressed. We are going to your parents' house today. And we are not leaving until we find their will and manage to get into your father's computer." The door swung open. Morgan looked me up and down, as I was only wearing my tight black boxer briefs. You heard me. I want to leave in 15 minutes. I walked away, feeling a rush to get to the bottom of things. Today was a new day. The funerals were over, and it was time to find out whether what had killed my friends was merely an accident or something far more sinister than that. My gut told me that I was going to find unsettling things, though. Within a half-hour's time, we were in my car, heading down to Hampton, Virginia. "You seem sort of like you are on a mission," Morgan said as she looked at me with worry in her eyes. "I am on a mission. First mission, find the will. Second mission, get into your father's computer." "Why do you want to get into Dad's computer?" "I might be able to find something that will connect him to those people we saw at the funeral yesterday." The more I thought about it last night, the more I now think one of those men was the same man I chased down the street. "You know, the one who was trying to get into your parents' home." I agree that something seems weird about those people. And I did begin to wonder yesterday if that was just an accident or something else. But I cannot remember much about what happened. I know it was dark. I know there was a full moon out. I know I saw a blinding white light. But everything else is fuzzy. I am not sure if the accident has anything to do with this or not. But it is awfully coincidental that not long after the accident, something that was not reported on, a man tried to break into your parents' home. Yeah, I agree that it might not be connected. But I still have not figured out why Dad's boss did not allow the news of the accident or their deaths to be made public. She looked out the window, then pointed at a sign. "Only 50 miles to Biscuitville. Can we stop there to get breakfast? It has been forever since I have eaten a good biscuit." "And their bacon," she said with a moan. "Nothing better than Biscuitville bacon." "Okay, you have got my taste buds tingling now. Of course, we can stop there for breakfast. But then non-stop to Hampton." Agreed. Looking a lot happier than she had been before, she smiled as she said, "I got up last night just to look at Mom's and Dad's urns on the mantel, and for the first time since all this happened, I felt happiness. I think they are okay, Michael. And I think they like that we brought them home with us too." "I have that feeling too, Morgan. I was not sure how I would feel about having her parents' ashes in my home. I even wondered if I would have nightmares, since I sort of had the feeling that now that John was dead, he knew everything about that one night we had had. But nothing had happened. It was even peaceful. I am glad you like having them there too." The trip went well, as we chatted about all sorts of things. Morgan seemed to be getting back to her old self, and I had the feeling that it would not take long for her to want to get back to her job and back to her apartment. And I had to admit that I did not want her to go. But as soon as we walked back into her parents' home, she deflated. "It still smells the same." I came in behind her. "Hey, let us get right to work." The will was not in the safe in their bedroom. "Do you think they even had one?" "I honestly do not know if they did or not. They never said a thing to me about anything like that. Hey, this just popped into my head. Maybe someone at the courthouse can tell me something about that." "Make the call, baby." I headed to John's office. "I am going to get to work cracking the password to your dad's computer." While I toiled away, trying to guess what John might have used as a password, Morgan seemed to have completed her mission. She strolled in with a grin. So, there is no will on record in the county courthouse. And since I am their only child, I automatically inherit everything. I have got to wait for their death certificates to come in the mail. I had them mailed to my address just to make things easier. Once I have those, I can go to the bank and take care of their accounts. So that problem has been solved. It is crazy, you know? What is crazy? I asked. It is just that I have got a pretty clear head and can deal with stuff now. What is it about a funeral to clear things up? She plopped down in the chair on the other side of the desk. So, can I help you? I hope so. Can you think of 4 letters or numbers or a combination of the 2 that your dad might have used? Well, what about Mom's birthday? She took a pad of paper and a pen from the jar full of them and wrote the date down. Oh, and maybe his mother's birth date. His dad's might be it too. She wrote down everything she could think of, then sat back after pushing the pad full of numbers and letters toward me. There you go. That is all I can think of. There is a lot here. I might as well get started. She got up. I am going to go see about making something for lunch. And I will probably clean out the fridge to make sure nothing is spoiling in there. Holler if you need me. I will do it. I got to work, although at a slow pace, as the computer had to be shut down with every 3 attempts I made, or it would lock up. Since it took such a long time, I decided to go and see if John had left any beer in his fridge. What I found broke my heart. Morgan, sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor, head hanging, face in her hands, crying softly. Oh, baby. I scooped her into my arms, carried her out of the kitchen, and took her into the living room, where I sat on the sofa, keeping her on my lap. This is too much for you. With her arms tight around my neck, she whimpered. It just hit me hard. Out of nowhere. I did not even know it was going to happen. And then I fell to my knees. This should not be the way it ends. They had so much more to do. So much to live for. It is not fair. I know it is hard for you to deal with it. Coming here was a mistake. It is just too soon. I do not know what I was thinking. Their funeral was just yesterday. I am an idiot. Do not say that about yourself. You are not an idiot. You are my hero. You are my angel. She buried her face in my neck, her tears wet against it. I am just crazy. You are not crazy. What you feel is normal and natural. We can leave. We got the answers about the will that we came for. But what about getting into Dad's computer? Never mind that. What matters is you right now. I am taking you home. I should not even have brought you here today. We are going to go home and take it easy. No talk about them. No talk about what might have happened to them. None of that. Gulping back sobs, she pulled her head up and looked at me. He said for us to hang on, Michael. What? I had no idea what she was talking about. Before anything happened, Dad told us to hang on. Like he knew something was coming. But it was too early to know that. What if he saw the person driving or something, and knew that we were in danger? While this is good to know, I want you to stop thinking about that time. For now, anyway. Give yourself some time to heal. What if I wait too long, and then whoever did this vanishes, and it is too late? She shook her head. I want to find out if someone did this to us on purpose. I want to find out if they meant to kill them both, or just one of them. I want to know if they meant for me to die with them. What if they want me dead too? I cannot see that being the case, Morgan. Your dad may have been into something dangerous. He is a lifelong military man, after all. I do know that he made trips to the capital, though. And that could mean all sorts of things. So, Mom was killed just because they were after Dad. Maybe. I did not want to speculate. Let us not talk about this right now. Let us get you home. Is there anything you want to take with you? Maybe some of the Thanksgiving dishes your mom used during the holidays. You know, bring a part of her home with us and begin a new tradition. I remember that she had this butter dish she only brought out on holidays. And a gravy boat too. Sniffling, she wiped her eyes. She has one for Thanksgiving with a turkey on it, and one for Christmas that has Santa on it. Why not let me go in the kitchen, and I will find them and wrap them up so that we can take them back with us. I should do it. She got off my lap and turned to me, holding out her hand. Come with me. I took her hand, and we went to the kitchen. She opened one of the cabinets. That kind of stuff is at the very top. Dad used to have to get it down for her. Reaching up, I pulled down the things so she could see what she wanted to take. Here you go. I spotted the red candy dish Laura always filled with wrapped candies that she would put out all Christmas season. I remember how your mom would fill this with different things. My favorite was... She interrupted me, the butterscotch hard candies. I remember that all too well. Mom would check the bowl each morning to see if she needed to add anything, and every single time you came over, she would know you had stopped by because all the butterscotch candy was gone. So we know we want to take this for sure then. I picked it up and put it to one side. A smile curved her lips. And I will be sure to pick up lots of butterscotch. That would be very nice of you. I kissed her cheek. I am excited to get to spend the holidays with you this year. She turned to look at me with shining eyes. What about your family, Michael? Do not you want to spend the holidays with them instead? Nope. I want to spend them with you. Just you and me. If that is how you want it. I feel like I am keeping you from being with the ones you love. They can live without me for 1 year. They have had to do that before. When I was in the army, I went 3 years without getting to go home for the holidays one time. It is no biggie, I promise. Dad gets drunk. Mom gets mad at Dad for getting drunk. My younger sister always sneaks away early to go do whatever it is that she does. And I end up going to my old bedroom, falling to sleep in the same twin bed I slept in when I was a little kid, and wake up to the smell of burnt bacon. She laughed quietly. Sounds horrible in the best possible way. Yeah, it is pretty horrible and boring, but it is my family, so I go. But this year, thanks to having to be with you as a great excuse, I am going to get out of doing that. Thank you. You are welcome, she asked with a funny grin. And you are making it way too easy to fall for you.
Chapter 12. Morgan.
The 3-hour and something trip to my parents' home, and the 3-hour and something trip back to Michael's home, were kind of mind-numbing. We both walked into his house and collapsed on the sofa. Me at one end, and him at the other. So that was brutal, I said. A little bit. But we are home now, and that is all that matters. He sat up, picked up the remote, and tossed it to me. I am going to change into something super comfy, like sweatpants and a t-shirt with no shoes or socks. And then I am going to order pizza and beer. It would be great if you joined me on the couch for some movie time in about an hour. What do you say? I say that it is a date. I will go clean up and get changed. And can you throw in something sweet too? Like cinnamon sticks or something like that. Chocolate lava cake? He asked with a knowing grin. Oh gosh, yes. I felt happy, and that was such a rare feeling lately. I wanted way more happy and way less sad in my life. After a hot shower, I towel-dried my hair, leaving it in its natural curly state, then put on a pajama short and shirt set. Walking in my bare feet out to the living room, I found Michael already there. Pizza on the coffee table, some plates and napkins near that, and a bucket of beer on ice. Nice. He patted the place right next to him. I found this rom-com I know you are going to like. It is got that heartthrob actor that all the girls are dying over right now. I am not like most girls. Picking up a beer, I opened the pizza box to find my absolute favorite pizza and smiled. You remembered that I like the thick crust with lots of bacon, tiny meatballs, and red peppers with extra cheese. How could I forget? He leaned forward, taking a piece out and putting it on a plate, then handed it to me. Want me to open the beer bottle for you? Holding it out to him, I let him open the beer, then took a swig of it. Ah, crisp and clean, just the way I like it. He pointed out something else that sat on the far end of the table. The little box over there is your chocolate lava cake. You really do think of everything, do not you? I kissed his cheek. I am the luckiest girl in the world right now. He smiled. Funny, I think I am the luckiest man in the world right now. Maybe we are both super lucky. I kissed his cheek again. Maybe we are, he said, then took the beer and plate out of my hands and put them on the table. His eyes on my mouth, he moved in close. My heart sped up and my stomach got tight. I knew this moment was filled with everything we had both been holding back. We gave in to the pull between us. Clothes were shed, bodies came together, and we lost ourselves completely in each other. The connection was intense, passionate, and exactly what we both needed in that moment. We held nothing back, giving ourselves fully to the night and to one another. Later, lying together, relaxed and wrapped in each other's arms, I felt a peace I had not known since the accident. Michael ran his fingers through my hair and kissed the top of my head. How are you feeling, baby? The best I have ever felt in my entire life. Me too, he agreed. You make me feel something I have never felt before. I feel like you do the same for me. Lightly running my fingertips along his arm, I liked the way everything felt with him. His warmth, his strength, the way he held me. There was nothing I did not like about being with him. I think I could do this forever, he whispered near my ear. Chills ran through me, not only with the warm air that flowed over my ear but with the words he had said too. Does he really mean it? Could we have forever together? Was that even possible? Could both of us put away the guilt of betraying my father to make a life together? I was not sure if that was doable or not. Just before I went into my own head and thought about a lot of things that I should not right now, I stopped my train of thought from going down a winding road that would only lead to a train wreck. This was us relaxing, the way Michael had said we needed to do for a bit. We were going to have to do a lot if we wanted to get to the real reason my parents had died. Finding out if they had been murdered or not was our main goal. And if we found out that they had been killed on purpose, then we had to find out who had done it and why they had done it. There was so much for us to do. But for now, we were not going to think about that. Or at least, we were not supposed to be thinking about it. So I emptied my mind and turned to Michael to lose myself in him again. Think you can do another round? His smile told me that he could.
Chapter 13. Michael.
Waking up alone in my bed, I hoped Morgan had not left sometime during the night over some misplaced feelings of guilt. What we shared last night was passionate and filled with deep emotion. This was not some casual encounter. It was real. At least it was to me. I put on some pajama bottoms and left my room to find her. Baby. In the kitchen, she called out. The closer I got, the more I smelled bacon, and it was not burnt. Smells great in here. I moved in behind her as she turned the bacon over in the pan. Kissing the side of her neck, I whispered, last night was one for the record books. The only thing I would have changed would have been waking up with you in my arms. She moved the pan off the heat, turned, and wrapped her arms around me. That would have been nice. But when I woke up, I had a strong need to use the bathroom. So I slipped out of bed, went to your bathroom, and then took a shower in my room. It helped ease the soreness from our night together. I was glad she referred to it as our night together. So no guilt then? I would be lying if I said there was none at all. There have been moments. I do not think letting go of the guilt will happen overnight. We cannot let guilt get in the way of our happiness. Does that mean you want to continue with this? She asked with wide eyes. Because I thought last night was just your way of helping us both relax. Not at all. I did not plan what happened. It simply happened. And neither of us wanted to stop it. Her cheeks turned a soft shade of red. It was intense. Who knew you had that in you? I remember our night together 6 years ago. So you should not have been that surprised. Yeah, but that was 6 years ago. I have to say, I am glad you can still make me feel the way no one else can. Glad to hear that. I kissed her softly. I really enjoyed both of our nights together. But last night was even more special. I agree. It felt deeper. I cannot say you can expect that every single night. But I can tell you, there will be many wonderful nights ahead for us to look forward to. Biting her lower lip, she nodded. Something to look forward to. I hope you do. I know I do. Having a real future with Morgan was something I had never thought possible. Yet here we were, talking about it. It felt surreal. So, for today, I have something I want to do. And I am afraid it includes driving about the same amount of time as yesterday. I was not really in the mood to drive all day again. What is it? When I checked my phone this morning, I saw a text from work. I need to sign a paper about taking grief leave. I could do it online, but there are more things I would like to pick up from my apartment. Plus, I would like to stop by and visit the animals at the zoo. I can go alone if you do not want to come. I can rent a car. No way, I said. I will take you. I would love to meet these animals you are so fond of anyway. Good. I was hoping you would want to come. I would like to leave right after breakfast, if that is okay with you. That will work for me. Any time spent with Morgan was time well spent. Not much later, we were in the car and on the road to Norfolk, Virginia. Did they say how much time you can take off? Up to 3 months. I will not take all of that, though. I am feeling better every day. It is crazy how their funeral felt like a turning point for my grief. It feels like I have some closure now. I do not know if this feeling will last, but that is how I feel right now. It could take some time to find out if this was an accident or intentional. Are you going to take enough time off to see what we can discover? For sure. I am not even sure I am safe until we find out more. Good. It was a relief to know she would stay with me longer. I am not looking forward to you leaving me. A sexy smile curved her lips. Is that right? It sure is. Well, I am in no hurry to leave you. Good. Traffic was light, so we made great time getting to her apartment in Norfolk. She wanted to stop there first, then visit the zoo on the way out of town. Since it is getting colder, I want to grab my heavy coat and a few other things. She led the way to her apartment. Looking around, the surroundings seemed nice enough. But with the money Mitch had arranged for her, she could easily move somewhere better. What in the world? She said as we reached her door. The door was open a crack. I moved in front of her. Stay behind me. I locked that door before I left. I know I did. I know you did too. I watched you. I eased the door open. The living room was in shambles. Hey. If anyone is in here, you have 10 seconds to come out. Morgan peered over my shoulder. Oh no. She slipped around me and stepped inside. Why? I grabbed her and pulled her back out. You cannot go in there. We have to call the police. I spotted a security camera nearby. We also need to talk to the manager about the footage. I am so mad right now, she said through clenched teeth. What did I do to deserve this? You did nothing. I pulled out my cell phone and called the local police. We need to check the garage to see if my car is okay, she said, already heading that way. I followed, finishing the call with the dispatcher, then caught up to her. Hang on, baby. I do not want you going in there alone. If I run across whoever did this, they are the ones who should be worried. I had never seen her this angry. Let the police handle it. They had better get here first, or things are going to get rough. I took her hand and slowed her down. Okay, tough girl. Just let me stay close and watch your back. You think it is funny, but it is not. She turned to look at me, eyes blazing. Whatever my parents were doing, had nothing to do with me. This is completely uncalled for. We always knew you might be a target too. I know we talked about it, but I did not actually think it would happen. And honestly, I do not like the idea at all. I am not afraid. I am furious. Yeah, I can see that very clearly. We headed into the garage and I asked, "So, which one is yours?" She led me to a little white Honda Civic. "Here it is." Taking the keys from her purse, she pushed the fob and the door unlocked. The car looked untouched, and she finally settled down, if only a little. They better be glad they didn't touch my car. This was the first thing I bought all on my own. I offered a small smile. "I get it. You worked hard for this." She locked it back up, her jaw tight. "I'm not mad at you, Michael. I'm furious. Whoever did this might be the same person who took my parents from me. And now they're trying to take my sense of safety too. I won't let them. And I'll be right here to make sure they don't," I promised, my voice steady. She looked at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Thank you." She stopped in the middle of the courtyard and reached out to hug me. How could anyone do this to us? I've already lost so much. I can't let them win. We won't let them win, baby. I kissed the top of her head, just as an officer arrived at her door. "Look, he's here. Let's go." The officer turned as we approached. "I'm Officer Snyder. Are you Mike Dawes?" "I am. And this is Morgan Lee. This is her apartment. Can I get you two to stand back while I do a quick sweep?" We waited in the hallway, my hand never leaving hers. A few minutes later, he stepped back out. "Clear. But it's a mess in there. It's evident they were looking for something specific. Everything has been turned over." "I'm grabbing the things I can't leave behind," Morgan said, her voice trembling but determined. "I'm loading them into your car, Michael. I can't stay here. If they got through a deadbolt once, they'll do it again. I'll never feel safe in this building again." The officer looked sympathetic. "Miss Lee, we can increase patrols, and once you change the locks." "I'm never going to feel at home here again," she interrupted, already reaching for a grocery bag to start packing what was left of her life. I stepped toward the officer. "Are there any leads?" "I'll check for prints and talk to the neighbors," Snyder said, "but honestly, these kinds of break-ins are tough to close without a witness." "This wasn't a random break-in," I said, lowering my voice. "Morgan's parents were killed in a collision in D.C. last week, but we have reason to believe it wasn't an accident. Someone tried to get into their house while we were there, and I saw the guy. He escaped in a black sedan." The officer looked up from his notepad. "That's a heavy connection to make, Doctor." "I know what I saw. At the funeral, I saw the same type of car again, a black four-door sedan. Now this." I gestured to the ransacked apartment. "It's the same people. They're following her." "Why would someone be targeting this family?" Snyder asked. "Was her father involved in something?" "He was career military," I replied. "He might have been working on something that someone else wants. Why else would they be tearing her apartment apart?" He looked over at Morgan, who was frantically sorting through her belongings. "Let me get the forensics team in here before you move anything else. If this is linked to a larger investigation, we need every scrap of evidence we can find." "Thank God," Morgan said, coming back to the door with a bag in her hand. "And for the record, I don't think anything valuable is missing. They weren't here for jewelry or electronics. They were looking for something they think I have. And if they killed my parents for it, they aren't going to stop until they find me." I looked at her, seeing the fear beneath the anger, and my resolve hardened. I wasn't a soldier anymore, but I knew how to stand my ground. If they think they can get to her, they're going to have to go through me first. I'm not letting anyone lay a hand on her.
Chapter 14. Morgan.
"This is going to take some time," the officer told us. "Why not go grab something to eat, and give us an hour or two to get the forensics done?" It was not as if we could say no. Sure, I said. I looked at Michael. Let us go see the apartment manager. If this is too much for you, I can just drive my car back to your place. This is not too much for me, and you are not going anywhere alone. I could not help the smile that spread across my face at his protective words. It felt wonderful to have him care about me so deeply. If you insist. I do insist. He took the bag from my hand and carried it for me. Let us put this in my car, and then we will go see the manager. There were many things I still wanted to keep from my apartment, but most of the living room furniture looked beyond repair. Maybe I can ask her if someone could move my things into one of the storage units in the back until I find another place. Well, you have more than enough money now to pay people to handle that for you. You might as well get used to it. People with the kind of resources you have now rarely do their own heavy lifting. You know, I have no use for all that money. You absolutely do, he said quickly. I cocked my head. Why would you say that? I have a career. I can make my own money. Not the kind Mitch is providing. You can put it to good use. Plus, you could live off it if you ever decide you want to do something different or not work at all. Grinning, I said, or maybe you could quit your job and I will take care of you. Like that is going to happen. He smirked. See? Neither of us wants to stop working. And all that money is just going to keep growing. Then what? I do not know. You could retire early and travel the world. That was Mitch's dream back when we graduated from the military academy. He wanted me to go with him, but I already had other plans. Not that I would have let him pay my way through life. Arching my brow, I asked, so why do you think I would want to live that way? I do not think you want to. But use the money the way he told you to. Use the card often, and think of your parents every time you do. Maybe I could do something good with it. I thought about the zoo where I worked. You know, maybe I could help open a sanctuary for injured animals whose owners cannot afford veterinary care. See, now you are thinking. Yeah, you are right. There is a lot I could do with it. And hiring people to clear out my apartment sounds like a good start. I am definitely not up to doing that myself right now. That money will make your life much easier, and it will let you do things you never could have before. He unlocked his car door and tossed the bag inside. Okay, let us go see the manager and check the surveillance footage. The lobby was empty when we walked in, so I called out, "Is anyone here?" "Hang on," a woman's voice answered. After some shuffling of papers and the click of high heels, she appeared. I waved. "It is me, Morgan Lee from apartment 35. I remember you, Morgan. What can I do for you today?" Her eyes scanned Michael up and down. "Are you here to rent one of our apartments?" she asked him. He shook his head. "I am with her." Looking between us, she said, "Oh. So what can I do for you, Morgan?" "Someone broke into my apartment in the last several days. We would like to see any footage you have of people coming or going from my door." "I did see a man yesterday. I was on the phone looking out my office window," she said, pointing toward my apartment, "when he walked up. I thought maybe you had sent him. He went in empty-handed and came out the same way. But you say it was a break-in?" "Yes. The place is completely trashed. Furniture overturned, drawers emptied, everything thrown on the floor. It is a wreck," I told her. "Oh my goodness. We should go look for any damage to the walls or floors." "We cannot right now. The police are inside, and a forensics team is working," I said. Michael asked, "Can I ask why you did not call Morgan when you saw a stranger entering her home?" Looking a little sheepish, she replied, "I honestly did not think anything of it. Tenants have visitors all the time. For all I knew, he was a friend. I just did not see anything suspicious." Michael did not seem satisfied with her answer. "Have there been many men going into her apartment when she was not home?" Her eyes flicked to mine. "No. Not many, from what I have seen. I looked at Michael. I have had friends over now and then, but never when I was not home. Turning back to her, I asked, "So, can we see the footage from the camera near my door?" "Yes, of course." She led us to her office. "Come back here. I will pull up yesterday's recording. It was around 3 o'clock, I think." So in broad daylight someone entered an apartment they did not rent, and stayed long enough to tear the place apart, Michael said. "And nothing about that seemed off to you?" I was busy. Thanksgiving is almost here, and I have been planning a tenant party plus my own family gathering. Keeping track of every visitor has not been my top priority. She turned the computer screen toward us. Here he is walking up to the door. Michael and I stared at the footage. "That baseball cap hides his face completely," I complained. "There is just enough shadow to hide what he is doing with the lock," Michael said. "But I am certain that is the same man, Morgan." The man entered my apartment and closed the door. The manager fast-forwarded until he left at 6:15. Again, his face was impossible to see. "Darn it," Michael muttered. "I know that is him." The manager turned the screen back around. "Sorry, that did not help much." "Did you notice any distinguishing features when you saw him?" I asked. "No. I wish I could do more." Michael asked, "Do you have cameras in the parking area?"
Yes, but how would that help?
"If we see him getting into a black car, that would help a lot." She found the footage. "You are right. Here he is. We watched him get into a black four-door sedan." Michael's eyes lit up. "A Ford Taurus." We kept watching, hoping for a license plate, but both the front and rear plates were either missing or deliberately covered in mud. "He is careful," Michael said, "but we are getting closer, baby." I asked the manager to make copies of the footage for the police. She agreed and offered to handle moving my belongings into storage and disposing of the broken furniture. As we left the office, Michael put his arm around me. I could feel his excitement about the new lead. "So we got one solid clue." "Yeah, and it is a big one. My mind is spinning with possibilities. But the one thing I am sure of is that your father must have stumbled into something dangerous without realizing it put all of you at risk." "For sure. Dad would never have put Mom and me in danger on purpose. He could not have known how serious this was." "You know what this means, though," Michael said as we walked back toward my apartment. "You are in danger too. Security has to be stepped up. I do not want you out of my sight until these people are caught." I did not mind that at all. "So does that mean I get to spend more nights with you?" He gave me a serious look. "This is serious, Morgan. I need you to take it that way too. No going anywhere without me. I am going to start carrying my gun again. I am not letting anything happen to you. I feel safe with you." I kissed his cheek just as the officer stepped out. "So we still need more time," the officer said. "We are not staying," Michael replied. "The manager has surveillance footage that will help. It is the same man, and the car is a Ford Taurus. Please keep me updated, and call me if you find him. I want to speak with him." The officer handed Michael his card and promised to coordinate with the other authorities. This young lady needs to be somewhere safe with someone who can protect her. I was in the army for a long time. I can handle that. As we walked away from my apartment, I had the strong feeling I would never see it again. So this part of my life is over. That was my first apartment all on my own. No roommates. And now it is gone. I am sure the next phase of your life will be even better than this one. As long as Michael is in all the next chapters of my life, I know I will be just fine.
Chapter 15. Michael.
"So this is it, the Virginia Zoo where you work." I looked around as we walked up to the back entrance used by employees. The first thing I noticed was that all the zoo staff wore khaki safari-style outfits. Cute. Very Steve Irwin looking. Who? I thought every animal lover knew about him. The Australian crocodile hunter. I asked. She gave me a blank stare. Crikey, mate, now that is a big snake. Still nothing. His daughter is Bindi Sue, and she works at the Australian Zoo. Never heard of any of them. Sorry. Would you like to meet my co-workers? Sure. I guess I really was old. At least when it came to the television shows we had each grown up watching. Hey, Reginald, she said as we stepped into a rather stinky shack-like building with small pens. Is Stinky Pete still in here? Pointing at a small box, Reginald answered, in there. He is sleeping, so be very careful or you will get a face full of his displeasure. You have to see this, Michael. He is so cute. She gently picked up the shoebox-sized container and opened it. That is a skunk, I whispered, trying not to wake the creature. Close the lid. Please. Ah, you are not afraid of him, are you? She ran one finger along the white stripe down his back. What are you doing? I asked, half horrified. You are going to wake him up. He's not so bad. I let this little guy ride in my shirt pocket most of the day when he was first brought in, Morgan said. His mom wasn't doing such a good job of keeping her baby protected, and he somehow got into a small drainage hole and got stuck. When he was pulled out, he turned and tried to go right back in, so they brought him here so that he could grow up a bit before going back to his enclosure. Why couldn't he just live in the hole? He was clogging it up, and the water had begun to back up. Eventually, he would have drowned if they hadn't pulled him out of it. I like him. He's very sweet. He is as stinky as they come, Morgan. And you're just petting him like he's some cat. Which he is not. I saw his eyes come open, and one was right on me. Put that lid back on. He's awake, I whispered even softer. Is my baby boy awake? She cooed at him. Has my little baby missed me while I've been gone? The little thing stood, stretched, then moved his head under her hand so that she could pet him some more. He does like you, I said with surprise. How crazy. Not really. I'm pretty lovable. I agree. When even a skunk can love you, that means that you are more lovable than most. Did she tell you about the time she brushed a croc's teeth? The guy she'd called Reginald asked me. You know what? She did tell me about that. So that story is true? I asked. Morgan smacked me in the arm. Of course it was true. I don't lie, Michael. I watched as she ran her hand over the baby skunk until it went back to sleep. Then she placed the lid back on top before putting the box down. Come on, I'll show you around. There's a lot to see. Nice to meet you, Reginald. I'm Michael. And why is that? The young man asked. Morgan scowled at me. Would you behave? Shrugging, I said, I don't know. See ya. We left the shack and headed toward a structure that looked like a massive ancient tree. She spoke very quietly to me now. I don't tell my co-workers any of my personal business. They don't know that my parents are dead. They don't know that my home was broken into. And they won't know about you and I. Are you ashamed of me? I teased. It's not that. It's just that I leave my personal life out of my work life. I like it that way. It makes it so easy to get along since I don't share any outside the zoo relationships with any of them. But you do have friends, I said. I just thought some would be coworkers. Nope. I don't want that. So, you can understand why I don't want you telling anyone anything personal about me. Okay. This is a side of you I haven't seen before. It's a little odd, I will say that. It's just the way I like it. She pulled me right up to the tree. Here we are. She pushed the trunk, and it opened. Come with me. In the dim light, I followed her down a steep spiral staircase. Is this where you keep the hobbits? Ha ha, she said sarcastically. This is how we go under some of the enclosures, so that we can watch them without them knowing. It's for research. We find out what they do, and when they do it. It also comes in handy during the breeding season, so that we can research that too. We came to the bottom of the stairs, and I saw clear windows all over the ceiling. So, why isn't anyone else down here? We usually come down in small groups for special occasions. I thought you might like to check it out. She sat down on the concrete floor. Come sit with me. I sat down, finding the floor cold. This isn't exactly comfortable. It's not supposed to be. Look up. Doing as she asked, I found a massive male lion standing right over us. That's Geronimo, she said. He's our oldest lion. We have to keep him safe so the younger males don't challenge him. We want to know how long he'll live in captivity. So you keep him safe for scientific reasons. Science is important. But I do love the fact that he's kept out of harm's way. So you do have a heart for these animals. It's not all scientific for you. I liked that about her. What about you? It must be hard to do what you do, and not place science over compassion. At times it has been extremely hard, I admitted. Do you save a man who is fighting for his life, but is already suffering so much? You have to ask yourself, does he even want to be revived? I bet you revived him anyway, she said. You are right. I did. I know one thing, I am not God. If a man is meant to live, then what I do will work. And if it's his time, there is nothing I can do. That gives me comfort. I like that, she said, leaning her head on my shoulder. I know that no one can control anything, not really. Once you accept that, you've won your freedom. If you think you can control everything, you become a slave to the process. I like the way you think, baby. We are more alike than we're not. I think so too. She leaned in and kissed me. I've always thought that. It was exhausting waiting to grow up, so that you would look at me the same way I had always looked at you. And then one day you did. But it took you forever to give in. Yes, it did. I've had guilt over that, but I never regretted it. That night, something woke up inside of me. I understand the guilt because I had it too. Not about being with you, but about hiding it from my parents, especially Dad. If we're being honest, I said, we are only together now because he's no longer here. And that makes me feel worse at times than I ever felt when he was alive. Moving, she got on her knees in front of me. I feel that way too. Is this going to work, or will guilt always plague us? I don't know. I pulled her closer. What I do know is that right now, I want to make this work. I don't want guilt to rule me. I don't want that either. Then we will just have to take it a day at a time. She smiled. I've dreamt of you and I ending up together. I've wanted it more than you can understand. I had to smile. I've had dreams of being with you too. Just living my life with you. She pulled me into a kiss, and in the dim light of the observation room, the world outside felt like it had stopped. My hands found her waist, pulling her close as the kiss deepened, turning from playful to something much more intense. Overhead, the lions began to react, their massive paws thudding against the thick glass as they watched us from above. Hey, I joked, breathless. I think the lions are researching us. She laughed, looking up at the shadows of the predators. This definitely isn't in the research manual. We moved away from the center of the room, finding a quiet corner against the wall. There, in the shadows beneath the zoo, the rest of the world finally faded. Seeing her here, in her element, showed me a side of her that was fierce and brilliant. It made me want her, in a way that had everything to do with the future we were trying to build. As I held her, I realized I didn't just want a night with her. I wanted the mornings too. Come on, she whispered after a long moment, catching her breath. We've got to get out of here before the zoo closes. I've been in worse places, I teased, pinning her gently against the wall for one last kiss. Spending the night here with you doesn't sound half bad. You've still got that bad boy streak, Michael, she winked. Let's get back to your place. I want to wake up in your arms tomorrow. You'd better, I said. I want to see your face first thing every morning. Maybe every morning for the rest of my life.
Chapter 16. Morgan.
We have to run to my boss's office so that I can sign that paper for him, and then we can get going. I tugged Michael along, trying to make him hurry. But he kept looking at all the animals we passed. Hey, I see Geronimo over there.
Yes, those are the lions.
Come on now. I want to get there before she leaves. Well, I wasn't the one who took our little zoo tour to the underground, he said way too loud. I stopped and gave him a stern look. What did I say about keeping my personal life to ourselves while we're here? I'm just saying that you didn't seem to care about getting to my boss a little while ago. Yeah, well, we used up more time than I'd planned on. So stop ogling the animals and let's get going. Okay. He kept up with me, running next to me. So, the baby idea? Michael, stop that. Is that like a no way or just don't say anything right now kind of thing? Right now, I hissed at him. Oh, so maybe then. I didn't say that. He nodded. Yeah, but you didn't say no either, so that means maybe to me. You have to stop. Stop, he asked. But I thought you wanted us to hurry, so why are you telling me to stop? Stop with your silly jokes, I cautioned him. I've got one for you, Morgan, he said with a grin. Not right now. We have to hurry. It's just around this corner. It's a Thanksgiving joke. And a zoo full of animals is no better place for a joke with animals as the characters. So here it goes. What did the mother turkey say to her disobedient children? Baby turkeys are called poults, not children. Okay, so what did the mother turkey say to her disobedient poults? He asked. I have no idea. She said, if your father could see you right now, he would turn over in his gravy. See, Thanksgiving joke. Ha ha. I stopped running as we'd made it to her office. Michael looked bewildered. What? No laughing? It wasn't really funny. Gravy isn't funny? Come on. You come on. We're here. Now please behave. Yes, ma'am. We walked inside, and I found the receptionist had already left. I hope we're not too late. Morgan, I heard my boss call out. I'm in my office. Come on back. You're so different when you're at work, Michael said. I bet you are too. Now wait here and I'll be right back. So I don't get to meet your boss? Have I met yours? I asked. No. But I'm right here. Mr. Dithers called out, bring your friend with you. I would love to meet him. I had no choice now. Ah. Smiling away, Michael came with me as we went to his office. Hello, Mr. Dithers. This is Dr. Michael Dawes. He stood and shook Michael's hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, doctor. Are you a doctor to humans or animals? Humans. It's great to meet you. Yes, well, the circumstances aren't good, he said. Do you have the paper you need me to sign, sir? I wanted this over with as quickly as possible, before more of my personal information got out. Yes, of course I do, Morgan. How are you doing? I'm okay. Did you see the flowers I sent to the funeral from the zoo? I hadn't but said yes. Thank you. They were beautiful. Oh, good. You never know what the florist will end up taking when you have to order over the phone. I'm glad you like them. Smiling, I nodded. Yes, I love them. So nice of you to do that, sir. Is that the paper there on your left? Yes, it is. He looked at Michael. So, who are you to Morgan? An uncle? An old friend of the family's, he said. I'm keeping her with me for as long as she wants. I don't want her to be alone during this hard time. How nice of you. We love her here at the zoo. Mr. Dithers turned his attention to me. We want you back as soon as you feel up to it. Yes, sir. I will be back. Good. I know this must be very hard for you. Take your time to heal. The job will be here for you whenever you feel better. No rush. He finally slid the paper to me. This will make sure you get paid while taking the time off that you need. I signed it quickly, then pushed it back to him. Thank you so much, Mr. Dithers. I love working here. I love the animals. And we love having you here, Morgan. Be safe, and be back as soon as you feel up to it. I will. Thank you. I turned to leave. Michael wasn't done though, as he said, "It was nice to meet you. Morgan loves it here. She'll be back." I looked back at him, widening my eyes to let him know to come on already. We have a long drive back. We should hurry. Mr. Dithers asked, "You're not staying at your place, Morgan?" No, sir. I'm staying in Washington, D.C. I just need to get away from things for a while. Well, you be careful. I will. I took Michael's hand as soon as I knew my boss couldn't see us anymore. I just needed to feel him. The exchange had been harder than I had thought it would be. We walked to the car in silence, and once I got into the passenger seat, I felt the tears welling up behind my eyes. Michael got in and saw me crying. You didn't make that look hard, but it obviously was. He rubbed my shoulder to comfort me. It's hard to explain. I don't like talking about it. I get it. You like to keep your world separate, and this time it just couldn't be done. But it seems like your boss is the only one who knows anything. It's more than that. It's like when I talk about it, then it becomes real again. Too real. You can't just push it down like it's not. I don't know how to explain it. I know they aren't alive. But all the things that go along with dealing with their deaths are over. The funerals and stuff. Now their ashes are in beautiful urns on the mantel of the fireplace at your home, and things have settled down. You just want life to settle back down, baby. That's natural. And eventually, it really will settle down. For now, you're going to be chilling out with me. Just relaxing as much as possible. My eyes caught sight of something as we drove past a small cafe. Is that a Ford Taurus? Michael slowed down, but he hadn't done it fast enough. I've got to turn around and go back. I didn't see it. It's probably not that guy, I said. Why not just check, he asked as he pulled into the parking lot, pulling up behind the black car. The license plate is muddy. He looked at the cafe that had big windows, letting us see into the building. People sat at tables and some at the bar that ran along the far wall. Do you see him? This has to be the car. He's got to be in there. I saw a man in a baseball cap turn back around. He sat at the bar, men on either side of him, and they all were talking to each other. The man at the bar with the cap, do you think it's him? His broad shoulders look the same. And that cap looks the same too, plain blue with nothing on it to give it any characteristics. One of the men who sat to the right of him turned and looked straight at us before turning back around. Did you see that, Michael? I did see that. The guy on the other side of the guy with the cap got up and walked away, getting out of sight. What do you think he's doing? I asked. Not sure. I'm going to just wait here until they come out. And then what? I asked, looking at him. What are you going to do? What if they have guns? I have a camera on my phone, and I'll take pictures of them to show the police. I'm not going to do anything crazy. You better not. I can't lose you too. Just the thought of it had a knot forming in my throat. His hand on the back of my neck made me feel better instantly. I'm not going to take any chances. I just want some pictures. I'm not even going to get out of the car. Good. That did make me feel better. They won't know it's us anyway. How could they know? Right? They couldn't know, he agreed. We watched, and the man who'd left didn't come back, but he hadn't left through the front entrance. The guy in the cap and the other man with him got up and walked right through the kitchen, which seemed odd. Do you think they own this place? I asked. Maybe, he said. Another car came driving into the parking lot slowly. Instead of parking in front, it went around to the back. What if that car came to pick them up? Michael shook his head. I'm sure it's just someone who's come to pick up someone who works here. If the employees park in the back, then wouldn't the owners park back there too? I asked as my brain had gone into overtime. Most likely, he said. That is the man and this is the car, so if they are affiliated with this cafe at all, they wouldn't be parked up front. Something wasn't right, and I could feel it in my bones. Those guys went out the back door. Why would they do that when their car is right here? He asked. It's not like I'm parked way too close to the car to give them any reason to think anyone was after them. Maybe we should call that cop who gave you his card. And say what? That I think we have the same car and the same guy? We need proof. By now, that cop is off duty. I don't want to bother him with something that's not for sure. Turning to face him, I said, "You take on too much, Michael. I know that you're a doctor, and that you were a medic in the army, and it was your job to take on more than what was asked of you. But this isn't the army, and we're not in some other country. We're right here in the United States, and there are people like cops to help us deal with dangerous situations. I mean it. I don't want to lose you. Morgan, you don't have to be afraid. I can take care of myself. I've done it all these years and I can keep on doing it. This is different. There are people after me. And they look like us, Michael. It's not like a war where the enemy doesn't look like you. We can't be sure of anything. So we should just leave now. Let the cops handle things. I'm not about to leave when I'm this close to getting to see the man who tried to break into John's house. Okay. I'm not about to leave when I have a chance to get another picture of the same man that we have pictures of when he broke into your apartment. I'm not going rogue on this. But I am going to get evidence to help the authorities get this guy. Even if it means you could get hurt? I asked with anger. Just stop trying to play hero. I want you alive. I need you alive. Can't you understand? You're going to have to learn to trust me, baby. I've lived through much worse than doing a little recon. I had no idea what he meant. Recon? Reconnaissance, he said. It's like spying to get more information on something or someone, as is the case here. And the goal is not to get caught spying. So you can trust me when I say that I'm not going to engage the enemy. I will get some evidence, and give that evidence to those who can legally and safely take that man down. Looking back at the cafe, I didn't feel great about not being able to see the man with the baseball cap. What if they know your car? How would they know my car? How should I know? But what if they do know it, and they know that we're sitting here, trying to get this recon stuff you're talking about? They don't know my car. And even if they did know it for some reason, they're not about to come at us. I can guarantee you that. How can you say that? I closed my eyes, remembering that night. There was a car on one side of us and another in front of us, blocking us from getting away from the truck that was moving toward us from the other side. That doesn't make sense, he said. How could it have been coming from the other side? You guys were on the freeway. Cars would have separated you from any oncoming traffic. And they were separating us. But then they weren't, I said, but I knew that I might not have been remembering things correctly. I don't know. I really don't. I'm just tired. I want to go home. Pressing his lips together, they formed a thin line. I should be thinking about you and what you need. Not what I want to find out. We'll go. It's a long drive home anyway. Just as he put the car in reverse, the red car that had come in and pulled around back came speeding out of the parking lot. There had been only one person in the car before, but there were clearly 3 more people in the car now, and the one in the passenger seat had on a baseball cap. No freaking way, I said with a gasp. Michael's jaw dropped. They do know my car. This is bad, Michael, I whispered as fear crept into my soul. This is so very bad. It's not one man. It must be an entire group. How are we going to stop a group of people set on getting something my father must have had? How am I going to stay alive with a whole group of people wanting me dead?
Chapter 17. Michael.
There was no time to waste, and just because it happened to be Thanksgiving Day didn't mean we could just kick back and do nothing but eat all day. Knowing that the people who had most likely killed her parents and now seemed set on harming her, and possibly me too, we had to try our hardest to find out who they were. So, we'd gone to her parents' home in Hampton, after leaving Norfolk, to try to figure out how to get onto John's computer, to see if he'd ever had any contact with the man in the blue hat. That guy seemed to be the ringleader. Morgan had seemingly pushed down her emotional triggers she'd run into at her family's home in order to get things figured out. Working through most of the night, we'd finally found the password to his computer. It wasn't their wedding date, but it was the date they first met. Thankfully, I had thought to try that date, knowing it since I'd been there that fateful day when John and Laura met. After gaining access to the computer, Morgan and I had gone to bed. It was late, and we were both beyond exhausted. Having slept in the guest room, Morgan seemed more at ease. It was familiar to her, as it had been her room whenever she stayed over at her parents' place. She came out of the attached bathroom, her hair in a towel. "Okay, so I'm going to go put on the turkey while you shower." "So, you've decided to go ahead and cook then?" She'd been back and forth on it, but it looked like I was going to get a Thanksgiving feast after all. "I don't want to just waste all that food Mom bought for this day. I know there's going to be a ton of leftovers, but I can put them in meal prep trays and freeze them in the chest freezer in the garage." "Sounds like you might be coming back to spend time here." Throwing my legs over the side of the bed, I stretched my still tired body. With a slight nod, she said, "I might. Anyway, I'm going to go get that turkey prepped and ready for the oven. After that, I'll make something for breakfast. Just something small. I don't want to ruin our appetites for the huge lunch we're going to have. I'll be there shortly. I'm going to take a quick shower, then I'll come help you." "That would be very nice of you, babe." As I showered, I thought about Morgan and her job at the zoo. Her parents' home was only about a 30-minute drive from there. Close enough for her to make the daily commute to her workplace. I wanted her to do what made her happy, but I wanted to be with her as much as possible too. We couldn't spend much time together if she stayed in Hampton and I stayed in D.C. But it was way too early in our budding relationship to make plans for one of us to change where we worked and lived. Yet there I was, still thinking about what we could do, so that we didn't have to live separate lives. After the shower, I dressed, then headed to the kitchen, hearing a horrible noise coming from that direction. "Baby, are you okay?" Just as I rounded the corner, I saw Morgan gagging as she barely put the tips of her fingers into the opening of the turkey. "I can't," she said with a gasp, then walked away from the sink where the turkey sat. "It's too gross. I can't, Michael. The smell. The slimy way things inside feel." She shuddered. "Yuck. Just yuck." With a chuckle, I went to see what she was so grossed out by. Plunging my hand into the opening, I felt something squishy and pulled it out. "It's a bag of organs." "Oh my goodness." She ran from the kitchen, making gagging sounds as she hurried to the bathroom in the hallway. Placing the little package to one side, I turned the turkey over to find a hole where its head used to be and reached in, retrieving its long neck. Laying it next to the other things I'd found tucked away inside the large bird, I guessed those things were used for something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been left inside the bird in the first place. Wiping her face with a hand towel, she came back into the kitchen, looking a little pale. "Did you clean it out?" Gesturing to the things I'd found inside the turkey, I said, "Yep. I don't know what to do with this stuff, but here it is." "Oh gosh," she said, sucking in her breath and looking away. "Throw that stuff away, please. I'm gonna puke again if I look at it." Gathering the guts, I went to put them into the trash. "You really threw up?" "Yes. That is gross." Washing my hands, I asked, "So what needs to be done now?" Well, how about I turn on the oven and you deal with that thing?" She went to the oven and turned it on. It said on the package to cook it at 350 degrees for 4 hours. Looking around, I didn't see a cooking dish. What were you planning to put it in? Shrugging, she said, I have no idea. I was thinking like a cookie sheet or something like that. Whenever I saw any turkey cooked, it was already on a platter on the kitchen table. I think this thing is going to let out a lot of juices. I looked under the cabinets until I found something I thought would hold the big bird and all its juices. This will do. I kind of remember something about basting a turkey. Can you look around for something like a baster? A baster? She began opening drawers to look for it. That's a long thingy with like a squishy end that you pump to suck the juices into a thick straw thing. I've seen it sitting on the counter when Mom was cooking a whole chicken before. She found it and held it up. Mission accomplished. What should we put on it? I asked, looking through the spice cabinet next to the stove. What sounds like it would go good on a turkey? I remember seeing rosemary on some of the turkeys I've eaten through the years. Do you see any of that? I pulled out a container of rosemary, took the top off, then sniffed it. Oh yeah. This stuff smells like Thanksgiving to me. Here, take a whiff. I held it under her nose to let her smell it. Oh yeah. That's it. Sprinkle that stuff all over it. When I shook the bottle over the bird, the spices slid right off it. Well, looks like we need to rub something on it so that the spices will stick to its skin. I'm not rubbing that thing with anything. Maybe butter, I said as I went to the fridge. Once that melts, the spices will go with it, she brought up. Maybe a beaten egg would be better. Sound good to me. I got out 2 eggs, then met her back at the counter where she'd gotten out a bowl and a fork. I'll whip these up, and then you can use your hand to rub it all over the turkey. In no time at all, we had that bird looking festive with all sorts of green herbs and red spices sprinkled all over it. Now that is some turkey we've made here, baby. I wiped my hands on a kitchen towel just as the oven beeped, letting us know it had reached the temperature she'd set it on. It certainly looks the part of the main event of Thanksgiving. I hope it ends up tasting good. She opened the oven, and I slid the heavy bird in to begin roasting. With her damp hair hanging in loose waves around her face, I found her too cute and couldn't help but to plant a quick kiss to her cheek. We make a good team. I think so too. Walking away, she looked over her shoulder at me. I'm going to go brush my teeth before I start making something for breakfast. I'll be right back. Take your time. I can prepare something for us to eat. Looking around for something that wouldn't be too heavy, I decided to soft boil a couple eggs and make some toast. Finding the coffee jar, I brewed a pot, and everything was ready by the time she got back to me. Breakfast is served, my lady. Taking her hand, I led her to the island bar where the cute little egg cups sat on top of small plates with toast points on them. Her lips turned up on one side, she sat down on the bar stool. You found the egg cups. Your mom has like everything imaginable in her kitchen. Producing the small egg forks that went with the egg cups, I chuckled. Even these tiny spoons were neatly kept in a plastic baggie right next to the cups. This is a very good kitchen. Mom made sure of that, didn't she? Tapping the top of the egg with the little spoon, she pulled away the shell, then mixed the warm yolk around. This is one of my favorite ways to eat eggs. Mine too. I sat down and got right to eating the delicious yet simple meal. I checked out the wine in the chiller under the counter. There are some pretty nice bottles in there. I think we should have a bottle, or even 2, with our Thanksgiving feast. Yeah, that would be nice. I'm going to get to work on your dad's computer now that we have the password. I want to check out the files he has on there. I'm almost positive that I'll find something about that guy or the group he has to be affiliated with. The sooner we know who these people are, the better off you and I will be. Not wanting to waste time, I went to John's home office as soon as I was done eating and set to work while Morgan worked on the holiday meal in the kitchen. I found several files and opened one after the other, not finding anything that told me about the man in the baseball cap. I got to the last file, praying silently that this would be the one that would give me all the information I needed. Come on, John. I need to find out what you were up to that got you and Laura killed. However, what I found upon clicking on it was that this file was locked and could only be opened after the security step, and that was John's fingerprint. And that infuriated me. What the heck, John? Really? So many wasted hours, and to find that this was probably exactly what I needed, only for it to be impenetrable, was just too much. Frustrated, I went to the kitchen, finding Morgan sipping wine while dancing to some music playing on her earpods. When she saw me, she took them out. "You look pissed, Michael. Your face is like scarlet right now." "I am pissed." I filled a glass full of wine, then took a few gulps. "I think I've found the file that we need. But there's no way I can open it because John used his fingerprint to keep it secure." I took 3 more gulps before putting the glass down. Why does everything have to be so hard? Well, Dad must have known that the information in that file might be classified. You know what you should do while we're in Hampton? You should go see Dad's boss. I know he wouldn't tell me anything, but you're ex-military. I bet he'll fill you in on what Dad was doing. I mean, he's got to have some idea that it was something Dad was working on that got him killed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made sure the news of their deaths wasn't reported to any media outlets. Running my hand down my face, I knew she was right. He might be the only person who knows what John was up to. The only problem is that this is a holiday, and he most likely won't be in the office until Monday or Tuesday. Do you feel okay with staying here that long? Her eyes moved around, and she looked around the kitchen. Honestly, babe, can we just go back to your place after we eat the meal? I mean, I'm doing okay right now. But that's only because I've given myself this time limit. It's like it's okay to me because I know we're going to be here until around 4 today, and then we'll be going home. But staying another night would probably be too much for me right now. Smiling, I liked what I'd heard. You think of my place as home. Nodding, she ran her finger around the rim of the glass she held. Is it cool with you that I think that way? Taking her into my arms, I was so much more than cool with that. Kissing her softly, I answered, that is the coolest thing I've ever heard. We can go back home and come back here whenever John's boss is going to be back in his office next week. Resting her forehead against mine, she said, I like waking up in your bed. I like that too. After eating the big meal, cleaning everything up, and putting the leftovers into the freezer for meals at a later date, we gathered our things, including John's laptop computer, and left her parents' house to return to mine. I would have taken it before, but getting Morgan out of the house that was triggering her was the most important thing at that time. It wasn't dark yet, but getting pretty close. There probably won't be much traffic with the holiday. Taking off, I made my way through the neighborhood streets. When I checked my rearview mirror, I found something unsettling. There's a black car behind us. Morgan turned to look out the back window. Do you think it's him? I'm not sure. Let me take a turn to see if they follow. I took a left and found the car taking the same turn. So I took a right and it turned right too. I'm pretty sure we're being followed. How can this guy be in all the same places we are? It's like he's got a tracking device on us or something. I mean, you've parked inside the garage at Mom and Dad's every time we've gone over there. When did they find out what kind of car you drive? I mean, I can see them figuring out that we were at Mom and Dad's house, because the lights have been on and stuff like that. But how could they be sure it was us, since your car was parked in the garage, and there aren't even any windows for them to be able to see the car? They must have seen it when we went to your apartment. They know what we look like from the funeral. I knew that had to be the case. She looked at me with wide eyes. Someone from the apartment complex has to be working with them. Maybe even the manager. But why? I made another turn, and this time I saw the black car speeding up and getting right behind me. Darn it, I growled between clenched teeth. Hang on, baby. I've got to lose this guy. Even though I sped up, the other car did too, staying on my tail. This was too much for me to take, and I jerked the wheel, pulling over to the curb to stop and face this person. Morgan grabbed my arm, frantic. What do you think you're doing? I'm not going to run from this guy. My hand on the door handle, I was just about to get out when a loud popping sound came, and I saw something whiz past the passenger side window. What was that? Throwing the car into drive, I stepped on the gas, speeding away, as Morgan scrunched down in the seat. They're actively trying to kill us, Michael. They must think that we've found whatever John has hidden.
Chapter 18. Morgan.
We have to call the police, Michael. Every part of my body shook, even though he'd managed to outrun the people who'd shot at us. We'd gotten about 50 miles down the highway, heading back to Michael's. I'm not sure that's the best answer to this, Morgan. I think this is deeper than the cops are allowed to go. Looking at him as he drove, white-knuckled, eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror, I noticed that his jaw hadn't come unclenched yet. You can't handle this on your own. We need someone to help us. It bothered me that I'd been so upset and in my own head about how I felt, that I hadn't even noticed how anxious Michael had become with the whole ordeal. I needed to calm myself down so I could help Michael calm down. Nothing good would come of us both being frantic and anxious. I know that. I'm still going to go to John's old boss. I'm going to tell him what's been going on with us, how they are actively trying to kill us. I'm going to take John's computer with me too. I know they've got ways of getting what they want from any computer. I've got to end this like right now. He looked at me, and I saw fear in his eyes. That was something I'd never seen before. You're afraid. The idea of him being scared scared me badly. What are we going to do? Do you even think we're going to be safe at your place? We're safer there than anywhere else, he said with his eyes on the rearview mirror. I've got guns there. We can stay in the back part of the house too. That way, we won't use any lights in the front where they can see that we're there. I can park somewhere else too. So they won't see us drive into the garage. I've got this sick feeling that they have eyes everywhere. You do have a kick-ass security system too, I agreed. At least it's nighttime, and we can go into the house under the cover of darkness. But we'll have to live on whatever is already there. We won't be able to order anything like takeout or groceries. Otherwise, these people will know we're there. I hated this. I hated everything about it. But what I hated the most was the fact that Michael's life was only in danger because he was with me. I've got loads of MREs in my emergency stash. Pulling off at the exit, he said, "We need gas. You can go into the convenience store to pick up things you might want." What are MREs? Meals that are ready to eat. I've got like a year's worth of them too. And tons of bottled water, so don't bother with that either. We'll have the use of the kitchen, since it's at the back of the house. I knew buying a house without that open kitchen and living room concept would pay off someday. How long are we going to be hiding? I was due for my monthly cycle in a week, and didn't want to be caught without feminine supplies. We're going to have to go back to Hampton in like 4 or 5 days. Pulling up at a gas pump, he said, "I don't have any sodas. And I don't recommend that you drink them either. As a doctor, I've seen soda do a number on the human body. But if you feel like you might need soda, then you might want to get some. And a loaf of bread might be good too. I've got peanut butter, but I'm not sure about the bread. Don't buy too much things though. We can only take in what we can carry." Got it. Jumping out of the car, I felt like I was a moving target. My heart pounded as I walked as fast as I could to get inside the small store. Wasting no time, I grabbed a box of tampons, the bread he'd asked for, and then I went to the candy aisle. I didn't need soda, but chocolate would become a necessity once Mother Nature hit me. Taking my purchases to the counter, I saw a display behind the cashier with over-the-counter medication hanging in small pouches. "And give me 3 packs of the Midol, please." He snapped them off the display, scanning them, then asked, "Would you like some Mexican jumping beans with your purchase today?" What? That had to be the most random thing anyone had ever asked me. He pointed at a small tray with little paper bags on it. Mexican jumping beans. How come convenience stores sell the silliest stuff? Shrugging, he bagged my things. I've got no idea. But people think the beans are fun. Do they really jump? Yeah. Especially when you get them hot. There's like a bug inside them or something like that. He picked up a packet and shook it, then placed it on the counter. If you can hear them moving around, then the bugs are still alive. A loud honking sound made me look toward the door, and lights filled my eyes, making me shield them as terror filled me. Being reminded of the lights I'd seen the night my parents died made me sick to my stomach. I left $100 bill on the counter, then grabbed the bag with my things in it. Darn it. Wow, the cashier shouted too. Is that guy with you? Blinking, I began to be able to see, and it was Michael's car. I ran out, jumping in the passenger seat. Really, Michael? Why were you just standing there chatting? He barked at me as he backed up very fast, then spun around, screeching his tires as he took off to get back on the freeway. For all we know, they're not far behind us. We've been on the road long enough now that they shouldn't still be trying to follow us. I think you're beginning to freak out. I dug a chocolate bar out of the bag. Maybe some chocolate will help settle you down. Nothing's going to settle me down until those people are caught and dealt with. His hands gripped the steering wheel, his jaw still tight. Michael, you have to calm down, babe. This isn't healthy. Come on. Grazing his upper thigh with my fingers, I tried to soothe him. We're going to be okay. You know why I know that? Because you are naive? His lips pressed into a thin line, anxiety obvious in his expression. No. Because I know that you and I have some angels looking out for us up there in heaven. Massaging his shoulder, I knew I would have to work pretty hard to settle him down. I know you've seen some terrible things in your life, being in the army and being a doctor. We know there are people after us. We're not going to be blindsided the way my parents were. We have the upper hand. We're aware of the danger, and we're taking the appropriate actions to stay safe. But letting anxiety reign over us won't help us a bit. A level head makes the best decisions. He took a deep breath, then looked at me, still anxious but just a tad bit less than he'd been before. If anything happens to you. Placing my finger against his lips, I said, don't think about things that have not occurred yet. We can only deal with what is happening in the present. We can do nothing about the past and very little about the future. But we can do things in the present, right now. And for right now, we are safe. His chest began to move normally, rather than the rapid way it had been moving with his tense and fast breathing pattern. Slow breaths came and went, until he was back to the man he was most often. We're going to be okay. I know. Running one hand through my hair, he sighed. Thank you. You're welcome. I saw his eyes twinkle, and my heart fluttered. I'm sorry that I got you into this, but I'm glad I've got you. If I were all alone, I'd already be dead by now. I don't want to even think about that. Gulping, his Adam's apple moved up and down his neck with the action. Since the accident, I've caught myself thinking about how I would have reacted had you been killed too. Intrigued by how he'd felt about that, I said, you and I hadn't been together back then. Only that one night. I seriously doubt that you would have been too upset. I'm not sure about that. I'd been fantasizing about you just before you showed up in my emergency room. Something happened to me when I saw you in that hospital bed. Shaking his head, he kept his eyes on the road ahead. I went numb. Like my mind couldn't handle losing you. He laughed a little. Like you were mine somehow. Like you'd always been mine and always would be mine. If you would have had to have surgery, I wouldn't have been fit to do it. I knew that at the time too. And I knew that I was going to keep you with me once you got out of the hospital. There was no question. It was just like, she's going home with me so I can take care of her. It's nice to know that you felt that way about me. Honestly, I had no idea if you ever even thought about me. I thought about you a lot. I'm happy to be with you now, but I'm extremely unhappy about how this came to be, and how we're only together now because my dad isn't here anymore. The guilt is beginning to go away, a little at a time though. I think that's because the feelings I have for you just keep growing stronger. Mine keep growing stronger for you too, baby. Like a little more with each passing moment. That's why the thought of you being in danger, the thought of losing you, makes me insane. Even though I was sitting in Michael's car, riding home with him, telling each other about our mutual feelings, it seemed too good to be true. In all my fantasies about the man I'd crushed on for years, nothing like this had ever happened. This was like real love. And I'd never experienced that before. It was a little overwhelming. So overwhelming that I knew we had to stop talking about such an emotional subject. So I changed the topic. Do you think Mom and Dad worked together in this thing? His brows raised. I'm not sure about that. If your mother ever did work with your father, I think he would have told me about it. But then again, if they belonged to something like the CIA, he couldn't have told anyone about that. What if they were working for the CIA? I asked. Then we may never know that for certain. But my hope is that John's boss will have some knowledge about what your father was working on, or dealing with. And once he knows that you and I have been targeted, then he'll deal with it, and you and I will be safe. The way his brow furrowed told me it wasn't all great news. What? Well, in order to keep us safe, they might want to do that whole thing where they change our identity and move us somewhere far from here. You know, that whole thing. I hadn't thought of that. My job, I said quietly, then looked at him. Your job. Being moved far away, changing our names, is that something we really might have to do? Another thought came to mind. Will they separate us? Not a chance, Morgan. But what if they make us go into the witness protection program? How would you feel about that? I didn't want to leave my job. I was pretty sure that Michael didn't want to leave his either. And moving far away from the area I'd lived my whole life wasn't great. But there was some good to that scenario. Hey, as long as we're together, then that's all that matters to me. We can make each other happy, and find our careers wherever we go. As long as we go together. You mean that? His expression blank broke my heart. Reaching over, I pulled his hand off the steering wheel and held it to my cheek. You make me happy. This is the darkest time of my life. If it weren't for you, I would have already drowned in my own tears. If I can be happy with you during this time, then I know I can be happy with you through the rest of my life. I hadn't thought about that. He pulled my hand, then kissed the top of it. You're right though. This is the darkest time in your life, and it's a pretty dark time for me too. But being with you makes me happy. And I'm pretty sure that is about as rare as it gets. We might have found that Holy Grail. Not understanding him, I asked, the Holy Grail? You know what I mean. It was way too early to say the words I was thinking. So I nodded. Yeah, the Holy Grail. I think you're right. Together, we can get through anything. Even being moved to some hick town, far away, having our names changed to God only knows what, and having to take new jobs. But we will excel at our new jobs and new life because that's the kind of people we are. Excellers. If that's really a word. I don't think it is a real word. But it sure should be. His smile made everything better. I hope I get to see that smile for the rest of my life.
Chapter 19. Michael.
Like a bolt of lightning had zapped my brain. A thought just appeared out of nowhere. We can't go home. Morgan looked at me, her eyes huge. What? I don't know. Shaking my head to try to clear it, I thought the same thing again. We can't go home. I took the next exit and turned to go back toward Hampton, Virginia. Michael, this is crazy. You just said that you've got everything we would need there. So why the sudden change in plans? They knew we were leaving, Morgan. I was trying to figure things out, the same as she was. It just came to me. Like out of the blue. We can't go home. You said they knew we were leaving. So you think there might be someone waiting for us to get to your place? Looking at her with a frown, I asked, so now it's my place and not home. You know what I mean, she snapped. I need you to explain to me why we're going back. You know how my parents' house triggers me. I'd always listened to my gut, and right now, my gut told me to listen to the thought that had randomly shot into my brain. Hey, all I know is that going home might be the worst thing we can do right now. So, we're going back to my parents' house to hide out? That doesn't even sound smart at all. There might be someone watching your house. But we know someone is watching their house. She chewed on her lower lip, showing signs of anxiety. To be honest, Michael, I don't much like you changing plans on the spur of the moment like this. I know it's odd. But you need to remember that I have years of military experience. The idea is to stick with the plan. But when something like your gut instinct tells you to change plans, then you change the plan. Plus, once we're at your parents' house, we're not going in through the front door, nor are we going to park in the garage. Maybe we should change cars, she muttered as she looked out the window. Getting out of this car before getting back into Hampton sounds like an awesome idea to me. And maybe we should stop at a Walmart before we go back too. You know, buy some hoodies to hide what we look like. Turning to look at me, she smiled. I'll rent a car. Head to Norfolk, to the airport. We can park this car in the daily parking lot. It's cheap, like $10 a day. And there are on-site car rentals there too, so I can get us into another car. I couldn't help but smile, even though we were in a dire situation. Morgan was a trooper. When adversity hit, she didn't crumble. She used her brain to come up with solutions, and didn't dwell on the problems. Great idea. I don't suppose you have any idea where we can park once we get to your parents' place? Mrs. Greenspan was put into a nursing home last month. So, her house is empty. But she's got those lights that go off and on, you know, on a timer, so it doesn't look like no one's home. Dad told her grown children that he would keep the lawn mowed too. The two homes share the back fence, and there's a small gate that Dad put in so he could get his lawnmower over there without having to drive it around the block. So, we can park the rental car in her driveway and go around her house to the backyard where we can use the gate to get into John's backyard, then go in through the back door. She just made things 1,000 times easier, and she'd done it quickly too. You're the best, baby. I also think that we should just not turn on any lights when we get to Mom and Dad's house. During the day, there'll be enough light coming through the curtains for us to see by. But we should just go to bed when it gets dark, and not get up until there's light to see by in the mornings. It's a pretty basic way to exist, but it's only for a few days. I loved that she was laying out the plan. She knew she had triggers about being in her deceased parents' home, but she was working through that, making plans, taking action instead of whining about it. Morgan was my kind of woman, strong when she had to be. Thankfully, her plan went like clockwork, and by midnight we were walking in through the back door of her parents' home. Great plan, babe. I closed the door behind us, pressing the passcode into the keypad to reactivate the security system. And we are safe. It's really dark in here with no lights though. She put her hand against the wall. I've been thinking about where it would be best for us to hole up through the night. And it's got to be my parents' bedroom. It's the furthest bedroom from the front of the house. You know, this is really your house now, Morgan. Once we're out of danger, I think you need to redecorate this place, make it yours. I led the way to the bedroom. If we ever manage to get out of danger, she said. We have no idea what our future holds right now. I see no reason to start planning my color scheme yet. You know what I'm saying, though, right? I took her hand, running my thumb across her palm. Try to see this place as yours now. Not yet, Michael. It's too soon. She went with me into the dark bedroom. At least I can't see anything, so that's a plus. I'm exhausted. Putting the things she'd carried down on the floor, she climbed into the bed. I joined her under the warm blankets. We held each other close, sharing soft kisses that quickly deepened. The fear and tension of the day melted away as we gave ourselves to the moment, losing ourselves in each other's arms. The connection between us felt deeper than ever, a quiet affirmation that we were in this together. When we finally drifted off, wrapped around one another, a peaceful exhaustion settled over us.
Chapter 20. Morgan.
Sitting in the dark kitchen, I held a bottle of wine I'd grabbed from the wine chiller before sitting on the floor so that no one would see my shadow inside the house. The tears wouldn't stop, even with the wine to calm me. Why would I do such a terrible thing? My emotions were all over the place. 1 minute, I could allow myself to experience happiness. Then the next, sadness would overcome me. A minute after that, guilt would set in. It was like this never-ending circle that didn't seem to be going away. Am I ever going to be okay again? Taking a swig of the red wine, I noticed the numb feeling coming around again. Of all the feelings I had experienced, the numb feeling was the most troubling. There was no pain. There was no anger. No guilt even. But it was that nothingness that was unsettling to me. Before my parents died, I was a happy-go-lucky young woman with nothing but blue skies ahead of me. Or so I had thought. All the happy days in my life meant little to nothing to me anymore. It was as if this bad thing had come along and erased all the good that had happened in my life. Another swig and I contemplated life itself. Is anything in this life even real? Nothing made sense to me anymore. If one negative action could vaporize all the positive actions that had happened in my life, then what was the use of life at all? Why live 5 happy days, only for one unhappy day to delete the happiness you'd experienced? Another swig and I wondered about death. What is death really? There were so many contradictory theories about death that it made it impossible to come to a real decision on what death really was. Was heaven real? Was there life after death? And if so, was it the same type of life one lives on Earth? I couldn't see the need for death to occur if all one did was go on living the same way they'd lived on Earth, only without a body. That just didn't make sense at all to me. With my eyes on the ceiling, I asked, "Mom, Dad, where are you guys, really?" Waiting to see if something miraculous would occur, I kept looking, although not knowing what to look for. A bright light? A little orb? An angel with wings? Nothing came, as I was sure it wouldn't. You aren't here. I took another drink of the wine. Are you anywhere? If my parents had become ghosts, which wasn't a thing I wanted, then I would have expected them to come back to their own home in their spirit forms. And since I knew my parents and how they would have reacted had they caught me in their bed with Michael, of all people, they would have dragged us both from the bed, then beaten us silly. Which hadn't happened. The only ghosts around here are the ones in my head, I told myself, then took another drink. There should have been classes about what happens when you lose your loved ones, to prepare us all for what inevitably happens. No one prepares you for living without your parents. Nothing can come close to taking their places. It's just a plain and simple fact that life will never be the same again. I could not recall a single day in my life, before their deaths, when I was sad the entire day. Some happiness would occur each and every day, no matter what. Losing someone can turn many days into nothing but sadness. And that didn't seem like a thing anyone needed in their lives. I wanted to be happy. I wanted to feel like my old self again. But that wasn't going to happen. Not ever. And I was done trying to make myself believe that I would ever feel normal again. Normal just wasn't in the cards for me anymore. Michael deserved more than I could give him. He didn't need a basket case dragging him down. And that's all I would do, drag him down with me. The poor guy couldn't even have a good night's sleep without me messing it all up for him. His life was in real danger, only because he wanted to help me get through the toughest time of my life. He'd be better off if I just disappeared. Taking another long drink, I felt a little dizzy when I pulled the bottle away from my lips. I should do what's right. I could just walk out of the house, into the night, and into the arms of the people who wanted me dead. That's not going to keep Michael alive, though. Now, thanks to me, he was in their crosshairs too. And my death wouldn't stop them from coming for him. Nothing I could do was the right thing. Everything was useless. I was useless. Pulling the bottle up to take another drink, the sound of the security alarm went off with a shrill whistle that scared me. I jumped to my feet, and the bottle crashed on the tile floor, shattering. Staying perfectly still, I didn't want to step on glass, but I sure didn't want to stay where I was either. "Someone's trying to break in," I slurred. "Morgan!" I heard Michael shout over the loud sound of the alarm. "Where are you?" "In here," I said, then was about to tell him to be careful. But it was too late. "Ow!" "I dropped a bottle of wine," I said, slurring again. "Watch out for the glass." Too late. He flipped on the light switch, illuminating the kitchen, which looked like a crime scene, with all the red wine splattered on the white-tiled floor. Looking down, I saw glass spread around my feet. Uh-oh. Then I looked at Michael as blood pooled around one of his feet. "You're bleeding." "Don't move, Morgan." "How did you get drunk in such a short amount of time?" "I'm drunk?" I asked with surprise. "Very." Looking behind me, I saw no shards of glass and took a step backward. Then another and another. The alarm still rang, annoyingly. "I'm gonna go shut that off, then I'll be back to fix your foot." "Be careful," he shouted. "Someone is out there." "Really?" I asked, befuddled. "Who's out there?" "I don't know who's out there. I just know that someone set off the alarm when they tried to get in the door." Nodding, I went to turn the alarm off, pushing the buttons that made the loud noise go away. With the sweet sound of silence, I smiled as I went back to the kitchen. Michael sat on the floor in his underwear, which were now blood and red wine soaked. He had a kitchen towel wrapped around his foot. "Did you lock the door back after you disabled the alarm?" "Did I do what now?" I wobbled a little. "Did you arm the security system again to make sure the doors are locked?" "Sure." I pulled at the hem of my shirt that just barely covered my panties and ripped a small hole in it, then pulled it so that the entire hem came off. Stepping out of the loop of material, I bent over to pick it up. "Here, use this to tie that thing onto your foot." When he took it from me, some of his blood rubbed off on my hand, and I wiped it across the front of my t-shirt. "Oh man, this is ruined now." After tying the towel to his foot, he got up, then hopped toward the living room. "I'm going to make sure you reactivated the security system." I stood there, looking at the mess on the kitchen floor. This is going to take a while to clean, and I'm sleepy. "We can clean it tomorrow. Go to bed." The memory of what we'd done in my parents' bed came flooding back to me, and I began to cry. Oh gosh, no. Why did I do that in their bed? "Morgan, just stop crying," he shouted. "Go to bed." "And now you're mad at me too," I bawled. "I'm just no good at all." All of a sudden, Michael had me scooped up in his arms. "Baby, you're good. You're just exhausted and drunk. So, let me get you into bed, and then I'll come back to deal with the security system. I'm sure the alarm scared away whoever was trying to get inside anyway." Laying my head against his chest, I asked, "Do you hate me now?" "I could never hate you, baby." He kissed the top of my head. "Everything is going to be okay. I know now not to initiate anything in any area that might even remotely remind you of your parents." Sniffling, I thought about Mom and Dad and began to cry again. "They're gone, Michael. I won't ever see them again. And I don't even know where they are. They're in heaven. Don't worry about them. They're safe and happy. And all I want you to do is get some sleep. You really need sleep right now." He took me into the guest room, then turned on the light. His eyes widened as he looked at me. "Oh no." "What?" I asked as he ran his hand over my cheek to brush away the tears. "A shower. We both need a shower. My blood is everywhere, in your hair, all over your face and clothes. Darn broken glass." The idea of being covered in blood kind of sobered me up. "What do I look like?" "You ever see that movie Carrie by Stephen King? You know, where they spill a bucket of blood over her head?" he asked. "Are you kidding me right now?" "Well, it's not that bad, but close enough." The gash on my foot let out a lot of blood, And when I sat on the floor to bandage the cut, I guess I pretty much got it all over me, and now it's all over you. But it'll wash right off. And then we'll climb into bed where I'll hold you until daylight, when we'll have to get out of here, since our cover has been blown. Blinking, I had almost lost total focus on him. I'm drunk. Yes, that has been covered, Morgan. You've drank red wine at a sailor's pace. Just like my emotions kept looping around, so did the soberness and drunkenness. Michael, I don't feel right. You're stressed. Also, there's a chance that you might be dehydrated a little. And to add to that, alcohol has been added to your already stressed body in copious amounts. You are not fine now, but I promise you that I will take good care of you. You'll be fine by the time you wake up in the morning. Leaning my head on his shoulder, I knew he would take care of me. I will trust you with my life, Michael. And I'm sorry about dropping the wine bottle and you getting your foot cut. Do you think you're going to need stitches? 'Cause I can do them if you need me to. Not in your present condition, you won't, he said with a chuckle. It didn't go too deep anyway. I stopped pressing my foot down as soon as I felt the pain. A slamming sound startled us. Michael put me back on my feet. The door isn't locked. Clenching his jaw, he took off running. Which looked kind of like a gimpy run as he limped too. I ran right behind him. Don't go out there. Are you crazy? We need to hide. On the way out of the guest room, he grabbed the lamp off the nightstand, wielding it like a weapon. I'm not going to hide. But you should. There was no way I was going to let him handle things alone. I just followed along behind him, without making any noise, so he wouldn't know what I was doing. Holding the lamp up over his head, he roared, I'm going to stop you. Just as we got into the living room, I saw who had barged in through the unlocked door. Thank God. On the floor, one of the cops shouted as he held his gun tightly in both hands. You don't, I began to say but stopped when I saw Michael hit the floor, lying on his belly. Should I get down too? Get down. Another cop shouted. Now. But I'm. Another cop moved forward, taser in his hand, and he sparked it. Get down now. Hands behind your backs. What in the world happened here? I heard one of the cops say, as I got down on the floor to do as they had said. Looks like we've interrupted something bad, another one said. Lifting my head, I said, it's not. Shut your mouth, the man with the taser screamed at me. No one wants to hear what either of you has to say. All the shouting made my head pound. Closing my eyes, I didn't know what was going to happen. There's so much blood, I heard one of the cops say. What a nightmare, another one said. Michael turned his head to look at me. But before he could say a thing, a cop shouted at him, Who told you to move? What are they going to do to us?
Chapter 21. Michael.
I'd thought that doing as the officers said would calm things down pretty fast. But so far, I'd been wrong. And as one of them knelt down beside Morgan, then pulled out a set of handcuffs, I changed tactics. Look, you guys got this all wrong. I stood up, nice and slow, hands in the air. The woman you're about to cuff is the owner of this home. The owner's name is John Lee, another officer said. Back on your belly, loser. I am Dr. Michael Dawes from Washington, D.C. And this is Morgan Lee, the daughter of the late John and Laura Lee. We belong here. I turned to scan the faces in the living room, and found one man with a smile on his face. He held out one hand and stepped forward. Then I saw a flash of light before my body racked with pain, bolts of lightning zigzagging through me. He told you to get down. Stop. Morgan shrieked. I looked at her with wide eyes, silently pleading for her to be quiet so that they wouldn't do to her what they were doing to me. The zapping finally stopped, and I fell to the floor in a twitching heap. Why? He told you the truth, she shouted. I had no idea what went on around me, as my brain felt a bit fried. But I thought I heard one of the guys say, oh no. Another said, we've messed up. Yeah, I stammered. Morgan got on her hands and knees, scooting to me. "Michael, are you okay?" "He's fine," one of the officers said, as he and another man picked me up by my arms and unceremoniously jerked the two tiny probes off the upper right side of my bare chest. "See, he's going to be just fine." "He doesn't look fine," she said, looking at me with scrutiny. "Just look at his hair. It's all standing on end." "That'll wear off," the cop holding up my left side told her. "See, there was an alarm here at this address, and when we got here, we didn't see anyone but found the door unlocked, so we came in and found you two, who are covered in blood, so naturally we assumed that you two were the intruders." "What's up with all this blood anyway?" one of them asked. Morgan answered, "He cut his foot on some glass that I dropped. But someone was here. They must have tried to get in, and that's why the alarm went off. I disarmed it to stop the noise." The cop sat me down on the couch, then looked at me. "Yeah, I can see it's just smudges of blood now." "Maybe," I stuttered, "if you had." Morgan sat next to me, taking my hand. "If you had waited a minute to let us explain, then you might have noticed the blood was merely smudged on our skin and clothes. Why'd you have to tase him, anyway?" She ran her hand through my hair, clucking her tongue. "He didn't do anything wrong." "He's muscular," one of the cops said. "We don't take any chances." Morgan's eyes flared with anger. "There are 6 of you here. Do you honestly think he could have taken down all 6 of you?" She looked at them all, one at a time. "So, you know that someone else set off the alarm, yet I'm still looking at all of you when at least some of you should be outside looking around." They scattered like flies, leaving only the one who had gotten to the door last. He turned reluctantly to look at us. You guys need me in here for anything?" "Get out," Morgan snapped. "Yes, ma'am." He closed the door behind him. "What a bunch of idiots," she hissed, running both hands through my hair, then moved her attention to the place where the electrodes had punctured my skin. "And look at this. Burns. I am so pissed right now. I could spit fire." Putting my hand over hers as she gently caressed the burns, I smiled. "I'm feeling better. It's wearing off." "Was it horrible?" she asked with sad eyes. "It was not pleasant at all. But I'm okay. Let's see what we can do about getting them out of here, so we can take a shower. I just want to get cleaned up and slip under the blankets for a little while. I'll tell them to leave." She got up to go out and talk to the cops. Noticing how short her t-shirt was and how her panties were showing a bit, I said, "Hey, can you go put on a robe or something before you do that?" Looking down, her cheeks turned red. "Oh my gosh." She dashed away to get something to cover herself. I got up and walked very slowly to the door, then looked out and saw the cops just kind of standing around. "Hey guys. I don't think you're going to find anything. Whoever it was who tried to get in is long gone, I'm sure. I'm going to reactivate the alarm now. Okay." "Yeah." The guy who tased me gave me a weak smile. "No hard feelings?" Sure. I did have some hard feelings, but I wasn't going to make a case out of it. Good night." Closing the door, I set the security system, then turned to find Morgan coming down the hall. I got rid of them. "Oh good." She turned around, heading to the guest room. I'm sure that with all the commotion, whoever was trying to break in ran as fast and far away as they could. "I think you're right." I stopped at the door to the guest room. "Hey, you take a shower in this bathroom, and I'll use the one in the master suite. We're both pretty filthy. And if I know me, seeing you naked with soap all over you is just going to turn me on." "Yeah," she said with a grin. "You go shower in there. I'll meet you in bed in here." "Cool." As I showered, I thought about what we needed to do. It felt like we weren't safe anywhere we went anymore. But I wasn't sure whether whoever had tried to get into the house knew that anyone was inside. They're after something they think is in this house. They'd tossed Morgan's apartment, looking for something they didn't find. They'd been trying to get into John and Laura's house even before that. Since I'd been all through the house, I knew that the only thing that might have had anything on it was John's laptop, which was safely hidden away in my backpack. My brain needed rest. I'd gone through quite a bit and had to recharge before I could think clearly. After my shower, I found some bandages in the medicine cabinet in John and Laura's bathroom and bandaged the cut on my foot. Limping to the guest room, I found I'd beaten Morgan to bed. I slipped under the blanket, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I passed out. It felt like no time had passed when I woke, hearing Morgan get out of bed. "You're getting up already." "I can't sleep." The wine wore off when all the excitement went on. "I'm wired now." "I did sleep for several hours, though." "You can stay asleep. I'll be quiet." Rubbing my eyes, I sat up in bed. "No. I'm awake. I had this dream. It was weird. You know, kind of dark and hard to see what's going on. That kind of dream." "Yeah, kind of like our reality right now. We can't really see what's going on." Sitting on the bed, she wrapped her arms around her bent knees, then leaned her chin on them. "It has become super clear to me that we're on our own with this. You were right about the cops being over their heads with something like this. If they managed to screw up something as simple as a break-in, then they could really screw up something this important. And we can't afford any screw-ups. I was thinking that these people must be after something, but they can't seem to find it. They've been trying to get in here and haven't succeeded yet. They did get into your place and found nothing. So there has to be something here that they want. And the only thing that I can think of is your dad's computer." "For what?" she asked. "I don't know." Sighing, she closed her eyes for a moment, then they flew open. "What if they want to delete something from his computer? Like that file I can't open?" "Maybe. But there are other things too. Say, social media posts. Why would they care about something as trivial as that, Morgan? I didn't think that was the case at all. Your father wouldn't have posted anything critical on social media. He's a smart man." "I agree, he is a smart man. And a smart man would first draw out the people he is supposed to investigate. And what better way to draw them out than by friending them on social media? I've heard that investigators do that sort of thing all the time. You know, like pretending to be young kids to draw out perverts." "You might be right. I had never thought about that." Hopping out of bed, I went to get John's laptop from the backpack I'd put it in. "Where are you going?" Morgan asked. "The master bedroom where I left my backpack." "Great idea. We can get to Dad's social media with that, I bet." "I hope we can." Going into the dark bedroom that my old friend had shared with his wife of many years, I felt odd. It felt as if someone else was in the room. My eyes darted to each corner, finding them all empty. Shaking off the eerie feeling, I laughed at myself for being so paranoid. Of all the rooms in the house, the master suite was the hardest one to get into from the outside. The privacy-fenced backyard encompassed the entire suite. Getting tased must have switched on my anxiety, making me feel things that weren't there. Grabbing the backpack off the chair next to the bed, I took it with me as I left the room. "Got it," I told her as I came back into the guest room. She sat up in the bed, leaning her back against the headboard. Even in the minimal light, I felt my heart swell just looking at her. I realized then that I wasn't just falling for her beauty or the way she moved. It was the woman herself, the fire in her, the resilience, and the quiet strength she showed even when she was breaking. It was as if I was falling in love with her soul. "Why'd you stop?" she asked. I hadn't even realized that I had. "Oh, no reason." "So, are you ready to get all up in your dad's social business?" "I'm ready to end this crazy situation we're in, is what I know." Climbing on the bed, I sat next to her, then opened the laptop and turned it on. I hope he's saved all his passwords so that we don't run into trouble opening the websites. Leaning my shoulder against hers, zaps of electricity lit me up, and I actually giggled. "What's going on with you, Michael?" I feel giddy. I couldn't resist the urge and kissed her cheek. "It's probably from the taser." "That was hours ago," she said. "It can't be that. It must be something else. It might be you." She bumped my shoulder with hers. "Stop being silly." Okay. I'm going to be serious now. It's not like this isn't serious business we're working on. I would love nothing more than for us to put an end to all this danger. Let's check Facebook first. I want to see who Dad's friends are. I hope there wasn't anything unsuitable for John's daughter to see. Okay, let's see what you were up to, John. Just the normal things popped up as I scrolled down the page. I don't see anyone on here that I haven't seen before. Check his groups, she said, pointing at the side of the screen. There's one for military members. I'm in that group too, so I know everyone in there that he does. I kept scrolling and saw nothing that stood out to me. Maybe I should check his latest friends. Yeah, check that out. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and my heart skipped a beat. It was funny how much I liked the littlest things she did. The pictures of his friends were so small that I couldn't really make anyone out. I guess I'll click on the name so I can see the pictures better. Clicking on one after the other, it took quite a while to check out each profile to see if anything struck either of us the wrong way. Unfortunately, everyone seemed perfectly normal. Maybe we should check his Twitter, she said. This is probably way too much of an open forum for anyone that's into bad stuff to want to be a part of. Like, how many killers are actually open about what they do on their Facebook accounts? It happens, though. But I think you're right. We're more likely to find more sinister people on other sites. Moving the mouse up to go to Twitter, I stopped when a tiny face caught my eye. Hang on a minute. Morgan leaned in close. Is that? Clicking on his profile, the picture got bigger, and there was a face that looked very familiar to us both. We whispered in unison, "It's him." The man that was in the group of people we didn't know at the funeral. The man I was sure was the one who we'd seen all the other times, wearing the blue baseball cap. The man who'd been in the backyard of Morgan's parents' home, who'd run away and gotten into the black car that we now knew was a Ford Taurus. Can this really be him? Morgan asked. It's sort of hard to believe that we might have found the man behind all this. It felt surreal to finally have a name for the man. Rudy Bloom. Self-employed. Lives in Richmond, Virginia. Married. Joined in August of this year. This guy lives right in between here and Washington, D.C., she said. That would make it very easy for him to get to the places where we've encountered him, wouldn't it? I would say so. There was a lot more to find out about the man. And that would take time. So we had to find someplace where we could be safe while discovering what this man had to do with John and Laura Lee, and why he would want them dead. Looks like we have found our first real clue.
Chapter 22. Morgan.
Since we'd discovered our first real clue, Michael and I had gained hope that we could actually solve this case before we ended up dead. Michael decided not to go to Dad's old boss after all. If he went to him, then they would take over the case and most likely send us off somewhere, and we would have to start all over. He felt the new information gave us the opportunity to figure things out ourselves, so we left everyone else out of it. We knew that we weren't safe anywhere that we'd been staying so far. Michael fixed that for us by asking a fellow doctor if we could stay at his place since he was on vacation until the end of January and wouldn't be using his home in Silver Spring, Maryland, only a few miles from Washington, D.C. He even gave us access to his garage full of vehicles, but so far we hadn't needed to use any of them to go out and about as we had everything that we needed delivered to us. A couple of weeks had gone by since we'd found the link between my father and Rudy Bloom. We'd made a fake Facebook page and had been adding friends, hoping it would make the page look legitimate enough that Rudy Bloom would accept our friend request when we made one. What we'd found out about Rudy through his social media account was that he was a married man with 3 kids. He owned his own groundskeeping service. And he was extremely political. Most pictures of him showed him wearing caps with different political statements on them. His Facebook cover was a United States flag. And he was one very proud Republican who wasn't afraid to tout his political opinions. The one that really struck me as fanatical was the post that stated he would die for his country, and anyone who wouldn't do the same didn't deserve to live in the United States of America. I found a pretty great profile picture, Morgan. Michael called out from the living room where he'd been scouring pictures for days to find the perfect man to match what we hoped was the perfect profile for a political enthusiast. Soon, the picture of an American flag on our fake profile will be replaced by that of a real person. Maybe this will help us get the followers we've been seeking. In the kitchen, I finished making cups of hot chocolate, then carried them into the living room to see what he'd found. Let me see our man. Ronan Wyclef of Rockville, Maryland, 42, married to his high school sweetheart with 2 sons, ages 15 and 10, he works as an over-the-road truck driver, hauling canned goods from coast to coast. He clicked on the picture to make it bigger on the computer screen. What do you think of our man? Very American-looking. Taking a seat on the sofa next to him, I placed the mugs of hot chocolate on the coffee table, then took a good look at our decoy. I like the subtle hints of silver in his brown hair. Green eyes, tan skin, he looks like a hard-working American, doesn't he? I think he looks the part, yes. He picked up the warm drink I'd made him and took a sip. Oh yeah, baby. Super chocolatey, just the way I like it. The whipped cream is homemade. I saw a TikTok video and thought I'd try it myself. Do you like? I sipped some of mine too, and fell in love with the creamy smooth texture of the drink. You made this? He asked, taking another drink. Wow. That is really great. You're turning into Holly Homemaker with all this free time at home. Your friend has a great kitchen here. And that laundry room is like a dream come true. I have never imagined that I would think so much of a room made just to clean clothes. Is this home giving you any ideas about what you could do with your parents' home to make it your own? He asked with a wink. Well, to be honest, I hadn't even thought about that. I guess I could do some renovations. And like you said, the zoo is only about a half hour from there. But I'm still unsure if I can ever really feel comfortable there. You could always sell it. He put the mug down, his fingers going back to the computer's keyboard. Sell it? I didn't think I wanted to do that. Thinking of other people in my parents' home feels wrong. There's no rush, he said. I just thought I would bring up the idea of making some changes to the house, is all. It's not like I really want you living so far away from me anyway. We've been living together, sleeping in the same bed every night for a while now. Living without him would be lonely. Running my arm around him, I leaned my chin on his shoulder. So once this is over and done with, what will that mean for us? That we can live like normal people, he said with a chuckle. I mean, for us as a couple. I think that we'll know what we want to do when that time comes. Don't you? I'm not sure. You've got your job in D.C., and I've got mine over 3 hours away from D.C. I wasn't sure how it was going to work out once we went back to work. You know, there are other hospitals that I could work at, and other zoos that you could work at. We're not exactly stuck anywhere. And thanks to that money Mitchell has set you up with, any downtime we might experience with no income won't be a problem at all. As a matter of fact, if you decide that you don't want to go back to work at all, you don't have to. The monthly stipend he's giving you is way more than you make with your job. Yeah, but you know I like working. That's the beauty of having such financial freedom, baby. You can do whatever you want. There are no limits. I guess there's really no reason to speculate about the future until we know for sure that we have one. Turning to me, he gave me his complete attention, kissing my lips tenderly as he rubbed his thumb across my cheek, cupping my chin. Baby, you and I have a future. Our future is together. I promise you that. You shouldn't make promises unless you know that you can keep them. I can keep this promise to you. We're going to get these people who most likely killed your parents and want to kill us. Befriending Rudy Bloom is the key to this. I can feel it in my bones. I hope you're right. Cocking one brow, he asked, Are you beginning to doubt me, baby? I don't doubt you. I just worry that he won't take the bait. Or he won't give us any information about what his dealings with Dad were. From all the searching I've done through your dad's social media accounts, including his direct messages, I don't see anything that says he made personal contact with Rudy. John may have just been observing the man. A political extremist like Rudy would make him a person to be watched. Maybe he figured out what your dad was doing and felt like his American rights had been violated, so he retaliated in the harshest way ever. But he didn't do that alone, I said. He had help and lots of it. I can't imagine how many people it took to box us in on the highway like that, then open a path from the side so that a truck could plow into us. He's got to be part of a large group. Hopefully, he'll invite our decoy to join his group, and then we'll get to the good stuff. I was more than ready for this all to be over. But it didn't seem like we were getting close to that happening. I'm growing impatient. Do something to distract yourself, he offered. Maybe think of something to make for dinner tonight, and order the stuff you'll need. Or you could take up a hobby like knitting, and keep your mind occupied with that. Or I can just go to the home gym here and work out. Getting up, I thought I was going to walk away, but he caught my hand and pulled me back down. No, I've got something better we can do. Pushing me back on the sofa, he moved over me. We gave ourselves completely to the moment, losing ourselves in each other's arms. The fear and tension of the past weeks melted away as passion took over. The connection between us felt deeper than ever. When we finally caught our breath, lying tangled together, Michael kissed my forehead. That was way better than a workout. Yeah, I said with a soft laugh. You're my personal distraction. Life with Michael was fun, exciting, and full of hope even in the middle of danger. I didn't want to experience life without him. It was funny how I'd become so connected to him in such a small amount of time. Of course, I couldn't be sure that he felt the same way I did. But it sure felt like he did. I didn't know what I would do if I ever had to be without him. The thought frightened me. To be without Michael would be too devastating. With our lives in danger, I knew that one or both of us could be gone at any given moment if we weren't careful. We had to stay alive. We had to find a way to make sure we got to move on to a future that I thought would be happier than I had ever believed that life could be. If a future together is really in the cards for us.
Chapter 23. Michael.
I found the artificial Christmas tree in the attic, just like the owner Jake said it would be. There's a whole box of Christmas decorations I've got to bring down too. Christmas Eve was a bit late to be putting up a tree, but Morgan hadn't been into the idea of decorating until that morning. It's a lot to do, I know, she said as she sat on the floor by the large, zippered bag the tree was in. I'm sorry for being so wishy-washy. I thought I didn't want to celebrate, but then when I woke up this morning, and being that it's Christmas Eve, I just made the quick decision not to deny us of the celebration. Giving her a quick kiss on top of her head, I was happy she'd finally come around to wanting to celebrate the holiday. I know it's a rough time for you, but I think this is a good idea. I've already put in the order to the grocery store for the rack of lamb and fingerling potatoes for tonight's dinner. What about tomorrow? She began pulling out all the artificial tree limbs and placing them on the floor. I went ahead and ordered the stuff for that too. Like we were talking about last night, your mom always made something that wasn't typically Christmas food on the actual day of Christmas. So I ordered a couple of live lobsters, a couple of ears of fresh corn on the cob, a bag of red potatoes, and some sausages. I'm going to make a Cajun boil for our Christmas feast. How does that sound? Well, Mom never made that before. I like it. It'll be our thing. New and different and totally us. Now, all smiles, she looked at the instruction booklet. I'll get this tree up while you go grab that box of decorations. Excited that she was happy about my meal ideas, I went to get the decorations and brought them into the living room. You know, I just thought of something that might be a pretty cool tradition you and I could start next year. Looking at me from the corner of her eyes, she smiled. You think we're going to be spending next Christmas together? We better be spending that Christmas together, and as many more holidays as the good Lord will give us. I hadn't wanted to place any added pressure on either of us by putting a commitment out there for her or me to have to think about. We had a lot going on, as it was. Once we've put an end to all this, we're going to have a long talk about the future and what we want out of it. Batting her eyelashes at me, her cheeks turned pink. I'm looking forward to that discussion. Now, like I was saying, I've got this idea for all our Christmases to come. We can pick a different theme each year. It'll incorporate our meals and our decorations. Then we'll have to pick out a new theme each Christmas, so we have all year to gather the decorations. I get it, she said with a nod. Like this year, we're eating that Cajun boil thing. So, if we went with that theme next year, we would get Cajun decorations and use like the red and yellow color theme throughout our decorations. Her eyes lit up as she said, "Oh, I already know what I want next Christmas theme to be." What? I loved how quickly she had taken to the idea. Italy. Everything Italian. We can find the best recipes to make too. Not just spaghetti and lasagna either. I want to get super authentic. Her smile grew by leaps and bounds as she said, "Oh, I know. We can take a trip to Italy in the coming year, where we can eat authentic Italian cuisine and find real Italian decorations. We can use some of the money Mitch is so generously giving me for the trip." I found it sort of funny that she wanted to use that money to take me traveling. You know, Mitch wanted to pay my way as we went tripping around the world when we got out of the military academy. It's kind of funny that you want to do pretty much the same thing. Well, why not use it for that? And maybe I should use it to do other things too. Like maybe something where I could work with animals without it being a job. She looked up, and I saw one tear roll down her cheek, then she looked at me. When ideas just pop into my head now, you know, since Mom and Dad aren't here anymore, I really get excited because I feel like they came from them. You might be right. I wasn't about to crush that idea. You know that anything that makes you feel closer to them is all for the good. I bet you're going to come up with all kinds of great ideas too. Nodding, she stood, stretched, then picked up the long pole that would be the base of the tree. Okay, are you ready to make a Christmas tree with me, babe? Let's do this Christmas thing. After getting the pole into the round bottom, we got to work putting the limbs on it. I'll start from the top, and you start at the bottom, and we should meet in the middle. In no time at all, we had the tree up and got busy decorating it. The sound of the doorbell ringing told me that our grocery delivery had been made, so I stopped what I was doing to go get the things and put them away. The delivery person had left the bags on the porch, and inside one of the bags was a little note that said they would be taking orders until midnight in case we wanted any last-minute items. And that gave me an idea. After putting the things away, I took the note and went to find that Morgan had finished all the decorating. "What do you think?" she asked, hands on her hips as she admired the tree. "I think it's beautiful." Kissing her cheek, I handed her the paper. "We can order gifts for each other, and they'll be put on the porch by the time we wake in the morning. I just checked the site, and we can even have them gift-wrapped. It'll be like Santa came." Squealing with delight, she took the paper from me, then ran off. "I'm gonna get you the best gifts ever. I can't wait to see what they are." I went to do my own shopping for her, feeling full of Christmas spirit. COVID might have made life hard for about a year, but it made shopping and getting things delivered to our homes easier than they'd ever been. So, I made several purchases before going to the kitchen to start our Christmas Eve dinner. Opening some wine, I turned on some Christmas tunes on my phone, then got to work on the rack of lamb. We might not have been in the holiday spirit before, but today we'd found that spirit and things felt much better. Sashaying into the kitchen, she wore a sly grin. "You are going to be so surprised when we open our gifts in the morning." "As will you," I said, slipping my arms around her. "I think we can start one of our Christmas traditions right now." "By making love on the kitchen floor?" she asked with a smile. "No. But that might become a tradition down the line." We'll have to wait and see about that. I was thinking that we could start a tradition of cooking the Christmas Eve dinner together. And as the years progress and members are added to this equation, then each person in our family will join us in preparing our meal. Her eyes glistened. You're talking like we're going to have kids someday. Like the way you did when we were at the zoo. You haven't mentioned anything like that since that day. I had thought maybe it was just the intensity of the moment talking. But here it is, on your mind again. Does it ever cross your mind? I asked her, kissing the tip of her cute little nose. Honestly, I've got so many other things on my mind that it hasn't come up. When things settle down, do you see yourself thinking about that? With a sigh, she said, I'm not ready. I wanted to kick my own ass. I wasn't taking into consideration all she had gone through and still was going through. Ignore me, please. I'm jumping the gun. It's perfectly natural and normal for you not to be thinking about bringing babies into your life when your life is in such turmoil. I'll try my best to watch the things that come out of my mouth. It's nice that you're thinking about us and our future and even the kids we might have one day. I'm not saying I don't want kids, because I've always thought I would have them someday. But now isn't the time for me to be thinking about something like that. With the loss of Mom and Dad, putting that much of my heart into another person sounds very painful. Ouch. Trying hard not to show how much her words had hurt me, I faked a smile, then turned away. I need to preheat the oven for the rack of lamb. It hadn't occurred to me that Morgan was guarding her heart. But she just said she was, so that meant she wasn't giving me all she had to give. And that hurt. What kinds of seasonings should we put on the meat? Let me check the spice rack, she said, coming up next to me as I turned on the oven. She pulled out one jar. Time. Sitting that jar on the counter, she took out 2 more. Garlic because I like garlic on everything. And rosemary because it makes things taste like the holidays. I'll grab the kosher salt and black pepper, I said, stepping away from her. Now that I knew she was guarding her heart, it made me feel like I needed to guard mine too. I'd been giving all I had to give. Finding out that she hadn't was doing a number on me. Should we use the same spices on the potatoes too? She asked, as she began liberally coating the lamb with the seasonings. I think we should use different ones. We don't want everything to taste the same. I pulled out some smoked paprika and onion powder. Here, put these and some garlic powder and salt on the potatoes. I placed the jars down near her, then walked away. She looked over her shoulder at me with a furrowed brow. What's wrong? Nothing. I leaned on the counter, crossing my arms over my chest. One brow arched as she wiped her hands on a kitchen towel, then came to stand in front of me. What's wrong, Michael? I said that there is nothing wrong. You need to get that meat seasoned, so it can go into the oven as soon as it's preheated. Looking directly into my eyes, she said, Your mood has gone from cheery to sullen in a record amount of time. So I am asking you what made that happen. Clenching my jaw, I didn't want to get into it. It wasn't like there was anything she could do about it anyway. Look, everything is fine. Shaking her head, she reached out and took my hands, holding them between us. It's not fine. I can't help if you don't tell me what's wrong. Her touch, as always, warmed my heart. It didn't seem fair to me that I had such a reaction to her touch when she wasn't giving me all she had to give. It's what you said. About what? She asked, then her eyes went wide. About not wanting a baby right now. Not that. She looked to one side, then back at me. You're going to have to just tell me what I said that upset you because I can't recall everything I said. You said that you can't put that much of your heart into someone else. Being vulnerable didn't come easy to me, so I looked away. Oh, she said softly. Gripping my hands tighter, she moved in closer. I didn't mean you, Michael. I meant a baby. What I feel is complicated. The pain I feel over losing my parents isn't a thing I wish on anyone. Having a child would mean that I would make someone feel the way I do now. Inevitably, I will die, and my child will have to feel this way. Now, do you get what I mean? I did get it, and felt like a huge jerk for getting all up in my feelings over what she'd said. Pulling her to me, I hugged her, resting my chin on top of her head as I rocked with her. "Oh baby, I'm sorry. I thought you'd been holding back on me. I've set my heart completely free with you, so it was kind of upsetting to think that you hadn't done the same for me. I can't believe you would even think I'd been holding back with you. Doesn't it show how much I'm open to you? Can't you feel it?" "I can feel it. That's what upset me the most. Thinking that I felt something that wasn't true. Feeling like a fool, I just wanted to move past this. Look, I was wrong. And you explained what you really meant. Let's just forget that I acted like a moody person, please." Nodding, she laughed. "Of course, I can forget about you getting your feelings hurt by what I said. I should have clarified that, anyway. But thank you for voicing your feelings to me. It's nice that we could work that out before it got buried in your subconscious and caused some real trouble in our relationship down the road. Thank you for dragging it out of me." Kissing her sweet lips, I knew that I had fallen head over heels for her. There was no denying it. This woman has a power over me that no one ever has. And that scares me.
Chapter 24. Morgan.
Waking in Michael's arms on Christmas morning was the best Christmas present I'd ever gotten. With a soft kiss to his barely parted lips, I woke him. "Merry Christmas, babe." With a low groan, he tightened his hold on me, pulling me tight against his chest. "Merry Christmas, baby." Trailing my fingernails over his chest, I loved feeling so relaxed. After a delicious dinner, we had spent a wonderful Christmas Eve together, under the lights of the Christmas tree. A better Christmas Eve I'd never had. Suddenly, I remembered that there should be Christmas presents waiting for us on the front porch. "Hey, let me go. We've got presents." Laughing at me as I jumped out of bed, he said, "You're like a little kid right now." Pulling on a robe, I tossed his to him. "Come on. Let's go see what we got." Nowhere near as excited as I was, he got out of bed, yawning and stretching, then finally put the robe on. "Can we get the coffee started before we open the presents?" "I tell you what, you start the coffee. I'll bring in the presents and put them under the tree. We can open them once you've got your morning coffee in your hand and can focus a bit better." "That's a deal, baby." Taking off like a shot, I ran from the bedroom, all the way down the hallway, through the living room and to the front door. Punching in the code to deactivate the alarm, I opened the door and found a mountain of presents on the porch. Oh my! The presents I had bought for Michael were wrapped in festive red with shiny black stripes. He'd had mine wrapped in gorgeous metallic gold with white ribbon. I placed them neatly under the tree, then went to find Michael holding a cup of hot coffee, inhaling the aroma with his eyes closed. "Looks like you've fallen in love with that coffee, babe." His sleepy eyes opened, gazing at me. Maybe it's just that I look like a man in love. My heart skipped a beat. We hadn't exchanged those 3 little words yet. It still felt like it was too soon to be doing that. "Did you make me a cup yet?" I looked around him to see if there was a cup behind him on the counter. "Not yet." "I can do it." Going to the cabinet, I pulled out a coffee cup, then poured myself a cup. Adding some cream and sugar to it, I stirred it while he sipped on his black coffee. "Let me know when you're awake enough to enjoy opening the presents." "Give me a minute. You wore me out last night, you little vixen. You can't expect me to be wide awake this early in the morning after the way we celebrated. Please, like it was only me who wanted to do that all night long. If I recall correctly, it was you who wanted to do it just one more time when I was ready to go to sleep." Winking, he grinned slyly. Was it me who wanted to have just one more go around? It certainly was. Sipping the coffee, I thought about breakfast and turned on the oven. "I'm just going to pop in the cinnamon rolls real quick, so we can have some after we open presents." "Take your time." He went to sit on the bar stool at the island in the middle of the kitchen. "It's not that I'm not excited about the presents. It's just that I'm kind of worn out." "So the old man can't take it, huh?" I teased him as I went to preheat the oven, then got the frozen rolls from the freezer. "Old man," he asked with one eyebrow cocked. "You weren't calling me that last night." Laughing, I shook my head. "You're a very confident romantic partner, Michael. I will give you that." Just as I popped the cinnamon rolls in the oven, he put his empty cup down. "Okay, let's go open presents." Clapping, I hurried to the living room. "I'm so excited. I love the wrapping paper you picked out. The presents are so gorgeous, I don't know if I want to even unwrap them." "You're going to want to get to the good stuff inside the packages, baby." He picked up one of them and handed it to me. "You go first." "So, we're going to do it this way then." "Okay." Slowly I took off the bow, making sure to keep it intact, then laid it to one side. "I wonder what this could be." "You will never guess. Not in a million years." He sat back, watching me open the gift. "When I saw it online, I thought of you." Removing the tape, I unfolded the wrapping paper, revealing a gold box. "You did not," I gasped as I pulled the lid off the box, revealing the largest chocolate truffle I'd ever seen in my life. "Nipschilt chocolatier? Sounds super fancy. It should taste like heaven." When I saw that giant thing, I knew you had to have it. "I've never had anything like this." I took a tiny pinch to taste it. "Oh my goodness," I moaned. "So delicious. Just amazing. I can't handle this." "Okay," he said. "You're making more noise over that thing than you do over me." "Well, it's out of this world, Michael." Putting down the box with a giant truffle in it, I went to get Michael a present. "Okay, your turn." The box was on the small side, and he eyed it when I handed it to him. "What could this be?" "You won't guess." I smiled. "It's more of a gag gift than anything else." Unwrapping it, he pulled the top off the box, then pulled out the underwear with an elephant head in front. "And what is this exactly?" he asked while holding it up, letting it dangle in front of him. "It's a fun pair for you to wear. Your stuff goes inside the elephant's head. I can't wait to see it on you, babe." Wearing a smirk, he just shook his head. "Okay, I can see we were thinking about the same thing when we were doing our online shopping yesterday." He got up and picked up another present for me. "I want to see this on you." Opening the package, I found a skimpy nurse's uniform. A short burst of laughter came out of me. "For real? A nurse outfit? Oh my gosh, Dr. Dawes, is this what you fantasize about when you're working at the hospital?" First of all, the nurses where I work don't wear anything like that. So the answer is no, I don't fantasize about the nurses I work with. But as a doctor, of course there's some fantasizing about an attractive nurse in an examination room. Think you can make that fantasy come true for me? Men are something else. I nodded. "But sure, I can make that happen for you, babe." He held up the elephant underwear. "So, care to tell me about your idea behind this gift?" With a shrug, I admitted, didn't have one. Just thought it would be funny. The morning went on with us opening all the presents, until there was nothing left but piles of wrapping paper. I cleaned up the mess, while he went to get the cinnamon rolls out of the oven. "Hey Morgan, come here," he called out. I went to the kitchen to see what he wanted, and found him sitting at the island bar with his laptop open. "You're supposed to be tending to our breakfast." "Yeah, the rolls are cooling on top of the stove." I thought I would take a second to check our fake profile, and look what I found. Coming up next to him, I saw that Rudy Bloom had actually made a friend request to Ronan Wyclef of Rockville, Maryland. So he reached out to our fake guy. "Wow. Should I accept it?" Michael asked sarcastically.
You better.
I watched as he accepted the friend request, and then to my amazement, Rudy responded. "Holy cow. That was fast. Thanks for accepting my friend request. I'm always on the lookout for like-minded people." "So, are you a true patriot? Or just someone who likes to talk politics?" Michael read the message out loud. "Better say you're a true patriot," I advised him. Michael read the words he typed. "Yes, sir, I'm a true patriot." When they cut me, I bleed red, white, and blue. Smiley face emoji. Don't you think it's weird that this married father is on his computer on Christmas morning? I asked. Yeah, kind of. He read the next message to me as I went to get myself some more coffee and a roll. Okay, he's written this. What did you think of the 2020 election? That's a loaded question, Michael. He's a Republican. You should answer fast and make it simple and to the point. I took a bite of the yummy breakfast pastry. Tastes like Christmas morning. Yum. You want me to bring you one, babe? In a minute. He typed while saying, I'm going to say that I thought it was a fraud. That seems to be the thing people like him think. Having Rudy Bloom friend request us on Christmas is like the best present ever. I feel like we're getting closer to solving this thing. Wouldn't it be nice if we could wrap it all up before the end of the year? That's like a week away, baby. It's not going to happen. He looked up from his computer, his eyes wide. Listen to what he just wrote back. How would you like to help make America great again? Is that like he's inviting our fake guy to join his group? I went to sit on the bar stool next to him. Is this Rudy guy really looking to recruit people into his group? I think he might be doing just that, Morgan. He typed the answer while saying, I would love to make America great again. But how? Instead of saying anything back, Rudy put a link to a Facebook group called Friends of David. The picture was nothing but a wavy American flag. I think he's inviting our guy into his club, Michael. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the link. I'd never seen so much red, white, and blue. Star-spangled banners everywhere. And each member of the group had a flag in their profile pictures. I think we've landed in the unhinged Patriot Zone, baby. And this looks like it could become a very wild ride. I don't see Dad's name here, I pointed out. I guess he didn't get the invitation that our fake guy got. John may have gotten access to this group though. One of these pictures could be his alias. You know, like Ronan is for us. He pointed out the series of questions on the page. If you want to join this elite group, you must answer these questions before our administrator makes the decision to allow you to join or not. He looked at me. Help me answer these questions. I'm not entirely sure what the right answers will be. Okay, well, question 1, I said as I read. Do you think our current president is a reptilian and not a human being? Michael laughed. See, what is the right answer to that strange question? You know what, let me get my phone so I can Google this. I ran back to the bedroom, then came back with it. So, what I've found is that some people think the president is a reptilian. I couldn't believe what I'd read. What is wrong with some people? So I answer yes then, he said. Okay, that felt really wrong on so many levels, but this isn't me, it's Ronan Wyclef of Rockville, Maryland. And he's a believer in all that is weird. What's the next question? I asked, ready to type it into the search engine. Do you believe what happened on January 6th in Washington, D.C., was a patriotic act? He looked at me with unblinking eyes. I was there that day. Working the ER, I had to tend to those people who were hurt by the violent acts of those crazy people. Hey, it's not you who is answering. It's our fake guy who is as extreme as they are. I could see the pain in his eyes as he recalled the things he'd seen on that horrible day. Just say yes, Michael. This is more than we could have hoped for, being invited into the den of evil. If we say all the right things, then he might let us in on why the heck he and his group killed my parents and are looking to kill us. Nodding, he typed in the yes answer but looked physically ill while doing it. The next question is about the level of patriot that our guy is on a scale of 1 to 10. 10, I said. Our guy is at level 10 extreme. Yeah. He typed that in. Only one more question. He laughed. It's kind of redundant, but I didn't expect anyone on here to be a Rhodes Scholar. Would you die for what you believe in? Cocking his head, he looked at me. His eyes went soft and sort of sparkled. Now this one is easy for me. I would most definitely die for what I believe in. You're a military man, so you did put your life on the line for your country. It suddenly occurred to me that he was doing that again. You know, this is a dangerous situation we're in. I know you're hero material. You've proven that plenty of times. But this time, please don't put your life on the line unless you absolutely have to. I don't want to lose you, and I don't really want to live without you. Seems you've grown fond of me, Morgan? His smile took my breath away. It's hard not to, Michael. You're an amazing man in so many ways. Just looking at him made my heart speed up. He'd become my everything since that horrible night my parents died. I didn't want him to take any chances he didn't have to take. My heart beats for only you, babe. Could this really be it? Will my parents' murderers soon face justice?
Chapter 25. Michael.
A couple of days had gone by without hearing a peep out of Rudy Bloom, and that bothered me. Maybe he found something about our fake profile that left a bad taste in his mouth. With a frown, Morgan nodded. I think you're right. He was super talkative at first, and then nothing. He might have tried to look for more information on Ronan Wyclef, and couldn't find anything. We may as well face it, she said with a frown. Our plan may not work after all. I wasn't ready to give up on the plan yet. Who knows? He might have just gotten busy. We should give it a few more days, then see what happens. Sitting by the window in the living room, she got up, seemingly upset as she paced back and forth. We can't just keep waiting and waiting, Michael. We're having to hide out. We can't just stop living our lives because of this guy and the group he's a part of. She was right, and I knew it. But there didn't seem to be much we could do about it at the moment. Getting up off the sofa, I went to take her in my arms, trying to make her feel better about things. Baby, I know this is beyond annoying as well as frustrating. Brown eyes looked into mine, showing the sadness that filled her. I just want it to be over. I want our lives to get back to normal. And I want the people who murdered my parents to be brought to justice. But this is taking so long. When will it be over and done with, so we can move on? There was no way to know the answer to her very valid question. But I had to tell her something to give her some peace of mind. Come on, it's not so bad being here. We are together, and that's been nice. Hasn't it? Running her arms around my neck, she grinned at me. You know I like being with you. It's not about that. It's about the fact that we have to hide while the people who murdered my parents get to run around free. It's not fair. And I'm just feeling very tired of this whole thing. Why should we be the ones who have to hide when we didn't do anything wrong? Why should those people get to live their lives as if they've done nothing wrong? I just want things to be right again. As do I. Kissing the tip of her nose, I too felt frustrated about the situation. But there really was nothing I could do to change it. Not knowing who we can trust is an issue, Morgan. This Patriot stuff runs deep, and there's no way of knowing who's involved in this group. I mean, for all we know, your father's boss could be a part of it. Her body chilled in my arms as a shiver ran through her. Do you honestly think that Dad's boss could have him killed? Like I said, there is no way of knowing until we can infiltrate this group. You only get to know things when you're a part of a group of extremists. It's not as if people like that go around touting who belongs to their group and what they're all up to. So, we need to find another way in, she said with a gleam in her eye. I could maybe wear a disguise and try to get in that way. I could make another fake profile name, but this time it would be me, you know, a real person who seeks to join their group. No way, baby. That's way too dangerous. We've already talked about this. Neither you nor I can actually get involved with these people. They want us dead. You must keep that in the forefront of your mind. They've already tried to kill us once. And they won't stop until they take us out. We have to be smart about this, while keeping ourselves protected. I'm not about to let you get hurt, or even worse. So you can come up with whatever plan you'd like. Just as long as it doesn't entail you doing anything in person. I've been thinking about this a lot, Michael. How are we to get to the bottom of this if we don't do it ourselves? Like you said, we don't know who we can trust. That makes this whole thing impossible. If all we can do is hide, then how will these people ever be brought to justice? She pulled herself out of my arms, then walked away from me with a loud huff. There's no reason to be mad at me, baby. I went to sit back down on the sofa, weary of this whole ordeal myself. She wasn't the only one who was sick of hiding. She wasn't the only one who had grown tired of waiting for the perpetrator to reach out to us. If I could change things, you know that I would. But we're going to have to face the facts, Morgan. This is out of our hands. We just have to wait for Rudy Bloom to make contact again. Spinning around, she wore an angry expression. And then what, Michael? What will we do then? We have no plan. It's all up to him and what he asks us to do. I had no idea why she was getting mad at me over things that were out of my control. What do you want me to do, Morgan? It's not like I even know where this guy is. Plus, he's not the only one involved in this. There are more people. Even if I could find him, what about the rest of them? They can still come for us. Don't you get that? Throwing her hands into the air, she growled, I'm so sick of this. Me too. I didn't know what she thought would happen, but losing her temper over it wasn't helping. You need to calm down. Her hands moved extremely slowly as she glared at me from across the room. I need to do what? Calm down, I reiterated. Getting mad helps nothing. Her hands balled into fists as she held her arms at her sides. Her entire body went stiff, and her lips formed one thin line. I had never seen her like this. She was just about as angry as a person could get. What does help, Michael? Tell me that, because I do not know what helps this deplorable situation we're in. I wish I had an answer for you. Unfortunately, I don't. But losing your temper won't help a thing. Something has to be done, and it has to be done quickly, she stated. Her attitude told me that I had to do something, or she would take things into her own hands. And I could not have that. Look, you just calm down and let me handle things. I promise that I'll do something. When will you do it? Today. What will you do? I don't know yet. But I will handle things, and you should just maybe take a nap or something. You're strung out over all this. You need to regroup. This isn't like you, Morgan. Yeah, well, hiding while my parents' murderers go free kind of makes me so angry in ways I've never been angry before. I can see that. But you should just go chill out for a while, and I'll think about what else I can do. Telling me repeatedly to calm down isn't helping me, Michael. I feel like you're just saying what you think I want to hear. I'm not just saying it to make you happy. I mean it. I'll think of something. You don't need to worry yourself about it. Let me do everything. This is way too dangerous for you. So, I should just go take a nap, and not worry my pretty little female head about anything important then. She stomped her feet as she walked across the room, her fists balled at her sides. I had no idea that you could be such a male chauvinist. You see me as nothing but a dumb girl. I do not. She was really on a rampage. I adore you. I think you're incredibly smart. But I also think you're frustrated and tired. After you rest, you'll feel a lot better. And so will I. Storming off, I heard the bedroom door slam shut. Her temper fit was understandable. Things were so completely frustrating after all. But she couldn't let her temper get the best of her. She can be mad if she wants, but she'll stay alive, and that's all that matters.
Chapter 26. Morgan.
Being treated like an empty-headed little girl didn't sit well with me. I had been waiting for way too long to get to the people who had killed my parents and wanted me and Michael dead too. It was time for me to take action, whether Michael agreed to it or not. My cell phone sat on the bedside table. Staring at it, I decided to take things into my own hands. I picked it up and opened my Facebook app, then made myself a fake account with a profile picture of a very pretty young woman who happened to be wearing a t-shirt with a red, white, and blue eagle on the front. Nothing says patriotic like a tight t-shirt with a screaming eagle on it. Allie Hills, 33, from Washington, D.C., looked the part of a real American. Long blonde hair hung in lustrous curls down her shoulders, and pretty blue eyes glistened, only making her bright white smile look that much prettier. She was everything that I wasn't. After an hour setting up my fake profile, I put the phone down on the bed. Lying back, I rested my head on the fluffy pillow and said, "Please let this work." My eyes closed and I drifted off to sleep, only waking when I heard the sound of my phone as it dinged. When I picked it up, I could not believe what I saw. "Rudy Bloom, you cheeky man." Adrenaline rushed through me, waking me up fully as I sat up, ready to get to work. I knew the name of the group he was involved in was Friends of David. But I didn't know who David was. I wanted to be more than a little knowledgeable about all things patriotic that involved the name David, so I Googled famous patriots named David and found one that stuck out to me. David Southard was a Union soldier in the Civil War. He was given the Congressional Medal of Honor for what he had done at the Battle of Sailor's Creek in Virginia. Something about having captured the flag had made him a hero. The way I thought about it, this patriot could quite possibly be the David the group was named after. Not that I was positive about that, but I had enough information on this man to sound like I was a very patriotic person. Even though I'd only gained around 100 friends and didn't even expect Rudy to accept my friend request, I sent him one anyway. I was surprised when he quickly responded. "You are gorgeous," he wrote. I didn't think a married man should have been telling any other woman something like that. But I wasn't going to tell him that. So I wrote back, "Thanks." "I love your shirt," he wrote. "Am I to assume that you are a patriotic young woman?" This seemed like a good start to me, so I wrote back, "I'm just about as patriotic as they come. How about you?" "Do you think we could talk?" he wrote. I'd gotten so much further with the guy than we'd gotten with the male fake profile, so I went for it. Would love that. The next thing I knew, the call came in and I answered, "Hi," making sure lots of enthusiasm filled my voice. "Hey," he said just as enthusiastically. "I love your profile picture. Is that the real you, or did you touch it up with some fancy filters?" "It's the real me," I lied. "Wow. You are gorgeous. And what's even better is that you love our great country too." "Of course I do. America is the best." "Yeah, I agree. So, do you belong to any groups or organizations that are steeped in patriotism?" Well, no," I said. "Hey, don't feel bad about that," he said. "I happen to head one right here on this social media platform. But it's only for the most patriotic people." "You know what I'm saying?" he asked. "I think so. You only accept people who are willing to go the extra mile for our country, right? Let's just say that you have to be willing to do whatever it takes to make sure justice prevails." I found that to be unbelievable, as he'd been responsible for taking the lives of my parents and trying to kill me and Michael, and who knew who else he'd hurt. But I couldn't let my emotions get the best of me. Like what happened on January the 6th? Just like that. Were you a part of that? Not that particular act. But I've been a part of other types of actions. Not all the things we do make the news. You can believe that we make a difference though. And we happen to have something coming up very soon that I think you might want to be a part of. Chills ran through me as I felt I was on the verge of something important. Sounds interesting. I would love to be a part of something that helps our country. Great, he said with excitement. See, we need someone like you to help motivate our members. You know, someone who can make people do things. A real leader. And what makes you think anyone will do what I say? Oh, the men will follow you and the women follow their men. That's how things work with us. You can be my right hand. You get what I'm saying, honey? He wanted me to be at his side as he gave the commands. You'll be the brains, and I'll be the beauty. You do understand. That's awesome. It helps that you have brains and beauty. All you have to do is go along with everything I say, and then the others will follow. So, are you in? This is so exciting. Of course, I'm in. Okay, your profile says you live in the DC area. That works out great for me. We happen to have a meeting scheduled soon. Would you be able to attend on the night of New Year's Eve? I have no plans. We want to ring in the new year with a real bang. No better time to do what we're going to do than when fireworks are making enough noise to drown out any we might make. But first, I have to ask where you stand on necessary actions. Well, I'm not a violent person, I said. But if it is necessary, then I'm not one to back down. Good answer. I don't want some psycho. But I don't want some sap either. It shouldn't come to anything extreme, but one never knows. So, where do we meet? It's a secret location. I'll call you the morning of New Year's Eve to let you know where the meeting will be. I can't wait to meet you. You sound as pretty as your picture is. I know you'll be a great addition to our group. What's the group's name? Oh yeah. I forgot to tell you that. We are the Friends of David. I'll send you an invitation to join the group on this social media platform. All you need to do is accept it, and things will go from there.
David?
I asked. I'm sort of a history buff. You aren't talking about David Southard, a hero during the Civil War, are you? Wow, you're good. You are talking about him then, I said with a smile on my face. So, you all want to make real differences in our country, don't you? Go big or go home, he said. Let's face it, voting doesn't work around here anymore. Things have to be handled very differently if our country stands a chance of becoming what we once were. You want to make our country great again, I said. We sure do. After the election that robbed our true leader from the role only he deserves, we knew we had to do something to right all the wrongs that have been done. But I don't want to spoil the surprise, Allie. Come New Year's Eve night, you will find out everything. And the first day of the new year, we'll see America getting much closer to becoming great again. So keep your calendar open for January the 1st. We will have lots to do that morning. Wow, you sound like you've got this thing all figured out. The plan is flawless. You have nothing to fear. We will work together to get things back to the way they should have always been. We can't let fraud rule our country. It's time to stand up and fight for what's right. My stomach felt sick as I thought about what all this man and his group had already done, and what their plan for what to do next might be. Sounds great. I'll be waiting for your call. Great. This is going to be amazing. You'll see. With you at my side, no one will question me. Cool. I'm stoked about this. Good. We are stoked too. See ya. Okay. With the call over, I couldn't help myself and ran out to find Michael. Michael? Where are you? In the kitchen, he called out. Making a beeline to the kitchen, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. I did it. He looked at me with half a grin. You did what? I got in. Into what? Into the club. Putting down the knife he'd been using to chop some celery, he asked. What club? The Friends of David Club. And not only that. I got invited to become Rudy Bloom's right-hand person. He wants me to stand at his side as he leads some meeting. Totally confused, he asked, how did you manage that? I made another fake account. This one with a beautiful woman. And he took the bait. Don't make plans for New Year's Eve, babe. We've got a date with Rudy and his group. His jaw dropped, and I couldn't help but smile. Finally, things are beginning to work out for us. Justice will soon be served.
Chapter 27. Michael.
I had to admit that Morgan had done some great work. While I'm glad you made progress on this, you need to know that you can't go to this meeting. Duh, she said, then showed me her phone. I used this picture, which I look nothing like. I didn't think he would invite me to meet with him and his group. I guess I should have thought about that, though. I mean, that is the thing we were wanting, a meeting with the man and his group. Looking at the picture of the hot blonde with blue eyes, I knew someone who would fit the picture. I know someone who looks a lot like this. With some makeup and hair extensions, she could pull this off. You've been saying over and over again how we don't know who we can trust with this. So please tell me who this woman is and how you know that you can trust her. We used to date. Her cheeks turned red as she took her phone from me and slipped it into the pocket of her jeans. So, you want to bring someone you used to date into this thing now? Shaking her head, it was easy to see that she didn't like the idea. I don't know how comfortable I would be with that. Well, you're the one who made a female profile, so that's on you, baby. Beth Montgomery is a highly trained soldier with loads of intelligence experience. And she can be trusted. I know that for sure. Moving to the fridge, she took out a bottle of water. Just how are you so sure that you can trust her, Michael? I just know that I can. She's super honest. Okay, she said with a loud sigh before taking a gulp of the cold water. Beth, she mumbled the question. I remember that name. I took her to your parents' home in Newport News a few times. Mostly for barbecues. Pursing her lips, she seemed to be trying to remember her, then suddenly shook her head. No way. That girl was a total knockout. No way, Michael. Hey, you're the one. I didn't get to finish what I was going to say, as she interrupted. Yes, I know. This is all my fault for making such a beautiful woman as my fake profile. But really, no way. I found it cute how jealous she was acting. Making my way across the kitchen, I slipped my arms around her. Is someone jealous? No. Are you sure about that, baby? I kissed her soft lips. Because you have no need to be jealous of anyone. Not even an old girlfriend who just happens to share the beauty traits of blonde hair and blue eyes that you came up with. What if she's married by now? She asked. How long has it been since you've seen her? I saw her right before summer ended this year. She wasn't married then. So what you're saying is that she's single. Her eyes rolled. Great. My heart belongs to you, I reminded her. Beth will only be helping us out. We probably won't even have to see her much. I don't see why we would have to see her at all, she quipped. I can't tell her all this over the phone. So you want to see her is what you're saying, she huffed. You really don't need to be jealous. We ended our short relationship a long time ago. Like years ago, Morgan. Yeah, but still, you know. Wow, what a great argument you just made there, baby. I had to laugh. You really don't have anything to be worried about. Well, she might not be able to make it since the meeting is on New Year's Eve. And I talked to Rudy over the phone, so he knows my voice. You did what? I couldn't believe she had actually spoken to the man. We talked over the phone. Wow. Letting her go, I turned to walk away. I had no idea if things would work now that he knew her voice. I can't believe you actually spoke to that man. How'd you do that? You should hate him. I do hate him. I just didn't think about that and was able to talk to him. I was acting, Michael. You know, pretending to be Allie Hills. Well, now Beth has to come over, and you'll need to talk to her so that she can try to sound like you. I don't want to talk to your old girlfriend, she snapped, slamming the bottle of water down on the counter. Well, you're going to have to, I let her know. Because you're the one who did all this. I'm not going to freak out about it right now. She might not even be able to do this. It's short notice, you know. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I found her name in my contacts list. Well, I will find out. Her jaw dropped as she stared at my phone. You have her number? Yes. Swiping the screen, I put my finger to my lips. Be quiet. I don't want her to hear you acting so jealous. Her lips formed a thin line as her face turned red. Fine. Beth answered the call. Hi, Mike. How are your holidays going? They're not the best this year, Beth. I hope yours have been good. I'm sorry to hear that. I just got back into town after visiting my parents for Christmas. Care to tell me why yours aren't going well? It's a long story, better told in person. So you're in DC now? I am. I'm not too far from there. If I send you my location, how soon could you come talk to me? Well, first I need to know what this is, she said. Like, is this a date? Immediately, I looked at Morgan, who wore a scowl. No, not a date. I just need to talk to you about what's going on, and see if you think you can help out with the situation. It's on the dangerous side. Dangerous? She asked. Well, I trust you, Mike. I can leave in about a half hour. Send me your location, and I'll see you soon. Great. I knew you'd come through for me, Beth. Thanks so much. I'll send you the location now. Okay, Mike. See you shortly. Ending the call, I put the phone into my back pocket as I watched Morgan frown. It's gonna be okay. Nodding, she looked away. I'm sure it will be. It's just gonna be awkward. No, it won't. I wasn't going to let her feel insecure about Beth. So I pulled her into my arms, swayed with her, and kissed her. There's no one but you, baby. I swear to you. Although reluctant, she nodded, then kissed me again. An hour later, I got a text message that Beth was at the gated entrance and sent her the code to get in. Morgan had gone to the bathroom, so she wasn't there when I let Beth into the house. I opened the door. Thanks for coming, Beth. You're welcome. I know you wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. She reached out for a hug, and I gave her one. Then she kissed my cheek, and I returned the kiss to hers. When I stepped back, I saw Morgan had made it back into the living room, and the frown she wore told me she wasn't crazy about the hug and kiss exchange. Morgan, you remember Beth, right? Beth looked at me for a moment before going toward Morgan. Should I know you? She shook Morgan's hand. I'm Beth Montgomery, Morgan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Morgan nodded. We've met before. But I was a kid. I'm John and Laura's daughter. You would come with Michael to our house in Newport News. Oh, she said, realizing who she was. Your father made the best barbecue. Now I can see that little girl who I met so long ago. You sure have grown up, Morgan. Yeah. Morgan was not thrilled at all. Can I get you something to drink, Beth? No thanks, I'm fine. Turning to me, she asked, would you like to tell me why I'm here, Mike? Yes. Let's take a seat. I gestured to the sofa and chairs. Anywhere you like, Beth. She took a chair, and Morgan and I sat on the sofa. Morgan began by saying, my parents were killed in a car wreck not long ago. Beth's hand flew to cover her mouth. Oh no. Morgan nodded. They were murdered. And now the people who killed them are after me. And since Michael has been helping me, they're after him too. What? Beth gasped. Do you know who did it? I nodded. Yeah. We don't know how deep it goes, but there's a group called Friends of David. Morgan has managed to gain access to a meeting that's to be held on the night of New Year's Eve. Only she can't go. Well, of course she can't if they're trying to kill her, Beth said. And neither can you, Mike. That's why we need you to portray the person Morgan has set up. We need you to become Allie Hills from Washington, D.C. And what am I to do as this woman? Get all the information that you can get on this group and the man named Rudy Bloom. We need incriminating evidence on them. I couldn't think of anyone better to do this. I have done this sort of thing on more than one occasion. She looked at Morgan. What do I need to know about this Allie character? I've got the profile picture that Rudy has seen. And he talked to me over the phone, so you'll need to try and replicate my voice. Do you know why these people wanted your parents dead, Morgan? We think that maybe Dad was on the verge of uncovering something the group was planning. Maybe Mom was involved too. We really aren't sure about that, though. We don't know who to trust, Morgan said. I took her hand, running my thumb across the back of it. We're getting closer, baby. So, It's just been you two trying to figure this all out?" Beth asked. "Yes," I said. "Just us." I had thought about going to see John's boss, but decided that might not be a good idea. Who knows if he was involved in their deaths? I didn't want to bring us any closer to danger than necessary. But I got us right in the middle of it anyway. My guess is that these people think Morgan and I have found out what John must have known about them, and that's why they want us dead too. What could John have found out about them? Beth asked with concern. This seems like it might be a national security issue. It certainly could be that, I said. If you can make Rudy Bloom trust you, then we might finally know what John found out that cost him and his wife their lives. You might have to pour on the charm, Beth. I can do that. You should know all about that, Mike, she said with a smile. It's good to see you again. It's been months, hasn't it? Morgan let out a sigh, and I knew that I had to make sure Beth knew that I wasn't available anymore. Yes, it's been months. And you should know that I'm no longer single. Beth looked at me with wide eyes. Did someone finally settle you down, Mike? This lady right here did that. Beth's jaw dropped, and Morgan actually smiled. That should make Morgan happy again.
Chapter 28. Morgan.
With only a few days away from New Year's Eve, we were all set to meet with Rudy Bloom and the group behind the deaths of my parents. Every cell in my body seemed to be vibrating with anticipation. We're so close, Michael. I can feel it. Trailing his fingertips up and down my arm, he hummed, With my head resting on his bare chest, I listened to the sound of his heart as it ticked slowly, telling me just how relaxed he was. I was anything but relaxed. Pulling myself up, I got out of bed, much to his protests. Where are you going, baby? I'm going to shower and get dressed. My mind is spinning out of control. I just can't stop thinking about what else we can do. We have a plan, Morgan. Now we sit back and wait for Beth to see what she can find out. Yes, I know that. But I want to do more. My mind keeps going back to Dad's laptop. We haven't really gone through all of it, you know. What if we can find some critical piece of information that will make sure we have a case against that group? He sat up, yawned, and stretched. I can see that sleeping in isn't going to happen this morning, so I'll join you in the shower, then we can take a thorough tour of John's laptop. Thank you. I had to hand it to the man. He was a real team player. You're the best. You know that, right? Scooping me up, he held me like a groom holds his bride as he carries her over the threshold, and his lips pecked mine before he said, I do try, baby. Slipping my arms around his neck, I smiled. I know you do. An hour later, we were seated at the dining room table, scouring the laptop for anything that pertained to Rudy Bloom or the Friends of David's social media group. Leaning in close to each other, I heard Michael inhaling deeply and turned to find his eyes closed as he sniffed my neck. What are you doing? His eyes opened slowly. Taking you all in, baby. You smell delicious with that coconut lime shampoo and conditioner I used on your hair. You smell good enough to eat. He winked at me, wearing a sensual smile. Maybe later, babe. We have work to get to right now. Okay, I'll stop, he said, sitting up and looking at the computer. Let's check the history on this thing. Haven't you done that already? I asked as I pulled up the history. Yes. But giving it another look won't hurt. He pointed at one line with the word Facebook on it. Click this. As soon as I clicked it, I couldn't believe what I saw. How did we not see this before? He shook his head. I don't know. But here it is. He was invited to one of the meetings of the Friends of David group. But he didn't reply to the invitation at all. And look at the date. 1 week before that horrible night. Do you think John's lack of a reply is why they targeted him? I can't imagine that being the only reason. I thought it was time to see what Dad's old boss knew. Michael, I think you should try to get a meeting with Dad's boss. I know that you're not sure if we can trust him. But maybe you can find the right questions to ask him. without putting everything we know out there. We have to be able to trust some people, or we'll never get to the bottom of things. He shook his head. You know there is no way I'll get a meeting with the general. We're only days away from the new year. He's sure to be on vacation. And I know we have to find more people we can trust. He scratched his head, looking up at the ceiling. John, if you could give us a sign that we can trust your boss, it would be awesome. Nothing happened, and I smiled at him. Nice try, babe. Just call to see if you can meet with him. You'll see. He's not going to be at the office. He took out his cell phone, then called the number under my father's name in his contacts list, making sure to call Dad's old office phone number. We'll see if anyone answers. It's not like I've got the general's direct line. Hello, you've reached the office of Commander Luis Ricard. He's not in today. May I take a message? A woman asked. Hi, I'm Dr. Michael Dawes. I'm not looking for the commander. I'm trying to get a meeting with the general who John Lee worked under. That would be General Livingston. I can transfer you if you'd like, she said. He's in the office today? Michael asked with surprise as he looked at me with wide eyes. Yes, she quipped. Please transfer me then. I crossed my fingers. I hope he can see you soon. Ask him if today is okay. Nodding, he listened as a man came on the line. General Livingston here. General, this is Dr. Michael Dawes. I was a friend of John Lee's. He worked under your command. Yes, he said. We're all still grieving the loss. I would love to be able to talk to you, face to face, if that would be okay. I have some things I would like to discuss. And talking over the phone isn't a wise idea. I can see you today after lunch. I jumped up, pumping my fist into the air. We were finally making some real strides, and it felt great.
Yes, I hissed under my breath.
I'll be there. Thank you. Michael ended the call, then hopped up and took me into his strong arms, planting a kiss on my lips. Load up, baby. We've got to get on the road, so that we can make it right after lunch. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Please let us find something that will actually help us.
Chapter 29. Michael.
Knowing who to trust wasn't an easy thing for me. I'd been untrusting of almost everyone over this situation. But Morgan was right. We had to start finding some people we could trust. Still, I was going to watch what I said to the general. I'd left Morgan in the car parked outside the building. I'd given her clear orders. If I didn't return to her within an hour, then she was to take the car, go back to our safe house, and contact Beth to see what she could find out about me. I didn't think I was in any real danger, but I'd been trained to plan for it anyway. There was nothing about what we were doing that was completely safe. Leaving the security of the house we'd finally found safety in wasn't safe. I'd grown accustomed to feeling relaxed. Now that I was back in dangerous territory, my nerves jumped at every sound I heard. Can I help you? A woman asked. Turning around fast, I found a tall woman wearing military fatigues eyeing me with speculation. I'm looking for General Livingston's office. Do you have a scheduled meeting with him? She asked, looking me over. I do. He's expecting me. I'm Dr. Michael Dawes. Oh yes. He said you might be coming. I'll show you to his office. I followed a step behind her, her boots thumping the hardwood floors as we went. Thank you. She didn't say a thing, just kept walking until she stopped at a door. This is his office. With a nod, I gave a knock to the door, then heard, "Come in." Opening the door, I found a lean man with silver hair sitting at a large desk. He stood, gestured for me to come inside, then held out his hand. I shook his hand. It's nice to meet you, General. I'm Dr. Dawes. Yes, I was sure you were. I only had you coming by to see me today. The holidays aren't very busy around here. Please, take a seat and tell me what you'd like to talk to me about. He took his seat, as I took mine. I would like to know if you knew what John was working on before he died. John was in our security department. He dealt with security here, in this building. To my knowledge, he wasn't working on anything other than his usual job here. Trusting the man wasn't coming easy to me, but I had to find it in me to do it anyway. What did you think about the auto accident that took his life and that of his wife? I thought it to be tragic. I haven't heard about his daughter, who was also in the accident. Do you know if she's okay? She's fine, I said. Looking into the man's gray eyes, I thought I saw something in them that said I could trust him. If he was in on things, then he would definitely know that she and I had been seen together by Rudy Bloom and other members of his group. So, his question told me that he probably wasn't a part of that group. Did you and John talk much? Not really. He was a busy man. He turned in his reports on time, making things easy for me and limiting our contact. Why do you ask? Leaning forward, I said quietly, he may have learned something about some people. We don't think the wreck was an accident at all. Nodding, he placed his hands on the desk, steepling his fingers as he stared at them. Yes, I'm aware of that. As soon as I got the report, I ordered media silence on the whole thing. There is an internal investigation going on as we speak. That's good news. Have they come up with any leads? Sadly, no. We've got a lead. He looked at me with narrowed eyes. Who is we? John's daughter and myself. And since we began searching for answers, we've been in danger. Attempts have been made on our lives. We've been in hiding. Coming here was a great risk. But we have finally found something concrete, and we thought you should know about it. Now that you've told me about the investigation, I know you need the information that we have. But here's the thing. You can't tell anyone anything until we have the information in hand. On New Year's Eve, I should have something that you can give the investigators. They'll have to move fast, though. Our lives depend on that. You have my word. I'll hold off telling anyone about our meeting. You bring me evidence, and I'll make sure things are taken care of. If you need anything, just call me. He took a card from his desk and slid it to me. That's my personal number. You call if you or John's daughter need military help. He was a good man and didn't deserve to die like that. I agree. I felt like I had to ask, was he in the CIA? With a laugh, he said, like I could tell you if he was. Fair enough. I rephrased my question. Was his wife in the CIA? I am sure that she wasn't. Okay. It was clear that the man couldn't tell me a thing about what he knew about my old friend. But it was also clear that Morgan and her mother were innocent bystanders, as the real target was only John. Getting up, I shook his hand, then placed the card he'd given to me in my pocket. Thanks so much, General. I'll be in touch soon. Thanks for coming to me about this. You have no idea how happy we all will be to solve this case. There isn't a person here who doesn't want to see John's murderer get what he deserves. I'm going to make sure everyone involved in my friend's death gets everything they deserve.
Chapter 30. Morgan. New Year's Eve.
The night sky filled with stars made my heart ache. They should be here. Michael's arms moved around me as he came up behind me. His lips pressed against the top of my head, and he hugged me from behind. They will always be with you, Morgan. You must believe that. Turning in his arms, I faced him. Has Beth contacted you yet? You will be the first to know when she does. Like I told you when she called earlier this evening, she's got someone helping her on this. Someone will be listening to everything that goes on in this meeting she's going to. I suppose she's sure they can be trusted, I said. She's a pro, baby. Anyone she trusts is completely trustworthy. Just relax. This is almost over. It might be. I wasn't so sure that this would be the end at all. Anything could happen. If Rudy Bloom doesn't trust her, I'm sure he'll make sure she doesn't learn a thing about what they're really up to. She's good at getting information. I think she'll get the truth out of him. Nodding, I knew I had to have some faith. I just want them brought to justice so badly. I'm tired of hiding. I'm tired of knowing the people who killed my parents are free. I'm just tired of it all. When this is all over, and it will be over one day, you can trust me that we're going to be able to live our lives again. I promise you that. Don't make promises that you can't keep, Michael. I'm going to keep that promise. We will make it through this, and those people will face their judges. And we will live happily ever after. Resting my head on his chest, I sighed. I hope you're right. He swayed with me, as we stood in front of the huge picture window overlooking the backyard. I'm glad I'm spending the last night of the year with you, Morgan. Looking up at him, I smiled. And I am glad I'll be spending the first day of the new year with you, Michael. I felt at home in his arms. He was all I had now that Mom and Dad were gone. I didn't know what I would do without him. And I never wanted to find out what life would be without him either. An hour later, as we lay on the sofa watching the New Year's Rocking Eve show on television, his cell phone rang. We looked at each other, as he picked the phone up off the coffee table in front of us. It's Beth. I held my breath as he answered the call, and put the phone on speaker so that I could hear what she said too. Tell me something good. We need to meet. That sounded like good news to me. Where and when? I asked. 8 tomorrow morning, Beth said. The Smithsonian Zoo. Amazonia. The Coral Lab exhibit. I'll be wearing all black with a black wig. Wear disguises. These people are in more places than you can imagine. That doesn't surprise me, Michael said. Do you think you've got enough to shut them down for good? Oh yeah. See you then. He put the phone down, then grabbed me, hugging me tight. This is it, baby. This is finally going to be over. Justice will be served soon. I wanted so desperately to believe he was right. I wanted to trust that this was all about to be over and done with, but I just couldn't do it yet. I hope you're right. He pushed me back, looking into my eyes. I am right. And we have to get some kind of disguises. I knew these people were everywhere. I bet that wasn't even half of them who showed up at the funerals. It's no wonder they kept finding us so easily. At least we've been safe here. A large part of me never wanted to leave the place we'd finally found safety in. If there are so many of these people, how will we ever be sure they're all caught and brought to justice? His eyes darted away, telling me he hadn't even thought about that. We just have to believe that those who don't get caught will be wary about continuing anything when they see the punishment doled out to the ones who do get caught. Praying he was right, I wanted nothing more than to get back to life as I had known it before this whole thing happened. But I wasn't sure life could ever go back to what it was before my parents were killed. The sound of fireworks popping on the television took my attention. It's midnight. His smile went from one ear to the other. Here's to spending the next year together, Morgan. I smiled back at him, my heart soaring with the thought of being with him for the next year, and hoping for many more after that one. I wish we never have to part. With a slow nod, he leaned in and we kissed for what seemed like an eternity. Our hearts combined that night in a way they hadn't before. Our link was unbreakable. Life could be amazing for the two of us. I just had to have faith in that. My wish for the new year: may love blossom for us in ways we've never known possible.
Chapter 31. Michael. New Year's Day.
At 8 on the dot, Morgan and I walked into the Smithsonian Zoo, made our way to Amazonia, then to the Coral Lab, where we found Beth clad in all black. We'd hidden our identities with hooded sweatsuits. But Beth spotted us as soon as we came up to her. "Happy New Year," she greeted us. "Same to you, miss," I said, pretending I didn't know her. She looked over my shoulder, making sure no one was around us before saying, "I seem to have dropped a piece of paper. Do you think you can pick it up for me, sir? I have a bad back. Otherwise, I would do it myself. I hate to leave litter behind." Bending over, I retrieved the paper, being sure to pick up what was under the paper too. I held the items in the palm of my hand. Here you go. She took the paper, leaving the other item in my hand. I clenched my fist around it. Thank you. I hope you both have a nice day. She turned and walked away. Morgan leaned in to whisper, What did she give you? Not sure. I shoved the small rectangular thing into my pocket. Let's get out of here, and we'll check it out. But go slowly, making sure to look at the exhibits a bit as we head out of here. It wasn't easy to make myself go slow, as I wanted to see what Beth had given me. But I managed, and we walked out to the car, drove all the way back to the house and went inside before I took the thing out of my pocket. Morgan looked at the little thing in my hand. It's an SD card. Get your dad's laptop. We'll put it in and see what it has on it. She raced to get the computer. Then we sat down to see what Beth had gotten on the group she'd met with the night before. The file came up and she pointed out, it's an MP3 file. So she got audio of something. When she hit the play button, after pulling up the file, we listened as Beth's voice came over the computer speakers. So Rudy, we meet at 11:30 at Carmine's, right? Yeah, the man said. Take a table in the back. We'll just be there for backup. The real work will be done by our heavyweights. How can you be sure he's going to go to the bathroom? She asked. Our guy in kitchen will make sure of that. We have our ways. And don't forget that once you see me leave, you take off too. We will rendezvous back here. And he'll be here by that time? She asked. Morgan and I looked at each other with quizzical expressions. Who will be there? Morgan asked. We looked back to the computer. As Rudy said, the president will be in the building at that time. So, we will all be wearing the masks that were given out a while ago. Morgan's jaw dropped. Did he say, the president? Yeah, I said, feeling chill bumps cover my skin. What are they planning to do to him? And you're sure the president will be eating at 11:30 at Carmine's? Beth asked. Do you see those two women over there? He asked. The brunettes? Beth asked. Yeah, them. They work at Carmine's. The Secret Service has already been there. He's gonna be there. And when he makes a visit to the bathroom, that's where they'll grab him. And you don't think he'll have bodyguards with him when he goes to the bathroom? Beth asked. No. They'll be outside the door, but not inside. Our guys will come out of the vents and use chloroform to knock him out nice and quietly. And how will they get him out of there, Rudy? Beth asked with confusion in her voice. You let them worry about that. Your pretty little head only needs to worry about keeping the Secret Service guys' eyes on you, sweetheart. You're one of our pieces of eye candy to keep them occupied. Don't forget to wear something that accentuates your plentiful body. I won't, she said. Once he's here, what are you planning on doing with him? We'll put out our demands over social media. The government will have 14 days to make the stolen election of 2020 right. How they see fit to do that is up to them. If they ever want to see that man again, they'd better figure it out. We want our guy back where he belongs. And you're sure we won't get caught? If we do, you can be assured that the big guy will make things right for us. He won't let us down. We have faith in him. You do too, right? Oh yeah, sure, Beth said. He'll do us right for taking back what has always been his. You know, we all could end up in jail for this, she said. You're not scared, are you? He asked. No. I'm just making sure you know that we could all end up in jail. Yeah, we're all aware of what could happen to us. But like I said, we know he'll do us right. Okay then. So, we'll meet at Carmine's tomorrow at 11:30 then, and then meet back here at the warehouse. That's right. You know, I didn't know you'd be so smart. For a looker, you have some brains too. I like that about you, honey. If you play your cards right, you could become my next girl. What would your wife say about that, Rudy? She doesn't tell me what to do, baby. Rudy Bloom, you are incorrigible, Beth said with a laugh. I am that, honey. Just you wait and see what all I can do for you. This man is going to make your life sweeter than it's ever been. You just wait and see. With the old man out of the way, our real president can return to his former glory, and the whole nation will be thanking us. We'll become heroes, and you will be right there by my side, taking it all in. We'll probably get medals for this. That would be something, wouldn't it? She asked. It will be something. I'm glad you joined us, and will become a part of history, baby. It's gonna be great having you around. I think it will too, Rudy. I'm gonna get out of here now. I've got to get home to get my beauty sleep, right? Yeah, you beautiful fox. Go rest. I'll see you tomorrow, and we will change the world for the better. The audio ended, and Morgan and I stared at each other before she asked, What? We've got to get this to the general, and fast. With one phone call to the man, I sent the file to his email, and then Morgan and I sat back to wait to see what would come of things. If he can't stop this from happening, I don't know what I'll do, Morgan said as she paced in the living room. I know what you mean. I'm so tense right now. It's so hard to just sit here and do nothing when I know what is going down. Not that I think these idiots could ever pull this thing off. The guards around our president aren't simpletons, the way these people must think they are. Morgan stopped pacing and looked at me. You're right. I've been so worried about the president. But he's not in any real danger. The Secret Service wouldn't let anything happen to him. And Rudy's plan is so stupid too. Who does he think he is anyway? And to think that he believes they'll end up getting medals for what they plan to do is just ridiculous. I really hate that people this stupid figured out how to assassinate my parents. Your parents didn't have the guards the president has. But I know what you mean, and I hate that too. How could so many complete idiots come together in the first place? Social media is how they all came together. In the real world, they would never have found each other. But thanks to the internet, people can find like-minded people anytime they want. I know we have to take the bad that comes with technology with the good, but it's a hard pill to swallow. I agree. Something caught the corner of my eye, and I turned to find the banner for breaking news going across the television screen. Hey, grab the remote and turn that up, baby. Morgan sprinted across the living room to grab the remote off the table. Is this it? Looking at the time on my cell phone, I saw that it was noon. It could be. The reporter stood in front of a building, her eyes cut to one side as she said, After an intense investigation into the deaths of a couple from Hampton, Virginia, investigators were given a lead that led them to Carmine's restaurant here in Washington, D.C. John Lee and his wife, Laura, were on a trip to Washington, D.C. with their daughter when what people thought was an auto accident occurred. But it was no accident at all. John Lee had uncovered a group of people claiming to be patriots. But they are anything but that. The leader of the group, called Friends of David, is a man named Rudy Bloom. The entire group will be prosecuted for the deaths of John and Laura Lee. They will also be prosecuted for the injuries their daughter, Morgan Lee, sustained. On top of those charges, there are charges of attempted murder of Morgan and the man who has been helping her since her parents' deaths. Dr. Michael Dawes of D.C. was in the military with John Lee and a close friend of the family. The scene changed, going back to the main newsroom where an anchorman sat at a desk. Sorry, Gina, we've got Jim on the scene now. Let's go to him. Another reporter came on the screen, and there was a row of people with zip ties around their wrists behind him. We're here at the county jail, where 27 people have been taken after being arrested for an attempt to kidnap the president. They have racked up quite a number of charges against them, and now adding attempted kidnapping of a world leader to the list. None of these people you see standing behind me will see the light of day anytime soon. And for the members of this group who call themselves the Friends of David, the authorities want you to know that they're coming for you all. They promise to go easy on you if you turn yourselves in and cooperate with the ongoing investigation. Morgan finally sat down in a chair, her eyes glued to the television. It's over, Michael. It's really over. The danger was over, but not us. I went to her, the way I had dreamt of doing for a while now. Kneeling in front of her, I took her hands in mine. Now that this is over and we're safe, there's something I want you to know, Morgan. Her lips trembled as she asked, "What do you want me to know, Michael?" "I want you to know that I've fallen head over heels in love with you." She smiled. "Well, then you should know that I've fallen in love with you too, babe." I had an inkling that you might feel the same way. Pulling her hands to my lips, I kissed each finger one at a time. "I don't want to live a day without you in it, baby." "Me too," she said. "I don't have what I wanted to have when I asked you this, but keep in mind that you can pick one out as soon as today." A tear ran down her cheek as she tried to hold back the torrent of tears that lay behind her pretty eyes. "Are you asking me to? Will you marry me, Morgan Suzanne Lee?" "Michael James Dawes, I would love to marry you." Surprised when a tear ran down my cheek, I'd had no idea that I would cry when I heard her say those words to me. "You've made me the happiest man there has ever been. And I will prove to you each and every day that my love for you is as real as it gets." "We've found it, baby." "Found what?" she asked with tears streaming down her face. "Our happily ever after, of course. And I hope it lasts longer than a lifetime."
Epilogue. Morgan. 1 year later.
I can't find my garter. I couldn't get married without the garter my mother had worn when she married my dad. It's white. My eyes scanned the messy dressing room. It's made out of lace. My maid of honor, Evelyn, moved things around to look for the missing piece. "We've got too much stuff in here. I told you we didn't need to bring so many change of clothes for this thing. This thing is my wedding, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to wear after the actual wedding. I'm still not sure about it. Everything has to be perfect, Evelyn. Michael's parents are out there, for goodness sakes." Evelyn and I had become fast friends when I took the job as vet technician at the Smithsonian Zoo in Washington, D.C. It was much easier for me to change where I worked than for Michael to change the hospital he worked at. Plus, he had a home in D.C. already, and it just made sense for us to live there. My parents' home was something I planned on keeping too. I didn't want to sell it. And now that Michael and I were getting married, we had plans to start building a family right away. And I wanted to be able to hand down the home to our kids someday. I wanted them to know that their grandparents, even though they would never get to meet them, loved them very much. My hope was that when we spent time at their home, my kids would get to know them a bit by the things they'd left behind. Which was also why I had decided not to make any renovations or redecorate. I'd left everything as they'd left it. It was my way of connecting to them. "Found it," Evelyn called out as she held up the garter. It was under the makeup box. She tossed it to me. "Put it on. We're getting down to the wire, Morgan. You don't want to keep your handsome groom waiting." "No, I don't." I pulled the delicate thing up my leg, settling it on my upper thigh. "I feel like Mom's with me now. I'm glad you picked the Amazonia exhibit to get married in. It's really gorgeous out there right now. The crew did a magnificent job. I think when my time comes, I want to get married here at the zoo too. Maybe by the giraffes, since they're my favorite." "I look forward to that, Evelyn. Are you going to let me be your maid of honor?" "Of course," she said with a smile. "You are my bestie. And you're mine too. Let's go through the list to make sure you've got it all. Now show me your something borrowed." Nudging my earlobes to show her the dangling teardrop diamond earrings Michael's mother had lent me, I said, "Right here. Tammy's earrings." "Something blue," Evelyn said. Pulling up the hem of my long dress, I showed her my sapphire blue heels. "We have blue." "Something old." Hiking up my dress, I showed her my garter. "Mom's garter." And lastly, something new. Wiggling my ring finger, I showed her the engagement ring Michael had given me that morning. The engagement ring I finally picked out yesterday. It's lovely. She took my hand to admire the simple solitaire white diamond with a platinum band. It took you long enough to find something you liked. I have to wear this ring for the rest of my life. It had to be the best ring for me. I don't ever want to take it off. And soon you'll have a wedding band to go with it. Her smile bright, she looked at me with shining eyes. I know we've only been friends for about a year, but you are honestly the best friend I have ever had. I know you and your man will be happy forever. You guys look so cute together. Your babies are going to be super precious too. Shivering with the idea of having babies, I sighed. I think so too. Should I step out to give them the sign that we're ready to go? Taking a deep breath, I nodded. I'm ready. Moments later, I heard the sound of the wedding march playing over the speakers, and took my bouquet of white baby's breath and yellow daisies with me as I made my way to my waiting groom. I stopped just before walking around the corner where all the guests and my soon-to-be husband waited. Looking up, I whispered, "Mom, Dad, I hope you both approve of this. He really is the best man for me. I've never known love like this. If you guys could give us your blessing, that would be amazing." Suddenly, it sounded like all the primates in the Amazonia exhibit were calling out all at once. It was such a loud ruckus that I could barely hear the music playing. And then I knew it was Mom and Dad, letting it be known that they were with us and that they approved of our union. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Michael. Despite the uproar the monkeys made, my attention was taken when my soon-to-be wife stepped into the room. A strapless white dress ran down the length of her body, the train elegantly trailing behind her as she took one step at a time to come to me. Dark blue heels peeked out from under the bottom of the dress with each step she took. Her dark hair, pulled up into braids that wrapped around each other while blue and white ribbons laced through them, made me smile. Morgan wasn't one to do much with her hair, but this updo looked perfect on her. Her body moved with grace as she came to me, her makeup done to perfection, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I couldn't breathe as I watched her. This woman was about to become my wife, and we would be together forever. We would raise a family together. We would be there for each other through all the drama life handed out. We would be there for each other when all the great things happened for us. Always together, until the end of time. I'd asked Mitch to come to DC to be my best man, and thankfully he'd said yes. I wasn't sure the reclusive man would accept. But there he was, right at my side. He leaned in close to whisper, "What a lucky man you are, Mike." "I know," I whispered back to him. "She's stunning."
You two will be happy together.
"I can tell," he said. "Just like you and Taylor are," I said. "God must have been looking down on us with favor this last year. We got us a couple of the best women on the planet." "We sure did," he agreed. "And hopefully you will soon get to become a father like me. Little Mitch has brought out the kid in me. You and Morgan will be great parents." Talking about having babies thrilled me in ways I didn't know could happen. Wow. Morgan is going to be the mother of my children. Who would have ever guessed this? Mitch placed his hand on my shoulder. "John would be proud that you're marrying his daughter." "Do you really think so?" "I had never thought that at all." "I do. He's smiling down on you as we speak. I'm sure of it." "I hope so. I truly love his daughter. I've never loved anyone the way I love her. I would do anything for that woman." Morgan handed off her bouquet to her maid of honor, then came to me with her hands held out. I took them, pulling them to my lips where I left a kiss on each hand. "Hi there." Her smile lit me up. "Hey you." There were no doubts at all. I knew she was the only woman for me. Our life as man and wife would be the best life either of us could ever have. So here we go, our happily ever after still going strong, and life moving forward the way it was meant to be. Morgan. 1 year later. Caressing my very round belly, I worried about our unborn son who was taking his sweet time being born. He was due a week ago, Michael. How come I'm so worried and you're not? Maybe because I'm not the one who's carrying him. He moved in behind me as I stood at the window, looking outside. His hands moved to cover mine. Babies arrive on their own time. Patience is key here. I've been thinking, and maybe our son is taking so long because we haven't decided what his name is going to be. I thought we were going to wait until he's born, so we can see what names he responds to. That had been the plan. What if we go ahead and give him a name? You know, like an important name. He kissed my cheek. A name like John. Surprised he wanted to name our son after my father, I asked, "Are you sure about that? I sort of thought you might want to name your first son after yourself." "I don't want a junior, Morgan. I've never really liked that. It can get so confusing. Plus, I want to honor your father. And maybe when we have a girl, we can honor your mother." "How fair is that to your parents, Michael?" I asked, not wanting to make everything about my deceased parents. "If you're up for it, we can have a couple more kids after them, and we can name them after my parents." "4 kids?" I asked with raised brows. You know what, this is too much for me right now. I can't think about having more kids at the moment. But the idea of naming him after Dad sounds good. Still, I don't want to completely name him after Dad. How about we name him after both his grandfathers? "John Jeffrey?" he asked. "Yeah, I like that. But we're not going to call him JJ. Agreed?" "Oh, for sure. No JJ. Patting my tummy, I said, "Hey John, you like your name?" I felt something odd happening to my back. It got really tight, and stayed that way for a few seconds. But I didn't say anything about it. I'm sure he'll like his name. I turned in my husband's arms to hug him. "Our son John Jeffrey Dawes." "It sounds good," he said, kissing the top of my head as he swayed with me. "Mom and Dad are going to be surprised, too. I think Dad will like that his name is part of it." An idea sparked in my mind, and I looked at him. "You know, my doctor told me that intimacy can help bring on labor." "I got you, baby." Scooping me up, he carried me to our bed where he gently laid me down. We gave ourselves completely to the moment, losing ourselves in each other's arms. The worry faded away, as love and closeness filled the room. 15 hours later. Holding our 8-pound, 9-ounce son in my arms, I leaned over to kiss his very tired mother on the forehead. "You did good, Mama." Her chest barely moved as she took a deep breath. I don't think taking 15 hours to push our son out is very good at all. And I feel like I've run 100 miles. I've never felt so out of energy. It's perfectly normal for your first child to take that long. You were a real trooper. And our little baby boy is too cute too. She looked at him, then at me. He's very red and super wrinkly. I can see the cuteness behind all that. He's gonna look very different in no time at all. You have to remember that he came through a pretty small opening to get out here to us. It put the squeeze on him. "And the wrinkles?" she asked. "All that water he's been in these last 9 months," I said. "He'll dry out, and the wrinkles will disappear." "I hope so. He looks like a little old man right now." Her eyes closed. "I'm just so tired. I really can't keep my eyes open. You got this, right?" "The baby?" I asked. But she'd already passed out, her soft snores buzzing. Looking down at my little man, I was happy to have some alone time with him. "So, little buddy, it's finally my time to get to carry you around. Now, I don't want you to worry, because you've got 2 parents who love you with all their hearts. I know your mom is being a little on the negative side about your current appearance, but that's only because she's more exhausted than she's ever been. And a little grouchy from being in so much pain for so many hours. She'll get some sleep and be back to her usual perky, sweet self in no time at all." His eyes opened slightly as he wiggled a little in my arms. I had never seen anything so adorable in my life. My heart had never been so full. It was hard to imagine being able to love anyone more than I loved him. Taking a seat in the rocking chair, I rocked my baby, never letting my eyes leave him. He fell right back to sleep, having had as arduous a journey to get here as his mother had to get him here. I took his tiny hand, and looked at each little perfect finger. Moving the blanket, I looked at his small feet and tiny toes. I placed a kiss on the top of his head, which was so small and not completely round yet, covered in a blue striped beanie. There was nothing that had prepared me for the way I felt. I could hold him forever and never get tired. As I rocked him, I wondered if I would love any other kids we had as much as I loved him. It seemed like my heart just wouldn't be big enough for all the love that was sure to come my way. I thought about the story of the Grinch and how his heart grew 3 sizes in one day, and thought that was how mine felt. It had grown more than I knew it could. Morgan had come into my emergency room and made everything better with her appearance. My life was never the same after that fateful night. Nothing would ever be the same again. And I was fascinated by that. Who knew that one night could change entire lives? Who knew that a man could fall in love with a woman he'd known since she was just a kid? Who knew that such happiness could occur in a world filled with so much sadness and turmoil? On the verge of tears, I heard the sound of the door to the hospital room open, and looked to find my parents coming into the room. "She's sleeping," I whispered. Mom held her hands out. "We'll be quiet." I couldn't wait any longer to see him. Beaming at my son, she gasped, "He's so perfect." Dad leaned over her shoulder to look at his first grandchild. "Hi there, little buddy." He looked at me. "Did you two name him yet?"
We did.
I was eager to see my father's reaction to our son's name. "We named him after his grandfather's, John Jeffrey." Dad's face lit up and he looked at the baby. "I'm your grampy, JJ." "Oh, Morgan isn't going to like that." "Oh, that's so cute," Mom gushed. "Hello, JJ. I'm your noni." Even though Morgan wasn't going to love that they'd already nicknamed our son, I knew she and I were still going to be happy. We'd made a family now. Our family will keep living our happily ever after.
The end. Sneak peek for the Billionaire's Assistant. Secrets of Desire. Max.
The darkness is interrupted by a light as I sit in a dimly lit room waiting for the always late Lauren. She's my latest attempt to find a woman that I can get along with for the rest of my life. It's going on a month since we started dating, so I'm about to test the matrimonial waters with her this evening. I want to see if she has the same ideas I have for the future. I'm turning 30 in a few days, and decided it's time to move out of the fast lane and slow things down a bit. Abandoned when I was 10 years old by my drug-addicted mother, I grew up in a children's home in the middle of nowhere, South Texas. Divorce is not an option for me. Nothing will tear my family apart once I marry and start a family, which I'd like to do right away. So my choice for a wife has to be someone I can stand, at the very least. My cell phone lit up, meaning I had a text message. It's from the freelance accountant I contacted, and he's agreed to work on some accounting issues for me. My least favorite time of the year is coming up, tax season, and I need all the help I can get to hold on to as much of my fortune as I can. A pair of long legs topped by a short red skirt stride into the room. I scan them and move up over a lithe body until her face comes into focus. I wonder what she really looks like. "You appear good enough to eat, Lauren." She laughs and the sound makes my face pinch. It is loud and slightly off-key. "Don't I know it, Max," she says with a southern drawl. "Where are you taking me this evening?" I hold my arm out, and she takes it. My chef, Hilda, is making us one of her specialties for dinner. I imagined it might be nice to stay in tonight. The sound of a heavy sigh meets my ears, and I notice her red-stained collagen-injected lips form a pout. "And what will we do after we eat this stuff your maid is making, Mr. Billionaire?" I thought we could eat by the fireplace in the small dining room. Afterwards, we can cuddle on the couch and watch a movie. I'll even make you popcorn if you'd like me to. And by the way, Hilda is not the maid. If she ever heard you call her that, she might have to kick your ass. I'd have to intervene and most likely get mine kicked too. I pull the door open and lead her out to my Jaguar, where she folds her long legs into the passenger side as she says, That sounds dull, and I don't do dull, Max. After taking a gander at those long, tight, tanned legs, I begin to salivate. My weakness is long legs, and it overrules my brain way too many times. I close the door and walk around to the driver's side. So what would you like to do? She looks into the mirror and applies more red lipstick. I want to go to a nice club and be drunk by 9 o'clock. My hands grip the wheel so I won't grab her and choke some personality into her. Oh, same as last night and the night before that. Her head swivels around, perfectly manicured eyebrows raise, creating wrinkles on her forehead. Oh my gosh, Max. She goes on, as her hands fly around in front of her. So because you want to be a party pooper, I'm supposed to sit around your big ol' mansion and piss the night away too? Pausing to stare back in the mirror, she grabs some mascara and applies even more to her already thick as shit eyelashes. Well, just drop me off then. I can find another ride home. As great an idea as that is, I'm too much of a damn gentleman to do that to any woman. No, Lauren, I was just kidding. I want to go to the club too. I lie. Suddenly, she wears a sweet smile and bats those monster lashes at me. Oh, you're silly. No, I'm an idiot. As I drive along, I decide to try out a little of what I had planned to talk to her about, if she'd let me take her to my place. When do you think you'll be ready to have kids, Lauren? Whoa. Shit. Everything on her face just raised into something that looked like the proceeding of a shit storm. Can I take my words back, please? With a thin finger wagging in my face, she screeches, "Oh no, you don't, Mr. Moneybags. Even you won't be talking me into messing up this body. So that's why you wanted to take me to your place. Hear this loud and clear, Max. I don't want to have your children, nor anyone else's. Kids add years to a woman's body and face." I see. Her finger trails down my cheek. Though you and I would make some beautiful children, sweetheart. I can't do that to myself. Sorry to let you down. I smile at her and give her a wink. I don't feel let down at all. It is relief I'm experiencing the truth. She's not the one for me. As I glance over at her, I find that her skirt has slid up and her upper thigh is showing. She's good for a good time at least. Softly, I run my hand over her exposed skin, only to have her slap it away. No. None of that. Now, who's the party pooper? I ask.
Alexis.
My head is beginning to ache as I stare at this demon of a spreadsheet. Something isn't right, and I can't figure it out. I grab my cell and text the old guy I'm doing this freelance work for. And it's time for more coffee. As I walk across the room, I catch my reflection in the sliding glass doors. My bun has come loose and I can't have that. I pull my hair down and mentally note that I need to go get it cut, it's just too long. I pull it into a tight bun and notice a slight wrinkle in my khaki-colored Dickies. Smoothing it out, I take the time to make sure my starched white button-down is looking snappy too, and push my glasses further up on my nose. My dad always told me to dress for the job I want. To rid the world of financial mistakes is my goal, a lot like a superhero. All I need is a khaki cape with a big white letter A on it, and I can get to work on saving the planet, one spreadsheet at a time. My cell dings, and the old dude has responded. He wants to have lunch and show me what he needs done. I'm not a real social butterfly, hence the work-at-home gig. But he's paying me an excessive amount of money. At least he knows he has hired an accountant who looks the part. It should give him confidence in my abilities, I think, and perhaps he'll decide to keep me on long term. The restaurant isn't too far from my apartment, so I hop on my bike and pedal on over. I have a car, but I prefer not to pollute the air as often as I can. Okay, I'm not really all that into saving the planet. My car is a POS. I chain my bike up in front of the restaurant, then smooth out my clothes again, and notice a scuff on my penny loafer and bend down to wipe it off. My glasses fall off and a piece of broken cement puts a long scratch across one of the lenses. I can see enough to get by. If I'm close enough, I can see everything. Into the restaurant I go, tapping on the pouch I placed around my waist to carry my small laptop in. It's all the rage in Paris, I'm told. A long mirror is in the entryway, and I take a quick glance to be sure that I look good. Perfect. Just like any accountant in any fine office building, complete with a pocket pencil organizer. This man is sure to be impressed. A waiter comes towards me. "May I help you?" he asks. "I'm here to meet Mr. Lane." The man looks me up and down as he says, "Do you know his first name?" Because Mr. Lane I'm thinking of, well, it's most likely not him. "Yes, of course. It's Max," I say, and the man's eyebrows move to the very tippy top of his balding head. "Oh. Please follow me." I follow him and peer around, trying my best to focus on the surrounding fanciness. I pull my glasses out of my pocket and close one eye to look through the one good side. Stud alert front and center. What a man. Broad shoulders and a suit that probably cost him a cool 1,000 or more. Dark waves of luscious hair that falls to his shoulders. Eyes the color of emeralds, oh be still my heart. I put the glasses back in my pocket protector and follow the waiter dude. Fantasy man is making me crazy. I need to find the old guy and get back into reality. The waiter stops and pulls out a chair for me. I smile and plop down as poised as possible. I blink to try to get my stupid broken eyes to focus. An arm with black sleeves reaches across the table, and I shake a hand. It's a firm hand. It doesn't feel all wrinkly like I expected it to. "Hello, Miss Matthews." "I'm sorry, you surprised me. I thought you were going to be a man." "Your first name is Alex." That voice is much too deep and sensual to belong to an old man. "It's actually Alexis, but everyone calls me Alex. I broke my glasses a minute ago. Do you mind if I sit a little closer to you, so I can see you?" I ask. "Let me come to you, don't move." I watch him as he gets up, and notice that he's tall. He sits down and scoots his chair close to mine, and slowly he comes into focus. Oh my. It's the gorgeous man from before. "Mr. Lane?" I ask. He nods and smiles. "Can you see me now?" I nod back and am sure my face is making some awful half-smile, half-frown thing I've been told I do on occasions when I feel awkward, which is often. "How nice to meet you," I say as I extend my hand to shake his, but pull it back as I realize we already did that. My elbow knocks the plate sitting on the table in front of me, and makes a loud clanking sound. My cheeks are most likely red, and I may be sprouting beads of sweat on my forehead. Mr. Lane laughs and places his hand on my shoulder. "No need to be nervous with me, Alex, I assure you." His cell rings and he looks at it. He's so close I can see it too, and a picture of a gorgeous blonde woman fills the large screen. A slide of his finger sends the call to voicemail and I say, "You can take the call." I don't mind. I never take calls when I'm with someone. "It's rude, don't you think?" he asks as he looks right into my eyes with those gorgeous green ones he has. "She's kinda completely gorgeous. I'd hate for her to get mad at you." His laugh is deep, and it rattles my chest. He's so close to me. She kinda stays mad at me regardless, so no big deal. As far as gorgeous, I have no idea what she really looks like. She's had so much work done to her whole body that there's no way to tell. The idea anyone does that much to themselves is crazy to me. "Wow," I say. He nods in agreement. "So what's up with the spreadsheet, Alex?" I lean back to unzip the pouch to remove my laptop and see the gorgeous man smiling like he's amused, so I say, I know it sometimes is considered odd, but I heard these things are really popular in other countries." He shakes his head and laughs, then finishes unzipping the pouch and reaches in to pull out my laptop. "I'm sure they are, and I apologize if you thought I was finding humor in your, fanny pack, I think it's called." His hand touches my stomach as he gets the laptop out, and I nearly fall apart as it sends shockwaves through my entire body. He isn't even trying to be sensual, yet he can't help it, I guess. "Thanks for helping me out there," I say as I grab the linen napkin to my side and use it to wipe my now definitely perspiring forehead. He places the computer on the table and leans towards me, his lips near my ear. Hot breath burns my ear as he says, "Alex, are you always this nervous?" Honesty resides in my head and I just say it, "You're gorgeous, sir." "Sir?" he asks as he sits back in his chair, and thank the Lord his good looks blur in my messed up eyes. "How old are you?" "Not that it matters, but I'm 25, sir," I say as I straighten my shirt and find my pocket protector fascinating. "Don't call me sir, you can call me Max." "You got a significant other, Alex?" he asks and leans back in. I shake my head and find him smiling at me. "Do you?" He shakes his head and the smile fades. "Tell me, Alex, what do you do for fun?" I thought this was a business lunch, but it seems to have gone awry. "Fun?" "Yes, fun," he says, then turns away from me. "You say it like it's a 4-letter word." "I read a lot," I say, inciting a chuckle from him. The menu in his hand tells me he's ready to order and get this lunch over with. He says, "Tell me what you normally eat for lunch." Before my brain can stop my mouth, I answer, "PB&Js mostly." The slightest turn of his head shows me small wrinkles have formed on his forehead, and he says, "We used to eat those all the time for lunch when I was a kid growing up in the children's home." "You grew up in a children's home?" I ask with surprise. "Did your parents die or something?" "Or something," he answers. He turns his whole body to me and leans in. "How about we get out of this stuffy restaurant and go back to my place, and I'll have my chef make us up a batch of PB&Js with a couple glasses of milk." I find myself scratching at my neck as the starched collar rubs my skin, making it itch. I don't, I mumble and stumble with what to say. He frowns. "Forget about it, you don't want to go. We'll eat here. You want a steak?" Now I feel bad. The guy lost his parents and grew up in a home and just wants to eat a dang ol' sandwich, and I'm being dumb, so I say, "No, I want to go. But I'm on my bike and would have to go home and get my car, which might not make it to where you live." "Where is that, by the way?" "What's wrong with your car?" he asks. I laugh. What's right with it is a shorter list than what's wrong. He smiles and my heart beats a little faster. "I'll take you in my car. I'm sure your bike will be safe here." I shrug my shoulders and say, "Okay then, let's go get our peanut butter on. I hope you have grape jelly." He stands and takes my hand, and I get up. My arm is quickly interlocked with his as he whispers, "Hang on to me so you don't trip on anything, since you don't have your glasses." "Thanks," I say, and find I have the weirdest sensation in my stomach.
Max.
As we ride out to my place, the utterly clueless Alex keeps me laughing. She's the most interesting creature I've ever met. Tall with perfect skin and exceptionally shiny blonde hair with eyes like blue diamonds that sparkle when she smiles, which is often, but she has no fashion sense at all. "That was some smancy restaurant," she says as she looks out the window. "Do you eat there a lot?" I find myself laughing. Smancy? Is that a word? Her eyes dart to mine and she blushes. "I'm stupid," she says. "Don't listen to me, I use a lot of dumb words." "No, they're funny," I say. And the answer is yes, I do eat there often. "So you find reading fun?" She nods and looks around at the interior of my Jaguar. This car is really snazzy. I fight the urge to laugh at her crazy words again. "I bet you'd find flying with me in my helicopter more fun than reading." Her eyebrows, which are badly in need of a good plucking, raise, and she says, "You have a helicopter?" "Yeah, I got one last year." I devised a seat which extends out of the body of the helicopter, while keeping the occupant completely safe with a restraint system I designed. That's how I made my money. The military bought a bunch of them, and now it seems that anyone with a chopper wants one. Confusion fills her face. "So you hang out of the helicopter while it's flying, and just why would someone do that?" "To shoot at things," I say, and pull up to the entry gate of my place. Alex looks at the large gate and nibbles at her bottom lip. "That's a big gate, dude." "Yeah, it's here to protect the even bigger house you'll see in a second," I say, and press the button to open it. "This is a lot to keep clean," she says as we pull up to the mansion. Okay, that's not a thing I've ever been told before. Do you like it? I ask. She turns to me and smiles. It's a blur to me, Max. As I park the car and get out, I go to open her door, but she's beat me to it and waits for me outside the car. I take her hand and lead her into the house. Follow me, Alex. I need to find Hilda and get her to make us lunch. We can talk about the spreadsheet while she does that. As I pull her along behind me, I feel giddy for some unknown reason. I find Hilda in the kitchen, chopping vegetables. She looks up at me, and her face breaks into a huge smile. Miho, who is this? I pull Alex up to stand next to me. Hilda, this is Alex. Do you suppose you could make us both some peanut butter and grape jelly sandwiches, and some glasses of milk, and bring them to the pool? Peanut butter, Miho? Hilda asks with furrowed brows. I have a couple of lobsters. I can get them ready in a few minutes. Let me make you that. I'd really like what I asked for, Hilda. I used to eat one for lunch almost every day when I was a kid. Hilda gestures towards Alex with the long knife she holds. Are you an old friend of his from the children's home? I'm not his friend. I work for him. Hilda's eyes move down to our clasped hands. She wags the knife at them. You hold your employees' hands now, she asks with a concerned look. I laugh and hold our hands up. She broke her glasses just before our meeting, and I didn't want her to trip, so I grabbed her hand. Hilda frowns and goes back to chopping. I'll get the food ready, and get James to serve it to you by the pool within a few minutes, Miho. As I lead Alex outside, I find myself bursting with energy. It's unexplainable to me. Am I so excited to start figuring out the problems on the damn spreadsheet? Here we are, my smancy swimming pool, complete with a waterfall. Wish you could see it. You stole my word, she says as I help her sit at the table. I pull up a chair close to her so she can see me. I prefer to say I'm borrowing it, if you don't mind. She smiles and her eyes twinkle. It's okay, you can borrow it. I like the way it sounds coming out of your lips. My lips? She's thinking about my lips just as I was thinking about her perfect smile, and how her lips are perfectly proportioned all on their own with no collagen. We should take a dip in the pool after we have our lunch, I say, and I can't believe I just asked her to do that. Her eyes grow wide and she begins to stammer, I don't have a. I hold up my hand, stopping the stammering that she seems to be so good at. There are lots of bathing suits to choose from in the pool house. No worries, come on, it'll be fun. She squints at the pool. Is there a diving board? Nah, I didn't want one. I like to jump off the boulders I had brought in. Her eyes light up and she smiles again. When I was a kid, we'd go to this river every summer. There was a giant rock we'd jump off of. I loved it. So your answer is yes. No. This is embarrassing to admit, but I haven't shaved in a while. Though I don't really want to know, I ask out of morbid curiosity, how long has it been? Her narrow shoulders shrug. Don't remember. So you see, it'd be better if I didn't. The bathroom in the pool house is stocked with everything. You can defur yourself before if you'd like. Her hand flies up and slaps my arm. It's not that bad, you need to use the term defer for the love of Pete. So that's a yes then? I'd like to jump off that rock. She squints out at it. So yeah, it does sound fun. Alex, do you have another pair of glasses or contacts maybe? I have some contacts, but they're at home. How about I take you to get them after lunch? While in town, I'll pick up some beer, and I'll get Hilda to make us a pizza later, and you can hang out for the evening. I'll take you back home tonight. You don't have to spend the whole day with me, Max. She leans back. I mean, you have to have better things to do. I'd like to be honest with you, Alex. You're fun and easy to get along with, and I'm really enjoying your company. It's not often I find someone who's so easy to be around. She makes this half-smile, half-frown thing with her face, and I find it adorable. That's nice to hear. To be honest with you, I've never been told that before. So the answer is yeah, I'll hang out with you this evening, Max. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Alexis.
A bright red convertible sits in the drive of Max's house. He took me to get my contacts, and we picked up some beer, and apparently he considers me funny and fun to be around. With my contacts in, I can see the mansion, and it's awesome. Now that everything's not a big blur, may I say this place is beautiful? Thanks. I like it. He looks agitated as he parks and looks at me. That girl who called me earlier when we were in the restaurant is here. That's her car. She's quite the complainer, so don't get offended by anything that comes out of her fake mouth. I'll get rid of her as soon as I can. I'm going to tell her we have to get to work right away, so don't mention swimming, okay? So she's your girlfriend then? He shakes his head. No, but she isn't aware of that yet. She doesn't want the same things I do. I'm going to break it off with her, but I just decided that last night. Today's not the day to do it. I'll most likely do it tomorrow. "Kay," I say and hop out of the car. Max walks around the car and grabs my hand, pulling me along with him. As we enter the house, a shrill noise hurts my ears. "Where's my Maxie baby?" Max rolls his eyes and whispers, "I'm so sorry for what's about to happen." A tall, thinner than necessary creature comes into view as we enter the large living area. From far away she's gorgeous, but as we get closer I can see the obvious fake breasts, lips, and cheek implants. Max lets my hand go and moves forward as she throws out one of her tentacle-like arms and wraps it around him in the most awkward hug I've ever seen. Her bony finger extends out at me as she asks, "Who are you?" I give her a smile and find myself happy to know Max is dumping her. He can do so much better. "Hi," I say, extending my hand to shake hers. "I'm Alex, I work for Max." She looks at me like I've thrown dog feces at her, so I drop my hand to my side as it's obvious she'll not be shaking it. The disgust for me infiltrates her voice as she says, "Okay, and what are you?" Max takes her by her very bony shoulders and looks her in the eye. "No, Lauren. I can't allow you to talk to her like that." The woman's eyes fall on me again. "It's a girl?" I roll my eyes instead of saying some snappy comeback. Max takes care of her though. She and I need to get to work. It may take us all night to figure out what the mistake is in this spreadsheet. One side of her lips move up as she says from the corner of her mouth, "A math nerd, I knew it. Does it have a girlfriend?" My eyebrows raise and I smile at her. "I'm not a lesbian, but thanks for assuming that. I'm flattered." Her attention turns back to Max as she strokes his cheek with a long red fingernail. "I'll stop by after the club tonight and slip into your bed." "Not tonight, Lauren. I have to work. I just told you that." Somehow she makes her bottom lip jut out more than it already does, which seems impossible. "Boo, hiss darlin', what shall I ever do with myself?" Wrapping his arm around her shoulders, he begins walking her to the door. "Tomorrow I'll pick you up for lunch so we can talk, okay?" Not watching them as the sight of him touching her makes my skin crawl, I hear her say, "That sounds like fun." He walks her out, and I find myself smiling evilly, as I'm pretty sure the lunch won't be fun at all. I wonder if she'll shed actual tears or manufactured ones when he tells her it's over. The sound of him running up behind me makes me turn around, and he grabs my hand, making me run along with him out to the pool. "I'm sorry you had to deal with her," he says over his shoulder as he pulls me along. "She's a horrible person. Why did I ever entertain the thought she might be the right girl for me? Hell, she's not even pretty, long legs or not." I giggle at his rambling as he pulls up short in front of an ornate wooden door near the pool. He opens the door and gestures for me to go in before him. "Marble floors?" I ask as I admire the gorgeous floor. "Of course," he says, then points to a door off the large room which has a pool table in the middle of it. "Go in there and shave what you need to, then find yourself a bathing suit in one of the drawers. There's all sizes." He looks at me. "No big ones though. I only have up to a size 3, I think." My shoulders slump. "Man, I'm a size 5. A short burst of laughter comes out of his mouth. You may be wearing a size 5, but I assure you, you're not that size. Those clothes you have on are swallowing you. Put on a 3 and see if all your stuff doesn't fit in it just fine. My stuff? He pats my butt and pushes me towards the door. You know what I mean, Scoot. I rummage through the drawers, and all he has in them are bikinis. I never wear them because my body is so abnormally long and drawn out. My legs are long, my arms are long, and even my torso is long. I'm built like a scarecrow. But he's so excited, almost like a little kid, so I shave and moisturize, and place my breast in a tiny top and my butt in skimpy bottoms, and check to make sure that I had got rid of all the hair I needed to. I'm horrified by what I observe in the mirror, so I grab a towel and wrap it around me. As I walk out, I find him changed out of his suit and into a pair of board shorts and lounging in the sun already. Hey! I call out as I make my way to him and try not to stare at his completely gorgeous body. He has to have chiseled abs, doesn't he? He's out of my league in every single way possible. Really? He asks as he peers over his Ray-Bans at me. What? You still have your hair in a bun, Alex. No one can have fun while wearing a bun. It rhymes, so it's a fact. He grabs something off the table next to him and tosses it to me. Put those on, they're for you. I look down at what I've caught and see a pair of Ray-Bans in my hand. I don't feel comfortable wearing these, Max. I mean, I might break them, and I can't afford to replace them. Why would you need to replace something I'm giving you? Just put them on, take that stupid bun out, and drop the towel so then we can swim. Bossy much? I mumble as I pull the pins from my hair, then put the glasses on and place my towel over the chair near me. What do I care what he thinks about my scarecrow body anyway? It's not like he's interested in me like that. He probably won't even look at me.
Max.
1 second, I'm looking at easily the most nerdy-looking girl I've ever laid eyes on, but she's sweet and funny, so she's growing on me. The next glance I take at her makes my mind stop. Time stands still as she shakes out her long, wavy, shiny blonde hair. The towel flies off her stunning body as she puts the sunglasses on, and she's drop-dead gorgeous. Not a bit of makeup on, and she's taking my breath away. I want to take you on my yacht. The words come out of my mouth without me thinking of them. You have a yacht? She asks, but I can't form more words, so I just nod. She walks to the edge of the pool, and I can't stop looking at her legs. They're long, lean, tan. One toe she dips into the water, and my eyes move up her long legs to her perfectly butt. She turns around and waves at me, and her perky 100% natural breasts move slightly, and I want to bury my face in them. You think she'll let me? Come on, she shouts. I grab the beer sitting next to me and chug it. I need to act cool, not like a teenage boy. Finally able to speak, I say, I'm coming, Lexi. Where'd that come from? Lexi, she asks with a little laugh. Okay, she said I can call her that. Good, 'cause she ain't no Alex. Not anymore. I take her hand as I get to her, and lead her around to the boulders. You first, I say as I stop at the back of the rocks and gesture for her to walk up the stairs in front of me. She smiles and walks past me. Her body is a sight to behold, and now I completely understand why men started this gentlemanly practice so long ago. She turns and looks back at me, as I've frozen at the bottom stair. Come on, Max. I want to jump together. It's more fun when you do it that way. I shake my head to clear it, and make the gears move again. As I get to the top, I grab her hand. Okay, let's do this, I say, then jump. As I push my head up out of the water, her giggle hits my ears like magic bubbles, and I must be staring at her without realizing it, because she splashes me in the face. You didn't even count to 3. Everyone knows you have to count to 3 before you jump. Come on, baby. Let's go again, and this time I'll count to 3, I say as I pull her along with me and swim to the side of the pool. Pulling myself up on the edge of the pool, I reach down to help her out. She takes my hand and I pull her up, finding her light as a feather. Thanks, she says as she shivers a little. Now this time, we need to do cannonballs when we jump in. She's unlike any woman I've ever known. Not one of my previous girlfriends would have ever done this. I watch her climb the stairs in front of me, and she looks back, catching me checking out her bodacious bottom. She shakes her head and laughs. As I get to the top, I turn to her, about to make my move since she's caught me looking anyway. Her arms come out to wrap around me. She pushes her palms against my chest, and I'm falling backwards into the water. As I come up for air, I catch her coming into the water, holding her knees to her chest, and a wave of water washes over me, knocking me back under. I swim to the side and pull myself up on the ladder and look around to find her lounging on the Baja bench area of the pool. I swim over and smile. What was that for? I saw you, Max. She pulls the sunglasses down and her eyes are wide. I know I've got a wacky shape, and I hoped you wouldn't make me feel stupid for wearing this tiny thing my butt's hanging out of. Obviously, you were about to come up with a clever joke, so I pushed you in before I had to hear it. I was going to kiss her, and she thinks I was going to make fun of her. Now that's just really sad. As I slide up on the bench next to her, I ask, "Why do you think you have a wacky-shaped body, Lexi?" Her head tilts and she says, "Come on, I'm not blind. I'm shaped like some kind of scarecrow with floppy breast and a lumpy bottom." Her hand goes to her perfectly flat stomach and runs over it. And my big gut makes this an all-the-way round wacky body. What does she see when she looks in the mirror? I just stare at her and blink as she's clearly nuts. Finally, I manage to say, "You should let me take you to my stylist. She can fix what little needs fixed. We can put you in the right-sized clothes, then I'll take you out and you can watch the men fight like wild animals for your attention." With a snort, she laughs, and I have to laugh too at the ridiculous sound. Right? Why do people think it's funny to be so mean? I know I'm unattractive. I get it, okay? I'm not kidding, I'm being absolutely serious, I say as I stand up and grab her hand, pulling her up. That's it. I'm taking you to her today, and I'm going to show you how completely gorgeous you can be. I pull her with me out of the pool as she protests, "You're crazy, Max. I don't have the money for that, and it's stupid anyway. I'm paying, and you're going to see a new you by the end of the day," I say as I open the door to the pool house and usher her inside. I grab a sundress out of the closet. I can't allow her to put those awful clothes back on. I kick out a pair of flip-flops that look to be her size and turn to her. "Put this on, and do not put your hair up in a damn bun. You need this, Lexi. You need to know what you're missing." "What about the spreadsheet?" she asks as I push her into the bathroom. "We should be working on that." "Tomorrow, I promise we'll do it tomorrow." "I'll let you do this, Max. You'll see, you can't make a silk purse from a sow's ear," she says, and her eyes droop a little at the edges. "I'm a plain Jane with a horrible shape." "You're wrong. Now get dressed." How could such a beautiful girl think so little about herself?
Alexis.
My eyebrows sting. My feet are in a tub of burning water, and a certain amount of heat is building in my cheeks as my new BFF, Max, argues with his stylist about adding some highlights to my hair. He's against it, and she's for it. I've apparently become his project. He thinks he's magic and can make me into a beautiful woman. The stylist looks at me in the long mirror. I'll just let her decide. Max makes a sound like a buzzer and shakes his head. She can't. She has the most terrible taste known to man. Thanks. The stylist, whose name is Cake, I know, striper name, but she said it's the real name her parents gave her, says, "Max, you've embarrassed her." No, he's right. Do whatever he says. I want him to do all the deciding, so he can't make me do this again when I'm still plain, and clothes don't fit me right. Cake's long, elegant hands flow over my face as she says, "Plain? My dear, your bone structure is exquisite. Your hair is naturally gorgeous." Max interrupts, "Ha, I told you." She glares at him, then turns her sweet eyes back to me. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, Your skin seems to have never seen a blemish. I've never worn makeup, and I wash my face twice a day with ivory soap. Cake's eyes go wide. No makeup ever? Surely when you went to your high school prom you wore some. I laugh. I didn't go to the prom or any dance. I never got asked. Cake looks over her shoulder at Max and then back at me. She leans in to whisper, "You have had a boyfriend, haven't you?" I shake my head and she leans in closer. "Do you still hold your V card?" I squint at her because I have no idea what she's talking about. "A what card?" She asks so quietly I barely hear her. "Are you a maiden?" My face turns beet red and I stammer, well, yeah." A frown covers her face. "How old are you?" 25. That's the second time today I've been asked that. There's no age limit on being a maiden. Max sputters and coughs as he walks to my side. "What did you say?" Averting my eyes, I say, "I'm a maiden." Okay, there it is, the topping on the looser sundae, which is me. Max takes me by the shoulders and looks into my eyes as if he's looking for something. "Have you ever been kissed?" I roll my eyes and shake my head. I don't know how much more humiliation I can take. He drops his hands, turns around, and mutters something to himself that sounds a lot like, "That's why." He turns back to me. "Anyone ever try to kiss you?" I shake my head and he laughs. "That's mean," I said. I would have walked out of there if I had any idea of where I was and how I could get back home, but that would have done me no good, as I'd left my fanny pack back at his house, and it had my house key in it. Cake swats at Max, sending him out of her way. "Go sit and let me help this poor girl out. Lord, if anyone has ever needed my services, this child does." For what seems like an eternity, Cake plucks, tweezes, cuts, curls, then spoons some stuff on my face and pulls it back off. She gets out some type of monster case full of makeup, but she does not allow me to see my reflection in the mirror. Finally, Cake smiles at me. "Okay, I hope you're ready to see a brand new you, Lexi." Max jumps up and comes to me. I don't want to miss her reaction to this. He takes my shoulder and slowly spins me around. The face I see in the mirror is not mine. "That's not me," I say as I reach up to touch my perfectly curled hair. My hair doesn't do this. I run my hand over my cheek, which is perfectly pink. This isn't my face. "Gorgeous," Max says as he looks at me in the mirror. His cheek is near mine. He smiles and gives me a wink. We look good together. Cake takes off the plastic cape covering me, and Max takes my hand. Okay, so my head's done, but here comes the hard part, my wacky body. Cake rolls her eyes. "Oh, my precious girl. What do you think is wrong with your body? How about I tell you what's right about it?" "That list is much shorter," I say as Max takes my hand and pulls me from the salon. He looks back at Cake and smiles. "You add on a few $1,000s as a bonus, girl." I look at him like he's crazy, and Cake laughs. "Thank you, baby. You bring her back to me in a month, and I'll make sure she's kept up. Good luck getting laid, Lexi." "What?" I say as Max pulls me out the door.
Max.
I can't quit looking at her. She's more beautiful than I ever imagined. We're on our way to get her some clothes, and she's eerily quiet. "So what are you thinking, Lexi?" Her eyes sparkle as she looks at me. Her pink lips open a bit, but she closes them, hesitating before she opens them again. "This isn't me, Max. You spent a ton of money already, and I realize I can't talk you out of spending more, but it'll all be for nothing because I can't keep this up. I can't fix my hair like this or put on makeup at all." "Lexi, it's not the exact hairstyle," I say as I take her hand and hold it in mine. "The haircut will still be great if you just wash it and let it dry. The makeup doesn't matter, because you have a natural beauty. The makeup only enhances what's already there. You'll still be beautiful without it." Her head drops and she looks away. My goofy body will still be just that. I don't want to find someone and get laid like Cake said. Before today, no one has seen that much of my body. When I swim, I wear a one-piece and shorts and a t-shirt. No one wants to look at this mess. I do. I rub my thumb over her knuckles and lift her hand to my lips, placing a kiss on it. Your body is no mess, and I'm not prone to lying. She smiles at me, and a little part of my heart melts. You're too nice, Max. I want her to see her true self-worth, how gorgeous she is, and how in demand she will be before I let her know I want her to be with me. Tonight I'm taking you out to a club, and I'll leave you at the table alone for a bit. You'll see men flock to you as soon as I walk away. But you're coming home with me, understand? Her eyes dart to mine as she squeezes my hand. Oh, Joseph and Mary, please don't leave me with a bunch of strange men, Max. I'll freak out. I mean, when my mouth opens, they'll most likely run away anyway if any do come up to me, but in case one of them gets too fresh with me, please interrupt us. I don't want my first kiss to be with a stranger. It won't be.
Alexis.
So here I am in a dress that cost more than my car did. It fits surprisingly well, and I have more confidence in my appearance. I sit at a small table in some spectacular club Max has taken me to, and he's left me alone to see if anyone takes a shot at me. Which I don't think's going to. Oh, who's this? Hi, I noticed you when you walked in, a tall and completely gorgeous man says. Another walks up next to him. I saw her first, Clint. He extends his hand and I return the gesture. He takes my hand and kisses the top of it. I saw you when you got out of your car at the valet. My name is. A tall man who I recognize as a basketball player from the Rockets steps up and both men look up at him and groan. They step back as he leans down and takes my hand. Hello, he says with a deep voice. I know who you are, I say, finding it unbelievable Max was right. Dance with me, he not so much asks as demands. I've never danced, except alone at home. That ding-dang Max didn't school me on this part. I allow the tall man who smells expensive to lead me to the dance floor. Though the music is fast, he holds me tight to him and moves so slowly that I don't have to worry about my dance moves after all. You smell nice. You didn't tell me your name, he says. Alex. He pulls back and looks me up and down. You are a woman, right? Yeah. His brows pull together. From birth? My real name is Alexis, but people call me Alex. Alexis, he says in a kinda groany voice. Can I call you that instead? Sure, I say as he pulls me back close to him and sways slowly to the fast-moving music. My eyes dart around the crowd to find Max. I'm getting nervous that this man will try to kiss me, and while what a story that would be, I don't know him and don't wish him to be my first kiss. I haven't found that guy yet, though if Max wasn't so out of my league, he'd be one I might choose. The song ends, and my hand is lifted to his mouth as he leaves a kiss on top. Want to get out of here? He asks as he runs his large hand around my waist and pulls me close. I search wildly for my protector and find him nowhere. Then my eyes land on the woman who was at Max's house earlier, and she's draped all over him. He throws me a wave. That rat feces is waving me off. My tall companion takes my lack of an answer as a yes, and moves me towards the exit. I glance back at Max, who shakes his head at me. I shrug because I don't have any idea of what to say or do. Suddenly, he breaks away from the horrible creature and sprints across the room to us. He catches my hand and makes some fancy move to get me out of the grip of the giant man. Whoa there, he says, looking up at the guy. Sorry man, she's taken. I smile and wrap my arms around Max's neck and whisper in his ear, You waited long enough, didn't you? I ran into a bit of trouble. We got to go. I think I've proved you're gorgeous to the opposite sex anyway. Plus a few females I overheard were wondering if you might be into chicks, so there, he says and takes me out to his car. I pull on my seatbelt and smile at Max as he gets behind the wheel. What do you think of that, Max? A real celebrity was about to take me home with him. Not too bad, I'd say. Max runs his fingers along my cheek. Not good either, for the guy you end up with. You're so gorgeous he'll be fighting them off all the time. I lean back into the soft seat and sigh as I think about the guy they first end up with, and wish I was in Max's league. He's so down to earth for a rich dude. Not that I've ever known any, but I imagine most are some other way, not cool like he is. Thanks, Max. Wanna have a sleepover? He asks with a smile. We can watch a movie and I'll even make you popcorn if you want. You know what I really want? I ask as I sit up, suddenly excited about hanging out more with Max. Ice cream. The kind with chocolate and caramel, maybe some pecans or something. I love ice cream, let's get some and go home. What kind of movie do you want to see? I'd like to watch the first Transformers movie. His face lights up and he holds his fist up, which I bump with mine. Hell yeah, I love that one. Most girls hate that kind of movie. I'm not most girls. But I have to get out of this dress and honestly, the makeup has to come off. That's cool, baby. I'll lend you a t-shirt, it'll cover all the necessary parts. I look out the window and smile at how excited he seems. What a dork I am. I could have gone home with a sports star, but instead, I'm going to hang out with a man completely out of my league and eat ice cream while we watch a cartoon come to life.
Max.
Even though she's washed away the makeup and slipped into one of my t-shirts, she's still got me captivated. She's holding my arm and laughing into my shoulder at the movie we're watching. I want to make a move to kiss her and let her know how I feel about her, but I can't believe I'm so afraid to. I don't want to scare her off, she's so insecure, and I can see it in her face that she thinks I'm too good for her. She sees me as someone she can be herself with, simply because I'm unattainable. But I'm completely attainable. The movie's over, and this is my chance. I turn to her and take her hand in mine. Did you have fun today, Lexi? I did, she says as she leans her head on my shoulder. I'm tired. Do you want to show me to my bedroom? I want to show her to my bedroom. I get up and pull her up with me, not letting her hand go. We get to the stairs and I gesture for her to walk in front of me, but she looks at me and shakes her head. No, sir, we walk together. You're not going to watch me climb stairs again. I snap my fingers and smile as I take each step with her. In the long hallway, I lead her down and go to the bedroom across the hall from mine. Here we are, Lexi. This is it, my last chance. I turn her back to the door and place my hand behind her neck, making her face tilt up to mine. Lexi, can I be your first kiss? Her hands move up to my chest, holding me back. Max, I'm not someone who takes things lightly. Who I give myself to is important to me. What if I told you I want us to start seeing each other? I find you fascinating and want to get to know you better. Don't you like me too? The blue of her eyes sparkles. Sure, I like you, but Max, we just met. I already know you better than any of the girls I've dated. You've probably let me in more than you have any other man. I run my finger over her lips, and they quiver. Let me be your first kiss, and let's see where that leads us, please. You're out of my league, Max. Besides, I'm no party girl. A tear glistens at the edge of her eye. I kiss the corner of her eye. I'm tired of party girls. I want to settle down, and you fit in perfectly with that. You and I are a great match. So, what do you say to give it a shot? Max, please, I'm not ready. I lean in and whisper, you are, Lexi. Then I place my lips on her neck. She takes a deep breath as I glide my lips across her cheek and stop before I touch her lips with mine. Please say yes, Lexi. Her hands run up my arms and she slips her arms around my neck and says, yes. Thank you. As our lips touch, explosions occur throughout my entire body. A long piece of her hair I wrap my hand around and pull back, so her mouth opens beneath mine. I taste the sweetness of her mouth. Her body loses all the tension it had carried, and she leans into me. Our hearts pound in unison. I want to scoop her up and take her to my bed, but I realize I can't. I manage to pull my mouth from hers, though it takes everything in me to do it. My forehead rests on hers as our ragged breaths mingle between our now very warm bodies. I'm certain I've found her, the mother of my children, and the other part of me.
Alexis.
As I lay in the most comfortable bed I've ever slept in, my mind spins out of control. Max kissed me. It was like nothing like I had ever imagined. I wanted the kiss to go on forever. Something aches in my lower regions and leaves me feeling like I need more from him, but I can't go that far with him, not ever. I wonder if everyone's body burns as if it's on fire when they kiss. He wants to start dating. I know I'm not what he deserves though, and I have to disappear before I really fall for him.
End of sneak peek. If you enjoyed listening to this preview of The Billionaire's Assistant, you can grab a copy by searching for The Billionaire's Assistant, a billionaire romance series by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. Please leave a review to support the author. It helps more than you know. This has been Forbidden Doctor, an age gap romance, written by Michelle Love, narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Audiobook. Copyright 2020 by Blessings for All LLC. Production copyright 2026 by Blessings for All LLC.